as the latest controversy occurred in Compton when a Fed was forced to open fire on an illegal evading arrest by driving his car into the agent, as activists immediately arrived at the scene.
We're getting two different perspectives here. Let's take you out to this one. This is coming out of California. During an immigration enforcement operation, and when agents approached that car to detain the suspects, shots were fired.
Now, was that man just innocently driving to work when a deranged ICE agent randomly sent rounds into their windshield, or was he a wanted criminal, known for trafficking people and assaulting their spouse on multiple occasions? As right after it happened, nobody knew nothing. But that didn't stop these idiots from shouting at the ICE agents, suggesting this was due to race.
You should be on this side. They kicked me on this side. Why aren't you guys on this side? What is that last name? Reyes, a mother Hispanic. What are you doing on that side?
These people are animals, Jesus.
He's
not a good guy. I can tell you that.
He's a good guy or not. He's still human, you know?
Out of here.
These people feel completely comfortable cussing out the authorities, not even knowing who exactly got injured. It was the ICE agent, or even who they were arresting. It was someone known for harming their community. But I guess they're not solely to blame, as the corporate media is reporting only headlines, ICE agent shoots suspect during operation. Now this is prompting a massive response, conveniently omitting how it wasn't a random shooting. This was an illegal known for human smuggling and harming their spouse or cohabitant, who was ordered to be removed in 2019. But during his arrest, he rammed his car into the cops, forcing them to defensively fire, not even harming him as he attempted to flee right after. This is just the preliminary information, but it kinda sounds like he was an abusive scumbag, not only victimizing his own family, but his community as he was trafficking people to who knows what fate. But the mainstream media conveniently omits this information just to make their useful idiots take to the streets to protest against Trump's evil border laws, as they would like you to think there's these massive marches in Los Angeles, except upon closer or further inspection, there really isn't much interest in activism against ICE in LA.
Now begin a march in and around the downtown LA area. Now organizers are calling this the Free America Walkout. They are urging people to join them in protest of what they call fascism, the recent raids, and troops occupying cities.
And remember, just 7 months ago, this city was shut down for weeks, with thousands of activists shutting down everything, blocking the freeways, and massive riots local authorities could do nothing about. But then the Trump administration started looking into who was funding these riots, and they seemingly magically disappeared overnight. But I believe that's just half the equation. As of course, idiots will always go viral on the internet, but even the average intelligent American, like myself, is finally waking up to what's really happening with immigration enforcement. As over in Minneapolis, they're not going after innocent US citizens just going to work.
We're here to arrest a child offender, and you guys are out here honking.
Which wasn't the only instance of this.
Someone in this neighborhood that's in eyeshot of our location has sex offenses, convictions, and we're trying to find them and arrest them and get them off their street. But obviously it can't happen with us.
Okay,
Yes,
love
ma'am.
you.
Have a
Bye.
good day.
Take care, guys.
Go home your mom.
Which this exact scenario is playing out all across the country.
Illegally kidnapping people on their way to work. You should be embarrassed. You guys are breaking up families. Nah?
He's a file, man.
He's not a pedophile. I don't even know his name. Do you? Do you know his name? Why'd you arrest his friend?
Or even employees of some sports bar were shouting at state troopers, accusing them of being ICE.
So, ICE, Border Patrol, Louisiana.
Internet crimes against children, online predators.
Oh yeah, cool. We don't respect whatever you do. We don't believe you.
Yeah,
Full face on the internet. That's embarrassing. You're embarrassed of your job.
That eventually caught the attention of the local AG, saying she would charge those employees. But when ICE tries to explain, this is why we're arresting these individuals,
Many of these criminals already have a final order of removal, which means an immigration judge.
All right, we are watching this press conference, Immigration and Border Patrol officials out of Minneapolis as they begin.
Again reminding us, no matter how much shit.
Oh, quick, they're talking about the warrants. Cut it off, cut it off, cut it off. Bro, you don't hate the media nearly enough, dude.
You hate the mainstream media, you don't hate them enough. They're
Not nearly
for their
enough.
low information idiots to
These
think
people are
every
actually a
time
detriment.
law enforcement officer from any
I've said it a million
agency
times.
makes an arrest,
A free
that's
press
actually a
is
kidnapping
very
of
key to a
some
free
innocent
society,
lad just
but
driving
you have to
work.
make sure that
Not
press
the
isn't
many
able to just
instances of
lie.
known S-offenders illegally in the country that were previously in custody.
It's time some of these
somehow
people see
released by these
serious fucking
sanctuary
jail
city
time.
policies. And after they're done trafficking other immigrants into S-slavery, then trying to end the lives of federal agents with their vehicle, they demand Americans march on the streets on behalf of disbanding ICE. But the saddest aspect about all of this is both sides can admit there are dangerous individuals that need to be removed from America. The Democrats demand ICE be stopped, but have yet to provide an alternative to keeping Americans safe from dangerous criminals. And when faced with this reality, they become cranky toddlers.
Your reckless rhetoric is putting their lives in jeopardy, and you are making your city and your state less safe and secure.
You should be ashamed of yourself, and I'm going to pray for you that you lay down this burden and these lies, Sean. Shame on you, my brother. God have mercy on you. Shame on you. I'm going to pray for you because what you're doing is wrong. You are a disgrace.
Thank you very
have
much.
that $1,000
But the one that needs the prayer is you.
Openly admitting they don't care what happens to you as long as they are safe.
Do you fear for the safety of those agents that choose to be masked because of the target on their back?
I had a constituent that tried to kill me, serving 25 years in federal prison. The DOJ just prosecuted him. And so, I don't get to mask my face because I get threats. I got a police officer in front of my house.
Where regardless if they're on the right or the left, we want everybody to be safe. It's just insane to go on TV and say, yes, I know we live in a dangerous world, which requires criminals to be put in prison. But as long as I have a cop watching over my home, why would I care if you were forced to live next to a wanted violent felon who was already ordered out of the country? It doesn't take a genius to see their hypocrisy, and that's why I think these anti-ICE activists are dwindling, as nobody wants to be the useful idiot that gets arrested, all in the name of protecting evil politicians.
The FBI has apparently just served subpoenas to several officials here in Minneapolis, including members of the office of Governor Tim Walz.
Where ironically, recently disgraced Governor Walz demands you protest against borders and walls while hiding behind his home's walls.
Standing up for our neighbors who don't have a fence and don't have people to take them around and don't have lawyers to defend them. The resistance matters. We're not telling people to be silent, but we're not telling people to go out and cause problems. We're going to cause good trouble.
This is probably the most evil statement he's ever made, as the phrase good trouble is not only a lie about the riots he's essentially been calling for, but also Renee Good, who senselessly lost her life on behalf of Walz's political agenda, as good trouble sounds like he's demanding more of them sacrifice themselves to protect him from prosecution. And the worst part about this is it's met with cheers from these lemmings, as despite the fact that they have yet to stop a single arrest, Minnesota is still seeing some protests, where these pathetic protesters swarm gas stations to toss potato chips on Border Patrol Commander Greg Bavino. Which eventually results in the activists being gassed. And more arrests are made.
It's too busy here. Bro, high-level areas suck.
And again, it would somewhat make sense if this ended in 50 US citizens prevented from being sent to Alligator Alcatraz, or even 5 less deportations of their coveted Tren de Aragua gang members. But it didn't. It just resulted in several activists being arrested, more money being spent on the salaries of these ICE agents, and yet another example as to why they need more federal forces to flood Minneapolis. Of course, there will always be idiots that will believe every single thing the media says, but even if you're paying the slightest amount of attention, this makes you realize none of their narrative makes sense. They want you to believe Tom Homan flooding the zone with federal agents is evil, but somehow didn't think this when Obama was giving him a presidential medal for deportations. As honestly, this image looks like it's AI, but I'm thinking it isn't, as he did indeed receive the Presidential Rank Award for deporting over 920,000 individuals for Obama. Once again proving this isn't about virtues or human rights. This is the Democrats realizing if they say enough stupid, emotionally manipulative shit, they can turn their brown nosers into brown shirts. So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription and you'll subscribe to Decoy.
Ah, crap. Oh, it's at dinner. We got those. I need the other ones.
Energy costs? oh, you know, my job is not to do that calculus.
It is my view that the governor and her staff are realizing that the overall cost of these programs is exorbitant. It's quite high.
There has been an election year delay for the Clean Heat Standard, a regulatory mandate designed to force consumers away from traditional home heating fuels and into electrification as part of the state's net zero by 2050 agenda.
So that right there was Governor Maura Healey, the current governor in the state of Massachusetts, talking about how she doesn't really think about political considerations when it comes to energy policy in her state. And the reason she doesn't do that is because it's not actually her job to make those calculations. And of course, she says this just prior to her deciding to put a delay on a standard that she is to implement before the election in 2026 that she has now pushed back to 2028 in order to again avoid the backlash from the everyday residents of the state of Massachusetts. But make no mistake about it, if you are in New England and well aware of the fact that winter gets cold in New England and you happen to unfortunately live in Massachusetts, of all the territories of New England, you will be faced with soaring heating bills if Maura Healey is re-elected, because the changes to the heat pump systems are mandated by law, and her delay is nothing more than an election tactic in order to make sure you guys don't notice what you're actually going to be paying. And this is what we're going to talk about today, because Governor Healey of Massachusetts has essentially put a tax on heating your home in the winter. She doesn't want you to know that that's exactly what she's doing, and she's hoping that you re-elect her, thus validating her agenda, even though again a premise of her re-election is you not actually feeling the full impact of said agenda. So this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
In simple terms, a clean heat standard would require all fossil fuel providers to either install electric heat pumps or another clean technology, which is the only one they're entertaining is liquid biofuel. The other piece of a clean heat standard, very important, if you are not able to do either one of those, heat pumps or liquid biofuel, you'll have to pay the state what's called an alternative compliance payment. It's essentially a tax.
Originally scheduled to begin in 2026, the new energy tax in the Clean Heat Standard would raise heating costs, first on households using natural gas, oil, or propane, and would eventually be applied to electric heating.
It will be high, and that will impact the price of those fuels.
So the way that this was described right there by this organization is absolutely perfect. What this is a tax on regular ordinary residents, and it's a tax on their heating bills, which of course impacts them during the devastatingly cold New England winters that Massachusetts residents experience each and every year. However, it is a hidden tax, or it's at least meant to be a hidden tax, as it hits you on both ends. So obviously, if you switch over to this supposedly more efficient electric heating pump under the promise that you're going to get a tax credit for doing so, you are going to pay the tax in the form of higher electric bills, which of course was something that caught a lot of residents by surprise when they ended up thinking the tax credit would benefit them, and then they made the switch. However, if you don't actually do the switch, if you keep your oil or gas or other form of heating in your home, you're happy with it because your electric bills are considered to be relatively low, especially in the winter, well, guess what? You're going to get screwed over again, because this actually requires the power companies to charge you more money for the delivery of your gas or of your oil in order to compensate for the people who do switch over to those pumps. So yes, you as a Massachusetts resident will be paying for this one way or another. And again, don't take my word for it, and don't take my word for it this close to the 2026 gubernatorial election. There was actually a segment that was done by the local ABC affiliate out in Massachusetts in May of 2025 that reviewed the past winter's electric and heating bills, and what they ultimately ended up discovering was that the promise of lower electric bills because you're switching to a more efficient electric heat was absolutely false, ridiculous, not true, and again, was devastating to those who made the switch, thinking the tax credit would compensate for it. Let me just play you some of that so you can hear what people's actual experience was.
All right, so for months now, I've shown you how gas heating bills exploded this winter, thanks mostly to sky-high delivery fees. A big part of those delivery charges go toward getting people to switch to electric heat. But some who already made that switch are fired up too. They say electric heat so far is shockingly expensive and the state has to do more.
Now, of course, the premise of this local ABC affiliate news segment is that the state has to do more. That's what everyday residents in Massachusetts are saying. However, this premise is fundamentally flawed for a number of reasons. First and foremost, you would not be in this position but for the state acting in the way that they did. And again, as outlined by the local ABC affiliate, the reason it's more expensive on the gas side is because of taxes that were raised to cover the cost of these electric heating pumps on the electric side. So essentially, what you're experiencing as a resident in the state of Massachusetts is a tax that is masquerading as a non-tax that is raising the cost of your ability to heat your home throughout the course of the winter. It is very understandable, with affordability being a hot button issue, why Governor Healy would sneakily delay this tax or delay further implementation of this tax to 2028. But make no mistake about it, she is legally obligated based on previous legislation to enforce this at some point in time against your average everyday residents, and you're likely to see even bigger electric and heating bills after 2028 because the deadline for them to meet this arbitrary global warming goal is 2030.
Laura and Joe Stevens couldn't believe their electric bills this winter. It was the first season after they scrapped their old gas furnace for this new electric heat pump that's supposed to be highly efficient. They say it's certainly efficient at burning through their money. Do you regret making that switch?
Absolutely. I thoroughly regret it.
Enticed by a rebate from Mass Save and facing an aging gas furnace, Laura and Joe thought they were going green and would save some green. With the solar panels on the roof of their Stoughton home, they hardly used to pay an electric bill, owing National Grid less than $800 total for all of last winter. But after they installed the electric heat pump, a single month bill this December surged to $853.
So as you can see right there, in New England, the winter is considered half the year. It's November through March, and their grand total for electricity and heating throughout that period of time was under $800. So they had affordable power. However, what ultimately ended up happening was as soon as they made this switch to, again, what was promised to be a much more efficient electric heating system, they started paying more than their total winter bill per month as a regular ordinary thing, over $800 in order to heat their home with, again, something that was promised to them to be more efficient, something that is based on electricity that, by the way, is supposed to also dip power from their own solar panels. But guess what? It turns out that those rumors about efficiency, absolutely false. Essentially, they got scammed with a tax credit that covered installation, and now they're paying again on the back end in order to heat their home. And as you can see, these are two elderly individuals who now cannot heat their home properly during the winter, or if they do heat it properly, they're going to face extraordinary bills as a consequence.
The bills just seem to have kept climbing and climbing.
In Billerica, Paul Nuccio says his new electric heat pump, which was installed last August, heats his house more evenly than his old oil system, but says the cost of that heat doubled this winter.
I don't regret it in terms of how the system works. I do regret it in terms of the cost.
So this guy had a very similar experience to the couple that we showed previously. However, he did give the caveat that he actually likes the way the electric heat pump works better, as he thinks it more evenly heats his home. But the fact is, his bill ended up doubling, despite the fact that he was promised lower costs and a more efficient system than his previous oil system. But what's more fascinating than this is that not only did his bill actually double, but as a way to basically keep his bill down, but also keep his home warm, he decided to add in a much older style of heating, much more inefficient in terms of global warming than, you know, actually burning oil in your home. And that was, of course, to have two wood-burning fireplaces going during the winter to keep him warm.
His January bill, for instance, surged from $443 last year to $709 this year, and he supplements his electric heat with two wood-burning stoves. What do you think your bill would have been had you not had the wood stove?
My guess is it would have hit $1,000.
I swear global warming types are the dumbest people in human history. Their obsession with solar and wind, their opposition to nuclear power, and now this program that, of course, is going to raise the cost of electricity for everyday residents of Massachusetts. In fact, it's already doing so. That has to be supplemented in certain households with a wood-burning fireplace that again would completely offset all the supposed carbon gains that you're supposed to get by switching over to the thing in the first place. Like, we're going backwards in terms of technology while we're being promised the future, and this obviously is a reason why Governor Healy is feeling a lot of pressure to kind of delay these costs, put them off to the future, so hopefully she could secure her election victory, and then she could really turn the screws to the same people that ended up voting for her because she wants them to be suckers in the scheme that she's running.
In Massachusetts, the state says electric heat is the future and wants every home to switch off fossil fuels like oil and gas, replacing them with electric heat pumps like these. It's why Mass Save now only offers rebates for electric heat. Heating with electricity is supposed to help the state meet its climate goals, as a growing share of the region's electricity comes from renewable sources. But these homeowners say getting there is proving painfully expensive.
Now again, another thing that pisses me off about the green agenda is that we could actually have efficient power, efficient energy that doesn't produce carbon dioxide, which is what they're the most worried about. But the thing is, in order to do that, all we would have to do is start building nuclear power plants, which is relatively easy to do in comparison to expecting wind and solar to somehow become more efficient, less dilute forms of energy.
And we've been having to play some defense too.
The Healy administration has pushed its implementation to January 1st, 2028. The delay ensures the policy will not take effect until after the 2026 gubernatorial election, and during the first full winter of Governor Maura Healey's second term.
Whether this is a political maneuver on Governor Healey's part, they're reticent about moving aggressively with some of these programs. I'm not sure what they're considering as an alternative. They are bound by statute to do this. There's no question about that. They've got to meet the requirements of the Global Warming Solutions Act.
Now, even though nuclear energy works and it would actually lead to an increase in power output, thus an increase in the lifestyle and standard of living of the American people, as we would get more affordable, more abundant energy in a more efficient way, we end up seeing that these very same global warming groups that are so concerned about oil and coal end up being opposed to nuclear energy, because guess what? It is not a bug that this gives the government more control of your day-to-day life. That is actually the feature. Remember, we last talked about Massachusetts and how they were going to try to sneakily implement a driving tax that caps the amount of miles that everyday individuals can drive throughout the course of that state. And the reason they want to do this and not just raise the gas tax, which again technically does tax you for the amount that you actually drive by taxing you by the gallon of the fuel that you use to drive, is because they want more control over who is going where, and they want to use that money to basically make more public transit, again, something that they also control. This is about the authoritarian policy. Again, that's not the bug, that's the feature. That's why they never ask for people to build more nuclear power plants. In fact, they go out of their way to shut down nuclear power plants.
I think we're hearing more and more cases where people aren't realizing the savings they were expecting.
Babson finance professor Ryan Davies has worked on utility rates and agrees the state needs to bring down electricity costs to drive wider adoption of electric heat.
I mean, I think everyone wants to help the environment, but when it comes at the end of the day, right, it's people's pocketbooks.
The Department of Public Utilities is exploring lower winter electric rates just for people who heat with electricity.
So they bring on some expert to talk about the costs of electric bills in the state of Massachusetts and how the state of Massachusetts needs to do something in order to cover the cost for average everyday residents. And the solution that is proposed is that if you actually switch over to one of these electric heat pumps, the amount of money you're going to spend per kilowatt hour is actually going to go down. So essentially, you're going to get a subsidized rate of electricity, and hopefully that will solve everybody's problem. But in reality, as we've seen time and time again, that solution is anything but a solution. It's just a subsidization of demand, and what happens when you subsidize demand is that people consume more. So what's ultimately end up going to happen is that will raise the cost of electricity for everybody else. And by the way, since more electricity will be consumed, that will also raise the cost of electricity for the people that are consuming it at this subsidized rate. It is such a dumb policy. It's so backwards. It's so insane. Again, as we see time and time again, they never propose the actual solution, which would be nuclear power increasing increasing energy capacity, increasing the amount of supply so that way you can meet the demand. Instead, they want to subsidize demand endlessly and then bitch and moan about why electricity is so expensive. Want to fix housing? We're not going to build any new housing. What we're going to do is give you tax credits, extra loans, subsidized demand on that side. Holy crap, lower interest rates. Let's add that in there. Wow, prices are going up. Who could have figured that would have happened? Education? You know what? We're not going to actually do anything about the cost of education other than make sure you could borrow more money, give you more Pell Grants, give you more state aid, and oh my shit, what's even happening? The cost of education is going up through the roof. How is this even possible that the thing that happens each and every time when we try this stupid ass solution happens each and every time? It's insane. It's ridiculous. And again, Governor Healy is an absolute coward because she doesn't want to face the music of actually implementing this policy because voters might reject it. But you, as a Massachusetts voter, do not need to be fooled by her nonsense. You need to expose it. You need to look her directly in the face, reject her at the ballot box, because make no mistake about it, you are going to be forced into this position. You are going to be forced to pay more for electricity, more for heating during the course of the winter, just so Governor Healy could say that she's meeting her climate goals and she's a wonderful, amazing green governor. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what your thoughts are down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the Massachusetts governor implementing a secret tax on heating your home. Until next time.
So, Rich, real quick, wasn't it great when Star Trek had individual episodes?
It was.
A beginning, a middle, and an end. Wasn't that great? Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about Star Trek Picard some more. Episodes.
They did. People. New York. There's no bullshit with these people.
Yeah, you always know who you're dealing with in New York. Hello, Jews!
Looking, the servers were fucked? Oh, I just logged right in. I wasn't online today though.
Jesus, watch where you're going!
It's a crosswalk, jackass! We have the right of way!
Yeah.
Whoa!
Hey, what the hell you doing walking around dressed like Star Wars?
It's Comic-Con, you idiot! We're going to the Javits Center.
Well, you're the idiots, because you three guys would never be walking together.
Yeah, you're his boss, and you two guys are enemies.
Yeah, bite me, Captain Kirk!
Hey, Mo, come on. No, that's Star Trek.
Yeah, that's two different franchises.
Yeah, sorry, guys. She doesn't know.
Nah, it's okay. I'm sorry you have to deal with that.
Let's go.
Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. Gold.
I feel bad.
Bro, why are they always Thunderers? I don't want Thunderers, I need the other one. Actually, I just need the Gorilla. Dude, girls only spawn in that area? That's fucking bullshit, bro.
Bad for Minneapolis, like,
It's like
beat
this
cops.
big. There's like
the chief
5
is out there
gorillas.
complaining about what's happening over there and how tied up their resources are
And
because they
12
get
people.
what they, or you reap what you sow.
Administration officials are adamant that this action that they are undertaking in Minneapolis right now is making this city safer.
Targeted, precise, pre-planned operations on violent offenders. That is a good thing.
Okay.
But I'm concerned that people in the
wait. We have criminal elements to this undocumented community, but
administration don't actually understand the reality of what's happening on the street.
yeah, because your administration, well, your mayor, your boss says get the F out, fight, and then tells you not to arrest the antagonizers. And there's a very clear example of them doing that. This is your fault. They're gonna throw you under the bus. You know
I
your
felt like
career's
playing it.
over, and I think one of your beat cops is
And apparently, I chose a very proper date as well because they just installed the pre-patch on February 5. The Burning Crusade goes live classic. I wanted to play the old one, right? Because we played the hardcore one, but I didn't want to play hardcore. I just wanted to play the old one and. Well, in February 5, yes. Right now, it's right before Burning Crusade. That's why I'm like leveling up so heavily as well. I'm 53. I want to be properly ready when Burning Crusade comes out because I want to play Arena, right? You can do Arena now because that's a Burning Crusade thing, by the way, the Arena. You can do Arena now, but it doesn't actually do anything yet. Practice mode, basically, right? I mean, you get honor and stuff, but there's nothing like when Burning Crusade comes out, then the arena like fully deploys, so to speak. Mage is pretty chill. I'm just blasting. A regular and a flying mount. The flying mount's in the bank because I can only use that in Burning Crusade right when that comes out. So I have it, but I can't actually use it. Well, I mean, I can use it on the floor, right? But no, I can't because I need to be level 70 and that's not even in the game yet. No, I can't use it yet. But I will. This guy out because he's gonna die. Pay to win, basically, right? To be fair, it's only 45 gold for like a mount and the riding skill, because you still need to buy the riding skill, which is like I think 35 gold, 30 gold, something along those lines. I need a gorilla. What's up, Dodo? How you doing, sir? Fucking resist. I feel like an American police officer playing fucking mage, though. Resist, resist, resist. Everyone resists, man. It's very annoying. Mine. But yeah. Mage is still good, right? It's classic. I don't think Mage has ever been bad. Has Mage ever been bad? I don't remember. I think so. Of course, he didn't drop the belt. Oh yeah, this is my 40 bucks! Sort of. I have another one. And a bunch of toys and shit. Hearthstone. I don't really care about that shit. No, but I know, but like, I mean, over each iteration, I don't think Mage has ever been a bad class. Because there's a couple of patches where even rogues just got nerfed to the ground, right? But because you could say overall rogue has been a top tier class always. But technically that's not true, right? That's what I mean. Like, same with Mage. I don't think. Actually, I think Mage has like one patch where it was like, huh, what the fuck were you guys thinking? But apart from that, I think it was always been an S tier class. It's also semi-easy to make money with, because Portal and Fender. yeah, Maze always historically been top tier. Warlock in this iteration is also really good, because I feel Warlock in retail is a little bit. You can do better, you know. Well, they might be the best farmers for gold, but you'd have to use a build that's not optimal for PvE or PvP. Like, you gotta use a specific build for that, right? Damn it, I don't want to fight this one. There's nobody here. It's meta. Mita and Dine are all playing. Even Ice is playing, but he subbed to the wrong server again, and now he has to wait until February. Dude's on an NA instead of EU. To be fair, Blizzard needs to make that easier to see. I literally go through my like attached games because they're separate there, and you can like easily click the right one. Right? But if you go through the fucking shop, it doesn't show you at all. I feel like this should be kind of illegal, right? Because I feel like that's a way of saying, well, you subbed to the NA, that's your fault. You know what I mean? Like, motherfucker. Maybe make that a little bit more obvious then, you know? I feel like that's... deceptive practices, there we go, that's the word I was looking for. But yeah, it's a guild Meta's been in the whole time. For years already, apparently. So. They seem nice. I just don't read their politics channel. Because a bunch of them are very left. Like, I looked at it once, I saw some really, really ignorant take, and I was like, okay, we're not going on here. I'm not talking about these guys with politics. I'm just here to play my fucking WoW game, dude. I don't care. No? It was a gorilla. I feel like this guy tried to train them on me. Back. Damn it. This last belt is being very annoying. Is why I still pay to play? Oh yeah. Of course, it's Blizzard, bro. Kind of question is that? I'm gonna die. Oh, it fucked me. Yep, it fucked me. My blink. I was angled just off, so the wall was in the way, and it like blinked me like 2 centimeters forward instead of, you know, 15 meters or 20 yards, whatever the fuck it is. 20 yards. What's 20 yards? 5 meters, 10 meters. Use real measurements, for fuck's sake. $18 meters, there you go. Almost had it though. We're almost there. Like 7 more levels, and then I'm 60 on this one. Could start doing some PvP for the honor, so I can get a couple of nice little pieces ready. I love the fact I'm level 53. I still completely look like a bum, dude. I love that more than retail, where at level 10 you look just fine. You know, it's like, what? Why do I look... I'm supposed to be a goddamn bum, like just putting on whatever the fuck I find. Why do I look like a snazzy warrior? I shouldn't, right? I should look like, you know, wooden shield, oak-age weapon, like dumbass fucking boots, like a blue pants and a green fucking mail because I couldn't find anything else yet. You know what I mean? Like, I like that about Classic. The fact that you're like, you just, I mean, function over fashion right now, right? Maybe at 60 I'll think about it. No. stole him. If this guy drops my pelt now, I'll be extra happy. Let's go, baby! Suck it, hordes! Got him! Mine. Oh, I need to kill these things. Oh, wrong. Yeah, I'm having a blast, dude. Like my old stomping grounds. I haven't played vanilla in 20 years, you know? So, like, you don't get to these areas anymore in retail, right? You're past them in like 5 seconds, if you even get there at all. Bro, I was like you, and then I started playing it again, and then I'm like you again, and then I start playing it again. Like, there's something about it still, man. Like, it still is one of the best MMOs out there. It just is. And I still maintain, by the way, like this is not a juxtaposition. I still maintain that it's one of the best MMOs ever made, but it's also one of the reasons the MMO basically died. Yeah, yeah. It's because before WoW, right? You've seen me play Star Wars Galaxies, right? I'm not sure if you played it alongside of us, but when we went back to like that custom server just to check it out again, like there was so much more to do. It was so much more expansive. It was so much more do whatever the fuck you want, like an actual sandbox. Well, this is basically a narrative towards level 60, and then at max level you can do what a bunch of activities that are, you know, pretty fun. To get like better and better and better slightly. But in MMOs before this they were focused on the massive. You know what I mean? But honestly, here's the thing as well, right? Yeah, it's $12 a month, I know, but it's like 5 gigabytes, 10 gigabytes, right? Because it's classic. I don't even play retail. Retail is like 120 gigabytes. I didn't even install retail, right? Like, I'm just here for classic right now. And the fact that Burning Crusade is coming in 2 weeks now, right? 12 days? What? February 5th. I don't even know what day is today. 22nd? So 9 days. 14 days. Now's your chance. Like, I'm playing it, Meta is playing it. He's online right now, I think. Yeah. So, Jonan.
Inventory is full.
Dine's playing it. And we're in a guild with a bunch of people who play this shit forever. So there's like a nice
carry anymore.
Nice base to build off of, I guess. Like some dude gave me like 3 different 14 slot bags, which are not that cheap, right? Like, oh, I got rune cloth here. Oh, thank you. Yes, yo, fuck yeah. Because I was complaining in the guild chat, like, Jesus Christ, man, I'm like constantly deleting items and stuff. Because I'm using Rested Experience, which is really nice. It basically tells you like the most efficient way to get to 60. The downside of that is it doesn't go sell all that often, so I was like, I'm like deleting shit out of my inventory to put quest items in there and shit. Like, it was very annoying to deal with. So I was complaining about it, and the guy's like, oh yeah, let me make you some bags. Oh yeah, sure. What'll it cost me? Nothing. Oh, perfect. Right? Yes, please. My favorite price. And it doesn't have the bullshit of all the level crunch. Like, it's still like the old school WoW, right? You pull 2 enemies, you best be fucking prepared for 2 enemies, because you're gonna die if you're not, right? It doesn't hold your hand like retail does. Because of the Burning Crusade, we're actually getting a lot bigger. Because that's coming up. Like, people have been joining. Like, right now there's only 5 online, but there's 83 total. There's a bunch of alts in there, though. But, at night, it's going up to 16 to 20 people online. So, that's pretty decent, in my opinion. I don't want, like, 1,000-strong guild either, you know? Not too small, not too big. Perfect. And everyone's seemingly very friendly. I've made it a point not to talk about politics, though. Like I said, I'm just here to play my game, dude. If they're talking politics, I'm just ignoring it. I don't think they do in guild chat. I want to keep that separate. I just want to be here playing my game, right? Ironically, I listen to a lot of politics shit, but while playing the game. But I mean, like, in the guild chat, right? On the stream, that's a different story. But yeah, I seen you lurking. You're starting to get that itch, huh? I was too. Oh, I will never ever play the game. Like an hour later, we're playing it. Like, you fucker, right? You fucker.
Is full. I can't carry anymore.
I know you heard that. Like, I can see your name in the chat, bro. I know you're here. I was right, though. I didn't say anything that wasn't true. Oh, I need this. Oh. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the PvP though. The arena should be fun. And yet, it turned into WoW. Wow.
Wow.
Fun fact, that's Eddie Wally. That meme? He was Belgian. He died. National treasure lost.
inventory is full.
Rah! The bane of my existence.
I can't carry anymore.
I can't use that yet. There's no way I'm gonna find the carpet animation that I'm talking about. There's like 100 of them. I can't find it. It's funny because it's true. That's funny. Oh god, this guy's brilliant, dude. Like, this guy is absolutely brilliant.
Damn.
Get down.
I will hunt you down. Well, all right then.
I'm out of range.
Well played.
It's so dumb. Do-do-do-do. I don't think I've ever seen these before.
Hello. Inventory is full.
Damn it.
You understand, right?
The fucking totem. The totem was the best part of that whole sketch, dude. Dumb. Seriously, this guy needs 7 million subscribers, bro. It's crazy. I've been following him since he had like 100k. Right? Since StarCrafts. God damn, that's like a decade ago.
I can't carry anymore.
The fuck is this?
Dabu. A fine choice. Know any good jokes? Excellent. Attack now! I am the essence of magic!
The water elementals. Oh god.
Hey guys, it's me, his best friend. It's Carbot. Welcome to Hearthstone Battleground, a new game mode in Hearthstone made just for you. You got 8 people. Look at all these guys here. They look angry. And you take them on in an 8-way free-for-all brawl. And if you win, you get, what do you get? Self-respect. Yeah, that's pretty good. So you want to win. You want to be like this guy right here. This is you. Well, it could be. But first, you must learn how to master Battleground. And I'm going to teach you. Trust me, I know. I'm level 25 chicken. First, you must choose one of these heroes. There are a ton of heroes to choose from, and you'll be presented with a different selection of heroes each time you play. And each hero has their own unique power, which will drastically impact your strategy in the battleground. In battlegrounds, you don't build a deck. You're first. Commanders have a whole host of weapons and abilities that they can utilize to dance across the battlefield to destroy.
There are only like 3 episodes apparently. So, Sin, if you would play WoW, what would you do? What would your class be?
I can't carry anymore.
This Paul Morrow is here, and he's a Fox News contributor and a retired NYPD inspector. This thing feels like it is growing. What did you think about the interview from the jail?
Yeah.
Can we take it seriously?
Here's the thing. Obviously, she has an incentive to say what she's saying. She's looking at 30 years. She's very involved with this. The danger for the people she's talking about, Wall, Ellison, and others, is the fact that she can serve as a pointer. Whether we choose to believe her or not, it comes down to will a grand jury, or ultimately, if it goes to trial, a petit jury, a jury of her peers, 12 people, potentially believing her testimony relative to these other people. But when you have somebody like this that was on the inside, we always called it an intelligence, a pointer. She's there to tell you as you go through a mountain of emails, a mountain of communications, which we know they serve subpoenas to get. Those subpoenas for documents, right, including electronic
Documents.
As you ferret through a mountain of stuff, if you have a quote-unquote pointer to say, no, forget about that, look over here, saves you a lot of time, it helps focus the investigation, and sure, they might have to cut a deal so that she has less time in order to testify and all of that. That's how cases are made. Anybody who's ever seen a mafia movie knows that.
Seems like a weak defense. I kept asking, they kept giving, and it's their fault, not mine.
She's not getting out of that.
By the way, 250 million stolen allegedly. About 75 million has been recovered. So there's a lot of money out there that someone has illegally. Now we got some breaking news, Paul. I'm going to get to that on a Fox News alert because moments ago, remember that church incident on Sunday in Minneapolis? The ACM body posted this. All right, I'm reading now. Minutes ago, at my direction, HSI and FBI agents executed an arrest in Minnesota. So far, we've arrested okay, we'll come back to that. So far, we have arrested Nakima Levy Armstrong, who allegedly played a key role in organizing the coordinated attack on City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. We will share more updates as they become available. Listen loud and clear. We do not tolerate attacks on places of worship, end quote. I want you to react to that. But on Monday, Trish McLaughlin was on with Dana and me, and part of her answer said, I think we will be seeing mugshots very soon. She was tipping her hand that arrests were on the way, and this is the first one that's been made.
Yeah, and you know, look, there's going to be very, very little that they can do in defense of this because it's on film, and for once they didn't cover their faces. Now here is the thing that's going to come out of this. You have her under arrest, now you're going to get the communications. And this is where it starts to spider web out. You start to see who's talking to who showed up in regard, including Don Lemon. How much did they all know going in? That imports things like conspiracy charges, which can be quite heavy. There's criminal civil rights charges that are implicated in the church incident.
This is also because one of the things that we found out about that was that they were targeting them because they were privileged white supremacists.
We talked about that earlier in the week. Not only did that come out in the video and that they said something like that in the church, but then after the fact, Lemon talks about exactly that. Putting a racial overtone in the whole thing, which potentially could import a hate crime. So this was
another
really
thing
badly
about this,
done.
the woman that they've just arrested, I talked a little bit about this on the 5 yesterday because Cam Cawthorn, he writes for Fox Digital, and he had a piece about her. So she's been doing professional protesting and organizing for a long time. She gets a lot of grants from different nonprofits, and she's always made more money than she has spent. So like there's a financial incentive for her. There's a business model for these types of things.
We've talked about this really since I've been on the network. One of the things that I've tried to sort of bang the gong on that I think a lot of police who do investigations see that the public doesn't see is that there is a job, career protester, and it has developed over the last, let's say, dozen years or so into a very lucrative industry. And you have people who do this for a living make a ton of money. They weaponize people who don't know any better, and to use the Leninist term, useful idiots. They're looking for any cause in the world. They get them out of the campuses. They grow those groups and those institutions, and then they pick out people who want to stay in that world, who don't go back to East Cupcake and get a job eventually after college. They stay in that, they become the middle management, and it grows and it grows. It's very much like any other industry. The problem with it is if you dig down deep enough, you find out that there's tax money going into all of this stuff.
Keep in mind, she said so far, so that would indicate more to come. Paul, thank you. I mean, trespassing at a minimum. I mean, you were not invited in. That's not your property.
At the state level, where's the minute? Well, by the way, this is St. Paul. Where's the St. Paul chief of police?
Fair point.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Steve Douchey. Unfortunate name. That's the only thing I hear when he says it. Like, I'm sorry. I know I'm the bad guy here. I totally am. But I can't unthink it.
I feel bad for Minneapolis like beat cops, but the chief is out there complaining about what's happening over there and how tied up their resources are because they get what or you reap what you sow.
Administration officials are adamant that this action that they're undertaking in Minneapolis right now is making this city safer.
Targeted, precise, pre-planned operations on violent offenders. That is a good thing. Okay. But I'm concerned that people in the...
wait, we have criminal elements to this undocumented community, but...
administration don't actually understand the reality of what's happening on the street.
Yeah, because your administration, well, your mayor, your boss, says, get the F out, fight, and then tells you not to arrest the antagonizers. And there's a very clear example of them doing that. This is your fault. They're gonna throw you under the bus. You know your career's over, and I think one of your beat cops is probably going to prison when they enforce the law.
Chief O'Hara told us the city's 911 system is overwhelmed by complaints about immigration enforcement.
What are you seeing?
Multiple calls of people who have been subjected to tear gas, pepper spray.
And mind you, none of these people are out there quietly paying their taxes, doing the right thing at home. They're all out there antagonizing the police. Again, the mainstream media, 60 Minutes, instantaneously cut to when they're like finally being told no for the first time in their life.
At least one case, a person was removed from the vehicle and the car wasn't even placed in park and it was rolling down the roadway.
If anybody should know about how rough law enforcement is, it should be him. But like I said, I don't feel bad for a chief in a deep blue city like Minneapolis, because for him to ascend to the level of chief of police in this city, you know he wasn't a get-done type of cop. But why did they get to this level? Like, how did it become a thing where they're getting inundated with 911 calls because ICE is out there? Is it because his own political party, his own affiliation, is out there saying, call the police when you see law enforcement?
And we love our neighbors. We protect our neighbors. Rev, I was doing a number of immigrant-owned business tours yesterday across Minnesota. And one of the things that we're seeing right now is our local cities are telling business owners, if ICE comes on to this parking lot, if ICE comes in to your business.
And they also don't know how to correctly identify ICE. So when they see law enforcement or just masculinity, men with tinted vehicles, SUVs, they call 911. It's ridiculous. Don't do this, guys.
Let's call 911. We're going to send out local police to try to de-escalate ICE. We are in a...
The local police does not tell ICE what to do. They have no bearing over them. All they're going to do is actually stop the protesters from blocking the streets. They know that to be the case, and yet they keep on parroting this talking point.
Circumstance in our country where literally we're calling on local law enforcement to try to come out and de-escalate federal agents in our country.
Watch her eyes. I think she's reading a script. This isn't just her having a conversation. When you see the eyes go slightly like this over there, like you'll see it in my videos. I script my decoy videos. My eyes will slightly move. It's subtle, so you don't notice it. I don't think that she's having a conversation. She actually wrote this out to say it. I think she's reading a script.
Stance in our country where literally we're calling on local law enforcement to try to come out and de-escalate federal agents in our country. It's just extraordinary. And Minnesotans, we know how to fight. This is no time for Minnesota.
We know how to fight. And then they'll go on TV, de-escalate it. People are being maced. It's like, no. This is on purpose. You know what you're doing.
Nice. In Minnesota, we see...
Yeah, they're making it worse, and then he has the audacity to go on TV and say, stop calling 911. Trump is doing this. It's like, no. Let them do what they do. Actually, just let them inside the courthouse so they can arrest them safely in the courthouse when they're already in custody. But no. What's happening out there is the police are being called on to protect the protesters and fight the federal government. That's why I say at some point in time, one of his officers is probably going to have to arrest a protester, an activist. The activist will get hurt. Mayor Frey will demand that officer be put in prison for the rest of their life. He's going to be fired. He knows he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. It's only a matter of time because he sees stuff like this. I think it's Cam Higby she's alluding to. Someone tried to steal his camera.
Don't touch my camera, bitch. What's wrong with you? I will fucking mace you. Don't touch my camera, motherfucker.
Yeah, the entitlement of, I'm gonna grab your stuff, your personal property, because I think you're ICE. So if I think you're ICE, I think I'm protected and attacking you, or call 911 when I get maced.
No.
That's not how you get to 60.
Followed by 3 cars, even though it's very obvious.
Lazy
that
bum.
We're not ICE. Why are they following you?
Well,
And we were just
leveling wise.
at a stop sign, and I noticed.
It's okay. They tried to steal his camera. They're fighting him, right? But then a video, I can't show you the whole thing. Nick sorta has a $1,000 camera, and then they steal his camera. What?
Hey! Hey, get... What did she just do? She fucking...
She stole his camera, and then later on, he gets dragged from her vehicle as she flees with it. Can't show all of it, but apparently the person, the car that was affiliated with it, has an address that has an owner of a kids' autism center in the Somali community. Makes you wonder why they're so intent on you not filming their autism center. Is it possibly because fraud? But here's why I don't feel bad for the Minneapolis Police Department, because you have stuff like this where they say, hey, they stole my $1,000 camera and dragged me across the street.
Looking for the car, but you guys got to do us a favor and stay out of this area. All right, we don't want anything else escalating to this point again. We got a lot of reports.
Well, we just don't. I mean, I guess
You don't have your freedom of speech. The journalists have no place in our city because we can't control things. Get out of our city.
Felony versus them just not liking
we get it.
How did they try to steal my camera earlier? We're the ones holding you.
We're not justifying what they did. We're trying to keep the peace.
Yeah, I'm not trying to justify what they did. I'm just not giving the green light to keep the peace. So I'm telling the victims to stop wearing short skirts. That's exactly what they're telling Cam Higby right now. Don't have your camera there because you might be attacked. We could arrest the people stealing your camera, but you know what? Someone's gotta defend the predators.
At the end of the day. And the bottom line is, you guys obviously aren't from the area.
But it's like if I'm a woman and I...
You're not from the area, guys. You know who else isn't from the area?
Get raped for wearing tight jeans, and it's like...
Oh yeah, he said the same thing.
It's
like, that's not what we're saying.
Well,
that's exactly what he said. Get out of this area, because we...
Looking for the car, but you guys got to do us a favor and stay out of this area. All right, we don't want anything else escalating to this point again. We got a lot of reports.
Well, we just don't... I mean, I guess I'm not...
Here's the problem is, you can lock up the violent criminals. It's a small percentage of a community. Just lock them up, throw them in jail for decades at a time. You could do that, and then everybody can walk in peace. I can have my $1,000 camera out. I can just do whatever. But if you refuse to lock up the criminals, just like
stop breaking the law, asshole.
We're no longer gonna lock up people stealing merchandise from stores. Property crimes are now legal essentially over there for a long period of time. Prop 47, 57, and then to a lesser extent 64 because it impacts it with the drug use. But
too far away.
I'm an expert on this. I lived it. Prop 47, 57 legalized crime in a lot of ways in Deep Blue, California. So since they don't lock up the criminals, every single store has to lock up potato chips. Like even at the local Target, pop caps on a cell phone, like the thing that goes on your phone to like so you can like be on your phone easier. They have to lock those up because it gets stolen so much. So you can either lock up the criminals or lock up virtually everything and kick out journalists and get rid of their First Amendment right because you can't enforce a law. That's why nobody feels bad for you guys.
What I don't understand is like versus them just not liking we get attacked and assaulted. By the way, they tried to steal my camera earlier, and we're the ones told to leave. Like,
I'm not justifying what they did, but we're trying to keep the peace at the end of the day. And
it's the double speak. Oh, they stop calling 911, but we're going to encourage this. And then also over here, Vote Vet says, know the difference. Minnesota National Guard under Governor Walz's command will not be wearing the face masks like Border Patrol. They will have reflective vests on. This will distinguish them from people cosplaying for ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, Department of Homeland Security. And Phil Labonte calling them out saying, they won't be wearing face masks, but we'll blur the faces on the internet for the same exact reason federal agents wear face masks. And here's the problem that I find here is, unfortunately, this is the way our political system is right now. People enforcing laws on behalf of the left, the Democrats, they don't have to worry about crazed conservatives doxing them and showing up to their homes and yelling things at their family, going on TikTok with their bizarre hygiene choices and yelling, we're going to poison their food, we're going to do dangerous things to their family, we're going to seek revenge because we don't care about democracy.
I didn't realize I got it already.
Fear for their lives if they're just parroting what the television,
Who gave it to me?
corporations and the Chinese social media feeds say. Conservatives, on the other hand, they really do got to worry about their faces being seen when they're enforcing border laws, because the psychosis that the left cultivates will result in them being harmed. But the idea that they can't even remain consistent on the idea that real law enforcement agents don't wear masks, even though they have for centuries. They can't even have the consistency when it comes to what's happening in Minnesota, Minneapolis. It's sheer delusion.
Und now wir weit.
Or the reflection vest military issue. No, they're playing pretend. Like, the whole idea with in California, maybe just Los Angeles, they're saying, no, I think it's Los Angeles. LAPD can no longer use less than lethal munitions to get rid of rioters. And it's like, well, first they took away their shields and made them use bicycles. Now they're wearing reflective vests. Like, they don't like the optics of it. Like, it's sad to say, LAPD coppers, they know if you have this 40-pound belt that has your mace, your taser, your handgun, 4 mags, handcuffs, OC spray, pepper spray, you have all your things around your waist. These cops, it is hell on their knees. They're going to need knee replacements. It's going to be bad for them, a lifetime of discomfort. They found out later on, if you give them a vest, a tactical vest, put all your stuff higher on your shoulders, it's better on your knees. You're asking these officers to chase down criminals wearing sweatpants and a tank top to do it with 40 pounds around their waist. It's destroying their knees. But if you just take that weight off their waist and distribute it from their waist, maybe on their thigh a little bit, and also on their vest, it saves them. It saves their knees, saves their back. It does a lot of good things for them. But since it kind of looks like a militaristic, it looks bad because they look a little bit more kitted out. They look like special ops and not officers with the hat. They're willing to sacrifice LAPD officers' knees so it looks a little better when they're arresting somebody. They're willing to let the cities be destroyed. Sushi restaurants getting looted overnight, being put out of business forever, owned by immigrants because they don't want to quell their riots to protect illegal immigrants. That's how backwards Los Angeles is, and that's just that's a story that happens time and time again. We care more about the optics than actually serving these communities we feign to actually want to protect.
Hello, Rich Evans.
Hello, Mike.
We're in our black.
You want attention, damn. Hmm?
What brings you here? Ancestors watch over you.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And what year is it? Because this feels like an article that was written in 2016.
This feels like Rachel Leishman. If you've been following us for a while, you know exactly who this idiot is. Can't stand it that people aren't listening to them, and they're so desperate for views that they're going to do their same old playbook and try to throw shade at basically Gary from Nerdrotic to get themselves clicks and views. But don't worry, you don't have to give them clicks and views. You can listen to our video instead, and we're going to tell you everything they said. You don't have to go to their site at all.
There you go. That's how you do it, right? So that's what being an influencer.
I wouldn't say that out loud because now
being
you're
an influencer.
you
that's
just
what being an influencer is all about. So
told
let's
them you were
talk
stealing their
about this
content.
bullshit article from the Mary Sue, which is somehow still in existence. We'll talk about that.
Probably don't want to say that out loud.
Articles like this, beyond the sour grapes, it's also just to piggyback off people's names, try to claw back some relevancy. Not that they were ever super relevant.
No, you put a claw and claw back because they're trying to be catty bitches to try to get people to click on them, engage for engagement.
And we'll talk about who owns them and what actually pays the bills if the bills are being paid at the Mary Sue. And it's not pop culture stuff; it's other stuff. So
plus, I was like taking on Rachel Leishman.
Yeah, Geeky definitely doesn't like Rachel Leishman. I don't think anybody likes Rachel Leishman. I don't think Rachel Leishman likes Rachel Leishman. Except
I don't know that maybe, but
I think your boy Zach would like Rachel Leishman because she sounds a lot like him, or he sounds like her. Maybe they're the same person. Maybe that's a pseudonym.
The same person, but yeah.
It's very weird reading this article. I'm like, holy shit, she hates Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic as much, if not more, than your boy Zach. So maybe they're the same person, or they're dating or something. Oh my God, is that what happened to him? He started fucking Rachel Leishman?
I doubt it.
Is that what happened to him? I'm sitting here wondering what happened.
I wouldn't wish that on either of them, honestly.
So anyway, let's talk about this before we get into it any further. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, you'll get a woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
Go out to more.clownfishtv.com if you want to support us. We do not have super chats on this channel. I don't want to do that on this channel for a variety of reasons. So check out more.clownfishtv.com if you want to support us with some bonus episodes. Yeah, so let's paint a picture here first. We're going to talk about Starfleet Academy. People are like, why didn't you do a video yet on Starfleet Academy? And the honest answer is, I don't give a shit about this show. I don't care to watch this show. This whole era of Star Trek has been a bust for me. And I got lured into Strange New Worlds only to have a bait and switch, and we got the musical number and all that shit, and I noped out. I think they were doing Puppet Show now or something on it too.
It's like me with the last season of Doctor Who. I just don't care enough to watch it. So this video is not about the show itself. So we're going to start with that. We are not going to critique the show either way because we didn't see the show. Okay, we aren't going to critique that, but we are going to critique people like Rachel and her behavior about it, and it's all because they're mad about Gary getting more views on a Spock doll.
That's so I got it,
which is hilarious.
So here's what actually
Gary,
happened.
Gary.
Buchler from
what's that from? It's from a 40K thing I was watching, and the guy had like one of these big ass fucking orc like war machines. It's like the equivalent of a Titan basically. And he had named it Gary, and every time he pulled it out, they were all chanting Gary. So, that's been stuck in my head for years, bro.
Right. He is a former comic shop owner.
Hilarious.
He owned a comic shop for years. You can actually verify this, and it actually was a shop that Brian Hibbs bought. It was one of the bigger shops in San Francisco, so the guy knows his shit, his nerd shit.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a massive amount of collectibles just in his office. God only knows.
Same here.
Yeah.
And our house.
He's like, I bet I can beat them. So they were live streaming, I think, the first episode of Starfleet Academy, if I understand it correctly. He put a static image of a Spock doll, and he got more concurrent viewers than the official Star Trek channel got. And this is what pisses them off. It's the same with Star Wars. Like, they started going after Star Wars Theory because he was more popular than the official Star Wars channel.
Right.
And they couldn't stand it.
Yes.
So that's
now,
kind
to
of...
be fair, everyone's more popular than Rachel, but she can't stand it. And I don't think it's much she can't stand it. She's desperate for views to keep her job, if it was in my opinion. I mean, I don't know this.
Yeah.
My opinion is she's desperate for clicks. They don't have enough clicks. She's probably getting told, hey, Gamers Group says do more clicks or you're going to get laid off too. And so now she's trying to think of any kind of clickbait engagement she can come up with to try to get more clicks to keep her job, in my opinion.
Yeah, because, okay, so they're owned by the Gamers Group now. There was another company that owned them before. They sold them in like 2021, 2022. Gamers Group has been shutting down websites like crazy, laying people off because there's no money to be made on these blogs anymore. It's just not the amounts of money they need to pay these people who want to unionize the amounts of money that they want. So they only have a handful of people left. So that's who owns them is Gamers Group. Now, what's interesting is if you actually go out to what are the most popular articles on the Mary Sue, none of them are pop culture. None of them.
Oh no,
are
it's all
culture
lifestyle
articles.
stuff. Which
Lifestyle
I mean, it's fine.
stuff
There's
and
a lot
politics.
of interesting lifestyle stuff going on that we've covered too. So I mean, I get it, but it's not even about pop culture because they even call themselves like the nexus of pop culture, but it's not even about pop culture anymore.
Yeah, because the pop culture fans don't read sites like the Mary Sue. They watch
they
YouTube
just ignore
channels.
Rachel. They hear her name and they're like, oh
Right.
God, not her again. Roll their eyes and walk away.
They watch Nerdrotic, they watch Critical Drinker, they watch us, for better or for worse, right? But
And other people like us.
Or people like us, right? So that's what's going on, and they're pissed about it. And there's this whole group of journalists, and I swear to God, they're all coordinating on Discord or Slack or whatever. That's what we've heard. But they're so pissed because for like 10 years, they had control of the megaphone, and they had pretty much steered the direction of pop culture, and they talked a lot of these studios into doing a lot of the DEI initiatives, and we need more women in games, and we need to be more sensitive.
Can I get a
We need to
respawn?
Stop doing this. All the things basically that people liked about pop culture, they tried to talk studios into changing, and it was a disaster. It wound up being a disaster. And now that the companies have wised up and they're like, yeah, this isn't where the audience actually is, because if it was, the money would be there. Now they're pissed because they're irrelevant. That's the picture I'm painting. So this has come from the Mary Sue, which still exists. Those dude bros mad at Starfleet Academy aren't actually Star Trek fans.
See, that's what we get. She does this all the time. You don't know what you're talking about. That's what she told Gary that he didn't know anything about Doctor Who, and the guy's been watching it and collecting it for years. She's just pissed because no one's listening to her. And she thinks that she should be the one to tell everybody what to think. They don't care what you have to say, Rachel. Shut up. Go stay in the cave where you came from.
Time and time again, go stay in the cave with Zach. Time and time again, we're confronted with quote-unquote fans of something who continue to miss the lessons within the media they're consuming. We've seen it with Star Wars, our superhero stories, and it has become an increasing problem with Star Trek, quote-unquote fans.
Translation, I speak fluent bitch. Translation is, you're not a real fan because you don't agree with me. And I want attention. Pay attention to me. Okay, I'll translate in bitch speak. Bitchies, if you will.
Bitchies. More recently, men like the Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic, known for hating anything that seems to be left-leaning, have been dogging on the Paramount Plus slate of Trek shows. That's because they suck. Rachel, they suck.
Translation, Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic are actually in touch with pop culture and what the fans want. I'm not, so I'm mad about it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this is the same woman who, this was about a year and a half ago, basically challenged Nerdrotic to his Doctor Who knowledge.
Yes.
And it's like, if you're a real fan, show me your Doctor Who stuff, whatever. And he had a massive collection of Doctor Who memorabilia, all the Blu-rays. I mean, the guy watches this stuff, right? We get a lot of people accuse him of not watching this stuff.
They accuse us of the same thing.
The same thing. And we'll tell you flat out, like this one, I didn't give a shit about. And
this isn't even, we're not even talking about the show itself. We're talking about her behavior.
Yeah, and it's like I would like to see you. You probably don't have a lot of nerd stuff in your apartment you share with 6 other people.
I don't know, but I do know that if she likes it, that's fine. Okay, we always say on here, if you follow it, you're allowed to like something, you're allowed to not like something. The problem is when you become a complete asshole and you just like no one else is allowed to have an opinion that isn't your opinion, or you immediately degrade people who don't agree with you. And my comment to this is, if people like this show, then it'll show up in the viewership and it'll get a longer extension, just like the Acolyte and everything else that fell on its face because no one watched it. But you know, hey, then that'll be the proof.
The issue with these right-wing figureheads talking about Trek is they miss one important detail about Star Trek. It never was for them. Now,
Again, it's my thing, so I'm going to gatekeep it.
Yeah, so this is really a bad faith argument because I've heard this so many times before. Star Trek has always...
You expect a good faith argument out of Rachel?
Right. Star Trek has always been kind of liberal. It's always been, progressive, or at least...
Oh, she gets that. Right? Just wait. She gets to that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. But there's a difference between how it was handled, even during Next Generation, I think, and how it's handled now, which is very ham-fisted and very condescending. It used to be, in a lot of cases, they would present, different cultures or different ideas, and they would, do basically...
Even the bad guys had motivations.
A morality play about the pros and cons, but a lot of times, especially a show like Deep Space Nine, you were kind of left scratching your head as to, well, who are the real villains? I don't know. We thought Starfleet was always the good guys, and sometimes they do things that aren't good. And maybe this culture, we misunderstood them. We thought they were a bunch of barbarians or whatever.
They made it entertaining and put the pill in the ice cream.
Exactly.
Now they just give you a dry suppository that's extra large with an ungreased glove, if you're lucky to get the glove, and then you're supposed to thank them for it.
I don't want her bare fingers up my ass, so yeah, a glove would be preferable. Anyway, from the start of Star Trek way back when, 60 years ago, I know that because I Googled it. Series is set out to do one thing, change the world, and that it was also entertainment. And it did. It made history for its inclusivity. It did. It did. I will give you that. Including being the first interracial kiss on TV.
Yep.
Kiss was between Kirk and Uhura. Yeah, I remember that was a taboo. Also, green belly dancers. That was
Their
a thing.
clothes were pretty scant. They're scantily clad back then, and a lot of these women in these shows. I was always surprised.
There were a lot of hoes in Star Trek, right?
How little clothing was on some of these women then. Yeah.
It was very much. I think the original Star Trek was very much a product of its time, and that it was kind of tapping into the zeitgeist, the cultural sexual revolution. So there were.
No one ever debates that. Like, here's the next. Get down to the next paragraph.
Okay.
This is where I got some debate.
These X personalities. Since then, men like these X personalities think they're the authority on all things nerdy. The reality is, they just speak loudly and incorrectly about these franchises.
Okay, if they spoke loudly and incorrectly, please explain, Rachel. If they speak loudly and incorrectly, then how come so many people watch them? For one. And two, how come, like us, for example, and two, we say about, like, the Acolyte was...
That's it. Is that the thing? Oh, they speak loudly and incorrectly. Then why does it resonate with so many people when they can get millions of views easily, and you're writing for a rinky-dink website that's about to go bankrupt? Riddle me this, Batman.
Was dog shit, and the viewership was dog shit. Because by your argument, then you're a vocal minority, but no one's listening to you. Well, you can't be the vocal minority, but yet somehow everybody's listening to you in pop culture and being steered wrong at the same time. And it just tells me that the culture at large and people at large across the entire globe aren't watching these shows.
No.
Which would then imply that it's not a vocal minority.
It's just a lip dart. Emphasis on the dart.
Fans who did very much understand the original series and Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, they have tuned out because it's gotten ridiculous. Even if the show's good. Now, I'm going to be fair. I'm going to be fair. I'm going to be fair.
Well,
we try to be fair.
You are fair.
I have had people write me privately and say the show's actually not that bad. It isn't that
But
bad.
I'm not going to watch it because I don't care enough about
That's
it.
just it.
That's the problem here. I used to watch all the Star Trek stuff. I used to watch all the Star Wars stuff. And we've got
No, if the skunk comes in and
care enough about it.
fucker.
We're so tired of it.
Oh, of course they respawned when I was fucking with the goddamn wasp.
You know, and part of me is like, is that by design? Did they run
It's only
these-
one. It's
Did
fine.
people associated with these shows run the franchises into the ground so they could shrink the
What the
fan
fuck?
base so they could make the shows they wanted to make
Well, that
without
doesn't make any
pushback?
sense because the shrinking fan base isn't going to warrant money. I'm surprised they greenlit this.
They stupidly think it does. They stupidly think that they can make whatever fanfic they want to make. And I think a lot, I'm going to be honest, I think a lot of these people, I think there's a psychology behind it. I think they want to curate the audience. They want the audience to be small so they don't have that
But that's not
Eye
gonna-
of Sauron on them.
But if you don't have enough of an audience, they're not going to be able to stay on the air.
They don't understand that. They think that there's free money forever, and that free money is running out.
Well,
And
especially now.
it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with Star Trek, though, isn't it? Now that the Ellisons control it. So
That's
I'm
also
sure
true.
That's going to come up because they love Star Trek. I'm like, man, if they didn't understand Star Trek, everything I've heard is the Ellisons freaking love Star Trek and they want to see it go back to being, you know, for
Star
everybody
Trek?
again. Yeah, go back to being Star Trek. But yeah, I didn't even give it a chance because
The fuck are the
on
Ellisons?
Picard, it took me months to come around to watch Picard season 3 because I watched 2 episodes of the first season. Next Generation's
I still
probably
haven't
my
seen
favorite
it.
TV show of all time, and I'm like, I'm not going to watch this because it's going to make me angry. I can already tell it's going to make me angry. I'm not even going to bother watching it. But season 3 was good. Anyway, look, you can use. Okay, so this is a sticking point for her. Look, you can use your money to buy every Star Trek toy out there. Doesn't mean you understand what the series is saying
Please.
to you.
Okay, let's get this straight. You might be a fan enough that you buy all the toys and you watch all the shows and you like the
Imagine being this condescending.
show, but you're not a fan. You're not a big enough fan because you don't.
Bro,
get
maybe I should
the
make a video
message
on this
that
guy.
She likes. You know, she doesn't buy the shit or whatever. She's a bigger
The
fan
fuck?
than you because you fundamentally don't understand this. That is the cheap ass argument where you're just trying to. You're basically you're mad you're not a gatekeeper anymore. You're mad you're not controlling the narrative. People are proving to you that they've been a fan for years. They put their money where their mouth is. You haven't, but that doesn't mean anything because they don't fundamentally understand because you said so. But this next part, I take issue with. I take a lot of issue with this next part.
Okay, which part? This right
The
here?
Republican. You're a Republican MAGA personality. Star
personalities.
Trek was never yours. It's like, listen, first of all, you have people like Rachel Leishman, and she's like a prime example of these quote-unquote fans that turn around and they think they own everything. They think that their voice is the only one that matters. It has to be their way or the highway, and they really can't stand if people don't like what they like. I mean, you could like watch it and be like, I don't like it, it's not for me. And they immediately descend upon you. People like Leitchman. They will immediately descend upon you and call you all kinds of names and MAGA and all this other idiocy just because they are mad and they're trying to belittle you to make their opinion sound more important. I can tell you for a fact, I know a lot of Republicans who love Star Trek, who were there when it came out, who grew up with it. And they start off with this part about, go ahead, I can't read it because it's too small. You can read the first part and I'll tell you where I'm going with. Oh, you got it? Okay. A lot of the conversations is about how Starfleet Academy isn't their Star Trek. Well, Linus Roddenberry held democratic and socialist ideals when he was alive. Yeah, let's talk about that.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Fuck, I'm gonna make a video about that. I don't want to listen to what these guys are saying. I want to read it myself and go through it myself. Mary Sue Star Trek Juds. Fuck was it called? Dude bro? Yeah, what the fuck was it called?
Love Star Trek, who were there when it came out.
Dude bros. It was dude. Yeah, I have it open now. God, I'm gonna have to watch Starfleet. I'm gonna have to watch the first episode, right? Because that one's free. Oh my god. I don't want to. But how can I make a video on it if I don't watch it? Ah, I don't want to. Oh god. First of all, I didn't want to. I'm gonna take 10 minutes because I have to really go to the bathroom. Make some snacks. Alright, boys, 10 minutes. Oh. Bit longer than 10 minutes, I suppose. Oh, I died. Fuck. I just realized. Damn it. Friendo, who says that?
Parking meters has been sold to another private company. The Johnson administration considered buying the meters back, but the mayor said the sale price was way too expensive.
We had our teams run the numbers and look at every variation of a potential deal. However, the more we looked into it, the more problems emerged.
So Brandon Johnson of the city of Chicago is one of the dumbest politicians to hold elected office in the entire nation of the United States. Now I say one of the dumbest and not the dumbest because we have a couple of new upcoming challengers that have yet to implement their ridiculously stupid agendas that might try to supersede him, like the mayor who just took office in the city of Seattle, and of course Zohran Mamdani, the socialist that took office in the city of New York. But a perfect distillation of Brandon Johnson's absolute idiocy is the recent parking meter deal that he tried to make to undo one of the worst deals in American civic history, and Brandon Johnson's absolute shock by the fact that the price that was paid in this absolutely terrible deal for the city of Chicago when they sold the meters to this private consortium is significantly lower than the price that the private consortium is willing to offer the meters back to the city of Chicago. So this is what we're going to talk about today. This is what we're going to discuss. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
Okay.
Parking downtown at a meter spot costs $7 an hour, up from $3 an hour when the city owned the parking meters 17 years ago. In what has been called a disastrous, lopsided 75-year deal, then Mayor Richard M. Daley sold the meters to a private company for $1.15 billion.
They made about $2 billion in earnings, basically a year ago, a little over a year ago. So they've already made their money back. For a company like this, it's easy to flip it to somebody else.
Now, it's important for you guys to understand that as much as Brandon Johnson definitely deserves to be made fun of, definitely deserves to be mocked and chided for being an absolute idiot, the idiocy that put Chicago in this particular situation has nothing to do with them. It doesn't have anything to do with Lori Lightfoot or Rahm Emanuel before him. In fact, you have to go back quite far in the mayorships of the city of Chicago to Mayor Daley in order to find the architect of the current peril that the city of Chicago is in. Because back during the financial crisis of 2008-2009, Mayor Daley realized that there was a budget deficit. Again, very familiar to what is going on right now under Brandon Johnson. However, what this mayor decided to do in terms of solving that current year budget deficit and get a huge cash infusion, by the way, also what was directed to the teachers union and all the same constituents that Brandon Johnson serves, was to sell the city's parking meters, or actually lease them, for 75 years, giving the revenue from those meters to this private consortium for an upfront payment of $1.2 billion. Now, this is very reminiscent of basically like how a lottery winner ends up operating when they take the yearly payments rather than the lump sum, and because people who are bad with money tend to play the lottery, they tend to win the lottery, so you'll often find in stories of them going bankrupt, them doing absurd things, like signing over 10 years worth of payments in order to get 3 years worth of payments up front due to the fact that they don't want to give up their lifestyle. Well, this is exactly what happened here.
The group of investors, headed by Morgan Stanley, paid the city nearly $1.2 billion. In exchange, the private company gets revenue from 36,000 parking meters for 75 years.
Instead of somebody who was terrible with money,
That's so
who was
much
playing
money.
lottery and ended up getting lucky and then blew through that money, we're talking about the entire city of Chicago. And by the way, there is a less than zero chance, in fact, a great chance, that Mayor Daley knew that this was a bad deal, took it anyway, due to the fact that he was a corrupt individual. But we're going to set that aside just so you guys can understand the terms of this deal and how disastrous it has been in terms of revenue for the city of Chicago.
It was kind of a crazy time.
17 years later, Alderman Scott Waguespack does not mince words.
It's just one of those deals that I would beg people never to replicate anywhere in the United States.
Mayor Richard Daley was ahead of his time when it came to privatizing public assets, starting with the Skyway in '05, the first time a toll road was privatized in the United States. The then mayor brokered a parking meter deal to address short-term budget needs
$1 billion.
during the 2008 financial crisis and avoid raising property taxes.
If we didn't have money for a long-term debt, you're talking about a serious economic crisis then for Chicago.
Waguespack likens it all to a fire sale.
Now, you have a representative from the Chicago Alders talking about how this is an absolutely terrible deal and it should never be replicated anywhere in the country. And to be clear, he's exactly right. However, again, like I told you earlier on, the justification for this particular deal was short-term budget concerns, a la what Brandon Johnson wants to borrow money in a payday loan for in order to cover the cost of inflating the teachers' salaries during this time period. And I just want to point out that had they done then what they still should do now, which is cut spending, then they would not have been in a position where they had to sell off this key portion of their infrastructure on such terrible terms to such a big financial consortium.
Ran the numbers, realized that the deal could be worth $5 to $10 billion as opposed to 1.15.
There became more questions than answers.
Then
All right,
Inspector
let's
General
look it
David
down.
Hoffman calculated the city was paid
Get some
at
grinding
least
in.
$974 million less.
I need my
than if they had
experience.
cut the meters. NBC5 Investigates reviewed audits from the accounting firm KPMG showing the meters generated $1.8 billion through 2023. It only took about 10 years for the company to recoup its initial investment. Chicago parking meters declined comment, but its website touts the $38 million it spent modernizing the parking system. New meters, a refund option, and 24-hour customer service.
Now again, every way you slice this deal, it's absolutely terrible. Obviously, the Chicago Parking Meters Corporation ended up recouping their entirety of their $1.12 billion within about a decade. They've had it for 18 years, so they're getting about $100 million per year. They've gotten 1.8 to 2 billion at the time of me recording this video, but according to this particular segment, that was by the year 2023. So obviously, if you have this income producing asset, you are going to sell it for a higher price than you initially paid, because again, you still have 57 years left on your contract and you've already superseded your initial investment, even with adjustments for inflation and all the other things that again go into a deal like this.
Parking rates went up more than triple. The extension of paid parking across the city, 24 hours, in places where really people hadn't been charged for parking previously. It really was a big hit to the pocketbooks of people throughout the city.
Aldermen tell us the sale of the parking meters meant the city lost at least $20 million in revenue annually. Daley's administration had argued the money left over
I didn't expect
would
that
provide
answer.
a long-term financial cushion, but that did not happen.
They basically burned through all of those funds within 2 years.
And of course, the city of Chicago did nothing useful with that $1.12 billion. They took the cash advance and immediately blew it, a la the lottery winner. And this brings us to a situation where Brandon Johnson, going through a budget crisis, considered the idea of potentially buying back the meters, which again, you should do for the long term, but you should save up enough money in your rainy day fund in order to cover the cost of repurchase.
The current owner has now flipped it. Mayor Brandon Johnson said it sold to an unknown company for at least twice as much as the original price. For the past few months, the mayor's team looked into the possibility of buying the meters back.
Now look, I understand that a lot of the current Chicago alders were not there when they actually passed this original deal under Mayor Daley, but the idea that you would not only make this deal where you give a 75-year lease to this consortium, but you wouldn't actually prevent them from being able to sell it again to another company is absurd, asinine, and yet another aspect of how ridiculous this deal was. Also, I want to point out that Brandon Johnson did try to get these back, but of course he wanted to get them back in order to reduce the number of parking meters and then reduce the amount of money charged in the parking meters allegedly. And for him, that would have meant that basically all of the revenue that they were going to extract from these new meters would have to go solely to paying off the debt, even though again, parking rates have gone down for the consortium that had it, which is why they were interested in selling it in the first place.
Don't need it anymore.
Johnson says had the city bought the parking meters back, 100% of the parking revenues would be dedicated to paying off debt, which he says would eliminate the flexibility to lower rates or reduce the number of some parking meters.
Whatever reason, parking habits shifted and revenues were significantly reduced due to changes in user behavior, the city would still be responsible for 100% of the debt repayments. That represents an even greater level of risk than what we face with the current contract.
Now, the reason Brandon Johnson is absolutely 100% an idiot, a dumbass, a ridiculous person is because, yes, obviously you're going to have changes in behavior over time. Obviously, if you buy these on debt, which should have never been sold in the first place, and by the way, was not his fault, you're going to have to pay off that debt. But the thing is, if the purchase of these meters became profitable in about 10 years, then you're still better off buying them, because in 20 years, because it's about double that original cost, this will become all your revenue all over again, and the deal has 57 years left out on it, so you're essentially losing the revenue for that 57 years so this unknown company can actually purchase them. Again, if they weren't valuable to some degree, then the other company wouldn't have bought them. But Brandon Johnson, again, is so baffled by the ideas and concepts in basic economics.
Oh my god, dude, are they slowing me down? They are. Oh.
Whatever reason, parking habits shifted and revenues were significantly reduced.
Parking downtown at a meter spot costs $7 an hour, up from $3 an hour when the city owned the parking meter 17 years ago.
Whatever reason, parking habits shifted and revenues were significantly reduced.
Yes, Brendan, there is a change in behavior, and the reason for that change in behavior from when the contract was originally there is because the price is significantly higher. It used to cost about $3 an hour in order to park downtown in the city of Chicago. It now costs $7 an hour, and spoiler alert, when you change the cost to park per hour, people adjust their behavior. Like, how do you not understand this conceptually? Now again, like I said, it is actually a worthwhile deal in my opinion, even if you have to pay double in terms of an upfront cost for these parking meters to get them back under the control of the city of Chicago, because you're going to be without this revenue stream for 57 years. And again, that is an absurd proposition, especially if you end up getting your green and public transit agenda implemented over that period of time, because by the time you get them back in 2083, you don't even know if regular ordinary people are going to be parking in downtown Chicago at these meters. But until then, you actually have to keep them open, because again, you sold the rights to these meters to another company, so that delays further development in your downtown area. So in my opinion, this is actually definitely worthwhile. But the crazy thing is that Brandon Johnson decided that he was going to consider rebuying it, and then decided that it wasn't worth it to do so without consulting the city council.
Well, the mayor felt it was the city's obligation to explore the possibility of buying the parking meters back. City council members say they were not part of any discussions.
Putting together a multi-billion-dollar complicated deal that undoes a disastrous deal for the city is something we got to be concerned about it.
Look, again, the original deal was not the fault of Brandon Johnson, but the guy is an absolute idiot, and he's now bungling this opportunity to rebuy the meters because, you know, why would he even consider doing anything properly at this point in time? And again, I will point out that this is somebody who's willing to borrow $700 billion in order to do a payday loan, essentially, at an extraordinarily high interest rate to pay off the teachers union. But he doesn't want to borrow money to get a revenue-producing asset for the city back under its control.
Oh my god, this poison's so brutal.
Think of ways to increase the amount of parking revenue.
Oh my
like
god.
Lowering the price per
Oh, we're
meter,
dead.
so more people will park throughout the course of the day. Maybe expanding parking meters, which you would be able to do, but right now you can't because it goes to the private company. So again, you can get more revenue in the city of Chicago. Instead, they're just going to say no, according to Brandon Johnson's bad math, which has been terrible all the way. We're not going to do this long-term improvement for Chicago. We're going to let it sell to a private company for double the cost, which means if another mayor wants to buy it later on, they're likely going to have to pay significantly more, and thus it becomes a less viable deal going forward. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like the video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the massive disaster that is Chicago. Till next time.
Baby, because these people, they are crazy. Because they always talk about how Christian they is. Yeah.
Don't ever trust a politician.
I don't know how many of them on that side are getting divorced because they getting caught up sleeping with their co-workers, staffers, interns, all the things. Yeah, you ain't got to believe me. Just go Google. You'll find some of it. I'm telling you. And the wives is being messy and petty. They put...
For clarification, right? She's talking to black people. Let's listen to what this bitch sounds like when she's talking to white people in Texas.
Listen, I'm a gun-toting Texan, right? So I own firearms. I'm licensed to carry. And I also care about agriculture.
Where that accent go, honey? Mm-mm. It's almost like you a fraud. Fucking peach. Like fucking politicians, bro. My god. Oh. You don't hate these people enough. Fine, I'll click it. Can't resist. Sub-Zitty. Oh fuck, I wasn't paying attention. You got me killed, thanks. I like this version better.
I can't carry anymore.
Same version. Those are elites. Maybe not. I used to play Need for Speed Unlimited to this song. It's the Initial D movie official soundtrack. Chinese, but it's a Japanese song. Well, technically it's a Chinese song, but with Japanese vocals. Oh no! Love Soul, AA Love Soul. Oh. I butchered that, by the way. If anyone speaks Chinese, I know I spoke gibberish. It's fine. If you don't speak Chinese, it sounds alright. It's close. I'm pretty sure it's kinda close. Let's see. Translate. Lao Tzu. Close enough. Close enough. No, Chinese. You have traditional and simplified. And then you have different dialects underneath that, Cantonese and Mandarin. Oh no, it's gonna put me over. H Club. I literally have this on my phone. I wasn't lying. There, I updated the title to be Hassan friendly. You bitch. Is that the meme? Yosho Hai? Oh, it's Yosho Hai. Yoi. Yosho Hai. Oh. It is Yosho Hai. Damn it! Didn't he butcher the name? You butchered it totally.
自己係邊個，連我自己都唔清楚。摩托穿梭每個街頭奔馳，轉角轉角編寫我街頭嘅故事。燈紅酒綠嘅夜，周圍嘅樂府視住你，一舉一動問住你，跟住尾。你選擇反抗定係逃避？佢哋要做你就做你，根本冇講道理。必須用你拳頭對抗到尾。你支槍喺我手上，我奔向生死。匪幫用暴力去創造亂世，但警方嘅力度未控制到佢哋亂嚟。我唯有以暴力製造出一條灰色嘅軌道，飾演一個臥底。但方規勒索你，似隻惡鬼，就好似毒品侵蝕晒我一切。我嘅身體身世開始不受控制，慢慢我嘅所有已經變成一個謎。喺中間就係灰色嘅天空，我生活得好攰。黑暗嘅社會定係光明嘅炮灰，只得一個人走，冇人會理會。我問我自己係警探定係罪犯，過唔到聽晚點樣破滅罪患。我曾經真實犯罪，冇諗過返去，因為出賣靈魂冇錢俾關稅。身為臥底，褲底粗身靠拳頭，要搏鬥避免唔到爛腳選手。未揾到罪惡嘅源頭，我係唔會走，因為光明嚟臨之後佢會帶我走。唔做骯髒大道，踏上康莊大道，唔受靈魂嘅買賣，唔受錢銀擺布，可以用我自己嘅身份走上街道，踏上自由旅途，走出我自己嘅路。地下遊魂，究竟我自己係邊個？打出我嘅一生，所有都拋諸腦後，精氣神。警探定係罪犯？就靠我嘅拳頭。真實犯罪。
Jesus. The fuck? Oh god. Wow. Jesus. 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 Jesus.
太合適，一步一路經過未曾打掃嘅街道，大清早同太陽公公講聲早，好似小鳥咁自由，有邊個做得到？一陣返到快餐鋪咪就係等
Like, bro, what? Bruh. Way to bring down the mood. Bro, way to bring. What the fuck is going? I don't even respond to that shit. The fuck?
好在有你陪住我，等待每日你嘅經過，帶住我，帶住我，帶住我。
What the fuck?
太陽落山，伸個懶腰準備落班。你問等陣間收工去邊度玩？唉，一早習慣每晚睇戲唱 K 食飯，唔想去，更加唔想返去做宅男。老豆打個電話。
Well, this conversation is over. Right? Jesus.
諗到去邊只係一早已習慣，大城市太空虛，夜太黑，人太累。係咁對太易醉，大大地太情緒。搖搖欲墜已經冇晒力，仲係咁去。明明黑晒眼圈，仲要撐起再飲醉。天就降歸到家，笪落床半睡，裏彷彿聽到耳邊有你聲音陪我睡。每一個人聽住歌，好在有你陪住我，等待每日你嘅經過，帶住我，帶住我，帶住我。
What do you want? The record is over.
The record is over. 想知道我哋點解 popular？ 就等我話你知24係乜嚟㗎？由06年開始到依家，24秒玩最地道 hip hop， 證據確鑿香港 hip hop 唔止一對龍虎，佢哋咁紅要多得智雲大師照顧。冇眼鏡唔認命，唔肯睇佢哋台戲。喂，衰仔，咪講就嚟冇米啦，阿肥。
Right, Marie, we're talking about a
俗稱一條懵丙，我上 YouTube 睇張如成都唔肯試聽傅穎，上飯局食個飯，老闆話唔得閒，實情係約咗馬氏大米歐陽靖同埋山番一齊支撐，吳彥祖爭住幫我哋埋單 ，Revolution 風雨同道會一個難關，狂人1號唔扮新冇用呢個速度繼續 flow， 要 rap 操呢一種態度我唔想 let it go， 一係唔做一做就係要做到最好，一係唔玩一玩梗係要玩到最 pro， 從來冇諗過喺音樂身上邊攞着數，音樂為我帶嚟嘅快樂係用錢買唔到，你照做我照做，大家行自己條路，要擴大領我遊遍世界每一個國度，從 East Side 直落北身，南極到北頭島，有自由喺我前後左右，你一係埋嚟直就一係做我老友一齊，決定都喺你手啊朋友，我用音樂去攻擊，對你次次 逼死隻 hip hop 跳色，不嬲都所向無敵。
The music that keep you in the movement. To lose it, we got 2 words that's doing. Classic rap tracks is my influence. People in the crowd, they do it like us. Put your fingers in the air and give it. People in the crowd, they do it like us. Put your fingers in the air and give it. You know you, you know me, you know me. Styles on the mic, yeah, I'm feeling the buzz, deliver angry on the beat, 'cause we got mad love.
要你知道我哋就係叫做24，我哋唔會放棄，你嘅冷嘲我當係放屁，講到香港 hip hop 就會講到我哋，你唔抵得，只可以埋怨自己唔爭氣，講 respect 我一直尊重別人，你越踩我哋呢班人越狠，你小心你喺度引火切粉，從今以後打救你係我哋責任。我叫 KIT，Do you know me？ 你仲未知，等我再講大聲啲。搭着拍子，利用手中呢支 MIC， 叫你班 hater 收聲，請你慳啲。我想點唔使你講，我自己有分數。有太多人講一套，做盡另一套。我知道你冇料到，又唔夠膽去表露。我哋24尾，堅持自己一貫態度。We're destroying the past, yo, bringing it fast. The future, the development, the market to the masses. 24 herbs of mice and men, yeah. It's a collective, just a cartel to the end. Snake eyes like rolling your dice, you take a chance. Big city, bright lights. Be water, my friend, do you know me? Worldwide tribe, blessed in peace.
I'm an alien, yo, check out the bloodline. Rappers wanna step on me, I'm a landmine. I blast my chronicles, got you like a bomb vest. Use hitman skill sets, I'm not my terrorist. Call the exorcist, 'cause I'm possessed by the ghost. You can't owe to the most. Suicidal MC on the MIC. 24 Earths, yo, do you know me? We are 24, 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 24 Earths. People in the crowd, they do it like us. Put your fingers in the air and give it. People in the crowd, they do it like us. Put your fingers in the air and give it. You know you, you know me, you know me. Styles on the mic, yeah, feeling the buzz, deliver angry on the beat, 'cause we got mad love. We are 24, 20 are 24, we are 24, 20 are 24, we are 24, 20 are 24, we are 24, we are 24, we are 24, 20 are 24, we are 24, 20 are 24, we are 24, we are 24, we are 24, we are 24.
Something tells me they're 24.
$1 billion deficit for 2026, and the city's budget director warned that is an optimistic outlook for the future.
I'm standing here tonight with buyer's remorse because I supported Mayor Brandon Johnson. I feel like a fool right now. I feel like a plum fool.
Now to NBC5 investigates, which for months has followed the money trail tied to Chicago's migrant mission. Total spending now tops more than $400 million.
Without significant shifts in how we balance our budget, the services that the people of Chicago have begun to rely upon, they would certainly be in jeopardy.
So the mayor of Chicago spent $600 million of taxpayer money on illegal migrants. Now that bill has come due and he wants to raise taxes so he can cover his behind. Let's talk about it. All right, so this is the 57th mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson. Now, I don't have to tell you, Chicago is a Democrat stronghold. And he goes all in on Democrat policies. Like, this guy doesn't just talk the talk, he walks the walk. Now, Brandon Johnson took office during the migrant crisis. Now, for those of you with short memories, when Biden was president, he opened up the borders, allowing millions of people to cross the borders illegally.
Tonight, nearly 10,000 migrants a day. That is what federal officials say they are encountering at the U.S. southern border on average in December. That's among the highest numbers ever recorded. And with multiple border entry points remaining closed as the surge at the southern border escalates, U.S. officials now warning that the situation is nearing a, quote, breaking point.
3 years ago, 689 Chinese migrants crossed the southern border. Last year, that number soared to over 37,000. Part of an explosion of migrants coming here from all over the globe.
Now, even though all of that was happening, Brandon Johnson was all in for the migrants.
We know the strength of a city is determined by how we treat the most vulnerable. And so we choose to be a strong city. We must reject a zero-sum formulation between investing in those who have been here for decades and supporting those who have been sent here on a bus even this morning. We can do both, Chicago, and we can all thrive together.
Now, what he's referring to is that the governor of Texas, Greg,
I shall make weapons from your
sanctuary
bones.
cities, places that said they wanted more migrants, and Chicago was one of those places.
Local officials whose communities are being overwhelmed by hordes of illegal immigrants who are being dropped off by the Biden administration. Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C.
Chill out.
We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
Now, the same message was coming from other liberal states, like New York, where the governor essentially begged migrants to come to New York.
We want people to come here, despite where they came from or despite the circumstances that drove them to this country and to this state. We say you are welcome here. We are welcome with open arms, and we'll work to keep you safe. We'll not only house you, but we'll protect you. And the richness of the culture and the diversity and the food and the restaurants that we know are going to be coming because of these efforts are beyond measure. It's an extraordinary part of our story, and it's woven into the story of New York, and it makes us more vibrant.
Now, this virtue signaling was great for politics, and since almost no migrants were coming to New York and Chicago, but were all staying at the southern border, then they could call the Republicans racist, and they could deny that stricter border policy was necessary. There were no consequences. But the governors in those border states came up with a solution. If cities like Chicago and New York wanted illegal immigrants, then let's send them there. This was a win-win. Those cities get the migrants, and they also get the problem that come with those migrants. But now here's the rub. When all those migrants started showing up to these liberal sanctuary cities, all hell broke loose, and they started declaring states of emergency. How are we going to take care of all these people?
This morning, the mayor of Washington, D.C. has requested the help of the National Guard to assist with the buses of migrants arriving to her city.
Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey has declared a state of emergency to address the state's growing migrant crisis. The governor says there are over 20,000 people being temporarily housed across the state.
Our top story, another bus of migrants arrived today in Los Angeles and were taken to St. Anthony's Croatian Church for processing.
Back in New York, the mayor had a stark message this month.
I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York City. Destroy New York City.
And increasingly, the migrant crisis is being felt far from the border, including cities like Chicago, where officials say resources are running thin.
Now, it's interesting that the liberals in the sanctuary cities turned this into a racism issue and said if you didn't want to take care of migrants, you were a racist. And Brandon Johnson went all in, spending up to $600 million in taxpayer money taking care of migrants.
The immigration crisis has strained city and state resources. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson defending spending taxpayer dollars on maintaining a welcoming city while being interrogated by the House Oversight Committee in Washington today.
You're the mayor of Chicago. Do you think that your residents or the residents of your state should be paying for that more than they should be paying for their own needs? their own roads, their own public safety.
The people of Chicago elected me as the 57th mayor of the city of Chicago.
I bet they're regretting that.
The residents of the city of Chicago.
But that service comes with a cost. According to data obtained by the ABC 7i team, since September of 2022, the city has paid out $638.7 million in vendor contracts for new arrivals.
Mayor Johnson, in the last 4 years, how much has Chicago spent on care for illegal aliens?
So since 2022, since the governor of Texas shipping individuals to cities across this country, the city's budget, roughly 1% of the city's budget over the course of 4 years.
That 1% comes out to about $625 million over the past 4 years.
So now the mayor of the city of Chicago has spent $600 million on illegal immigrants in Chicago. But that bill has come due, so it has to be paid for. Brandon Johnson said, hey,
I know he's like, oh, it's only 1%. That's how it's trying to make it sound. Do you know how much 1% is, right? Holy fucking shit. NASA doesn't even get 1% of the United States budget, and we went to the moon on that shit, okay? Just so you know.
I'm a Democrat. I know what to do. We're going to raise property taxes. But there was a problem. He had promised all during
1% is a ridiculous amount of money.
Not raise property taxes.
It's about budgets because everywhere you've gone, you have failed. Look, I'm not going to raise property taxes. There is no income tax in my plan. He's being dishonest.
I won't raise your property taxes.
Then candidate for mayor, Brandon Johnson.
The people of Chicago want to know, will you raise a tax, whether it be a property tax or implement something else?
Well, it's interesting. No one has ever asked me if I'm going to raise a tax.
In January, we sat down and asked the mayor multiple times if he'd use a property tax increase to pay for the city's debts. At the time, one of the biggest concerns was paying for the migrant crisis.
So you can commit to you not raising property taxes, regardless of how bad the situation gets.
My budget, the $16.77 billion that I just passed, 41 alders, I believe, supported this budget.
Yeah.
And we did all of that without raising property taxes. The evidence is in what I passed.
Like 1% of a city budget is significant. Like we're talking about Chicago, right? Chicago is like, dude, it's bigger than Belgium. No, okay, it's not. It's only 3 million. It's a smaller city.
We get into the rest of the story. Let me pay some bills with a message from our sponsor, Plod. All right, you see this? It looks like a platinum credit card, right? No, it's a new secret weapon. It's called Plod Note, and it generally changed how I work. As a lawyer, my days are packed with meetings, calls, case prep, etc. I used to take notes by hand and hope I didn't miss something important. Keeping up was exhausting. Plod Note captures everything with crystal clear audio from up to 10 feet away. Even in noisy places, the noise cancellation is rock solid. It automatically transcribes everything into clean, accurate text. Then it creates a structured summary with key points and action items.
Okay, this is guaranteed connected to the internet, and they're guaranteed harvesting that data. Do not get this. Okay, this seems super fucking fraudulent. And I don't know anything about it. I'm like talking out of my ass here, but that, my IT brain is going, warning, warning, warning. That's a recording device, okay?
I don't type anymore. I don't write. I just review. As an example, if I'm doing a 10-hour deposition, I'll ask Plod to list all witnesses mentioned in this deposition and their role.
Oh, dude, he said that on purpose, okay? That was the mayor of the Chicago that said that. Oh, well, it's 1%. There's a reason he said 1% instead of $660 million, right? Big difference. But, you know, it's because I'm gonna bring it back to the reason I think we should not have the right to vote, but we should work for... Would it be a right? The privilege to vote. There we go. Service guarantees citizenship and all that shit, like Starship Troopers. Haha. You might think I'm saying that in jest. I'm not. Okay. If you gotta work for something to gain it, then you might actually treat it with respect. Because now, how many people do you know don't know anything about politics, but they still go vote?
And boom, it constantly gives me results, even drafts follow-up emails. So you want specs? You get 30 hours of continuous recording and up to 60 days of standby. That's enough for at least 10 full meetings without thinking about it. And for all you privacy folks out there, relax. Claude meets enterprise-grade encryption standards. Even my kid loves it.
Not even at tests, right? Like, I don't even mind. See, here's the thing, right? Let's say you do an IQ test and everybody above 100 gets to vote. How many people of those, because you have no idea of knowing this, you have no idea of enforcing this. How many of those people will actually be informed still about whether or not they can vote, who to vote for, right? On what platform their candidate stands for. I'd rather have a 75 IQ guy that did his due diligence and realizes what he votes for than a 115 IQ guy that didn't give a fuck and just voted. So I feel like a test is also not a good solution. I feel like you have to work for it for somehow. Service guarantees citizenship. Honestly, it's like, it's fucking brilliant.
About having smarter meetings.
Like, you have to give something up, time, energy, etc., to be allowed to vote.
Working smarter, not harder.
Thank you to Claude for sponsoring this video.
Hold on, almost forgot. From January 22nd to January 28th, that's this week, you get an extra 20% off if you go to the link in the
Because then you have stakes in the game. You know what I mean?
So now,
people have stakes in the game now, but they just don't realize it because they didn't have to work for it. It was just given to them.
Property tax by $300 million, essentially forcing the taxpayer to come out of pocket and pay for his generosity toward migrants.
Mayor Brandon Johnson was more than 40 minutes into his speech before he broke the bad news to homeowners across the city.
This budget currently includes a property tax increase of $300 million to fund and keep our commitment to fund not just our pension contributions, but to fund the future of our city.
Now, this was so unpopular in Chicago that the city council unanimously threw it out, and Brandon Johnson had to find another way.
But first, breaking news at City Hall. Mayor Brandon Johnson's property tax hike is rejected by City Council.
It is unanimous. Every single alderperson voted it down, the mayor's $300 million property tax proposal. They say they have plenty of ideas. Now, Mayor Brandon Johnson is going to be forced to listen to them.
Then the mayor of Chicago decided, hey, you know what? Let's just take out a payday loan.
No, of course not.
Interest rate, but we need this money now because we got to continue to take care of migrants.
All right, so let's take
things would be a little bitter. It'll never exist either. It's just human nature. We're always going to have
for things like construction projects,
scum.
Transportation, building maintenance, but it will cost taxpayers at least $2 billion when all is said and done. Under the original plan, the city would make interest-only payments starting in 2027.
And I'm like actually talking about like actively, you know. I'm not even talking about some dude that I disagree with or some dude that disagrees with me. I'm literally talking about like actual bad actors that will defraud the system, basically. You know what I mean?
The city wouldn't make any principal
payments. Yeah, it is. It's just how it is, you know?
20 years from now.
How about we start living in the real world for once?
So the mayor says, hey, we're going to borrow $800 million now. We'll pay back $2 billion.
It's like this communist kumbaya. It doesn't even sound good on paper. But in reality, it's even worse.
The payday loan to close this budget gap was rejected. They did take a payday loan out, but just for infrastructure. They actually didn't take the one out to close the budget gap. So you still have this budget
It's like,
gap.
oh, I want an egalitarian society. Yeah, well, you're never gonna get that. That's literally impossible. We can, as a species, don't have the capacity to do that. We just don't. Because you're always gonna have to put people in positions of power over the rest of the other ones. That's how it goes, right? It just, by virtue of real life, the real world, that's just how it is. You will always have to have people in positions of power because it's more efficient. It just works better.
Mayor Johnson went to a tried and true argument that Democrats have been using for years. Tax the rich.
The city is grappling with a $1.1 billion budget shortfall, and Mayor Johnson says one of the ways he plans to close that gap is to target the ultra-rich.
Historically have been balanced
on the backs of black, brown, and working people in Chicago. And it is time as a city that we reject that form of budgeting and then begin to pursue what I believe is more of a righteous budget.
So $300 million in property taxes didn't work. You can't get the payday loan. So we're back to square one with the Democrats in office. Let's just tax the rich.
Baiting the 2026 budget. But there's a big sticking point, a tax on the biggest companies in Chicago.
I'm a hard no on the head tax, and I think yesterday's vote indicates that the majority of at least the Finance Committee feel the same way.
The corporate tax is in this budget. It will stay in this budget.
That was Mayor Brandon Johnson Monday after the Finance Committee rejected his revenue ideas.
And the mayor drawing the line, he's promised he would veto any budget that has an increase in grocery tax or property tax increase.
Now, the city council in Chicago said the mayor's crazy. He just wants to essentially kill jobs and his budget will destroy the city. So they passed what's known as the alternative budget. Here are the details.
Today's vote came during a rare Saturday session. The alternative $16.6 billion budget proposal, championed by a group of aldermen, relies heavily on an increase in the city's plastic bag tax, rideshare tax, and liquor sales tax, while adding video gaming and restaurants and advertising to light poles and city vehicles.
We take nothing for granted here. We're proud of the work of this coalition. And as I've stated many times, I don't believe that there's one member of council who wants to see a government shutdown.
The budget by the alders also proposes bringing in nearly $90 million from selling some debt owed to the city for unpaid fees and fines, a proposal the mayor and his support.
Yeah, there's a reason it's classified as a sin by the Christians, right? Like, I wonder why they do that. Oh, right, so we stop killing each other, maybe.
Supporters have called immoral. The administration says the alternate proposal will lead to a projected $163 million deficit in 2026.
Now, in a shocking twist of irony, the mayor was found to have owed thousands and thousands of dollars to the city because for some reason he just decided not to pay for his sewer and water bills.
From 2023, days before the election.
Here's what he owes: $3,357.04 in unpaid charges and almost 8 months of not paying the city. He finally did pay on February 13th, 2023, but only $91.08. According to Capital Facts, he has a history of not...
Religion is a double-edged sword because it does a lot of good too. Like, it definitely made people mellow out in the West. Why do you think we're on top now, dude?
His city bills since 2010. He
there's a reason everyone hates us, because we're the best. Objectively, right? It's because the religion that was prevalent here had a massive fucking renaissance. That's why. Like, religion definitely has its bad sides, but it definitely had some good fucking sides too. And we can be very fucking fortunate that we live under the Christian cultural sphere and not any other cultural sphere. Believe that.
Racked up more than $6,601 in fines and penalties. On top of that, he still owes $1,044.58 for unpaid traffic tickets dating back to 2014 and 2015. We asked Johnson how he's responding.
We're on a payment plan, like a lot of families in the city of Chicago.
And to that person who might say, hey, if you haven't paid this bill, how can you oversee such a city like Chicago when it comes to billions and millions of dollars?
I've managed multi-billion-dollar budgets as a Cook County Commissioner. We pay our car note, we pay our mortgage, we pay for school supplies, and we're on a payment plan.
Now, the budget that was actually passed by the city council needed to be signed by the mayor, but the mayor didn't sign it, nor did he veto it. He just let it go into effect without a signature.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
So you're not signing the budget, you're not vetoing the budget. Why not sign it? You got 98% of what you wanted.
Well, because there are some elements of this budget that, quite frankly, I don't want to give a signal to the people of Chicago that I support what I believe is one of the most detrimental and...
Will it? Because remember, people are treating science as religion now. There's literal doctors stopping the puberty of children by giving them pills. That undoubtedly happens. You can't even, like, right? And that's supposed to be science.
Immoral aspects of this budget.
Now, you need to understand where we're at right now. Essentially, Chicago raised taxes on the poor. They raised shopping bag taxes and Uber rides, and if you want booze or online.
That's the point that I'm making.
Those taxes. And those taxes
that's exactly my point. Yes, right.
People who are working.
That's what I'm saying.
Are going to have
Some people are treating science as a religion.
If you're millionaires, you don't.
Or they're religious about their science, I suppose. You know what I mean? Like, well, I believe X, so I'm gonna make the numbers.
That's what they're covering, and the people of Chicago understand that.
Say
That's
X.
why Mayor Johnson has some of the worst poll numbers in
Science,
the history of
right? And then they're hiding behind that. Like, that's my point. It's always the
and
people.
This poll is an improvement from an earlier one in which his approval ratings were in the single digits.
Always.
Nevertheless, political observers say the mayor appears to be in trouble. There is a cloud hanging over City Hall, and it could be called approval ratings. A new poll on the mayor's popularity by the University of Chicago Mansueto Institute for Urban Innovation shows that citywide, only 26% of residents approve of the way Johnson is handling the job of mayor, while 58% disapprove.
I think he misjudged the voter when he thought that he could coast on the promises that he made, that he could coast on his agenda. He has to deliver, and people are expecting that. And so far, the poll shows people are disappointed.
The poll shows Johnson's popularity is underwater with every age and income group. Even though he's made affordable housing a key focus, he is also struggling with voters of every race. Even his political base views him unfavorably by 4 percentage points.
So at the end of the day, it's the people of Chicago who are going to pay for Mayor Johnson's generosity.
No.
$600 million to migrants. But the question is, do you think they're going to vote him back in the office because he's running for re-election and he wants to be the mayor for another 4 years? If they do, good luck to them, because he has been a disaster.
I'm standing here tonight with buyer's remorse because I support.
But here's the thing. Here's my point of what I was saying. Oh fuck! I just realized I was shooting fucking fire at fire. The formula will always be the same. But that formula has to be interpreted by a human mind. And that's the weak link. And always will be. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, this guy's fucking me up! Ow.
Brandon Johnson, I feel like a fool right now. I feel like a plum fool. But I tell you what, it's okay. Because as I said last night, you can slap us in the face by ignoring us today, but we are punching you in the face by ignoring you at the polling places tomorrow.
Don't forget to like, share, subscribe to the great YouTube stuff. My name is Nate the Lawyer. I'm out. Peace.
So, Jay, we are here to talk about a classic movie.
Apparently, a couple of people from the church thing have been arrested already. Hopefully, Don Lemon soon. It's not sad or face like this. It's literally just how we are. It's called being a realist. A realist. A realist. I said it a little too fast. My brain was faster than my mouth. That happens a lot, actually.
Yo! Glad I could help!
This will start an escort quest. Bitch, are you for real? I do think they should teach math. Because math is like literally logic. It's pure logic. You need that as a basis to form your fucking opinions on. Too many people are missing these days. Like math is logic and reasoning in number form. And if no one knows how to math anymore, then how are you gonna make the next round of calculators? Honestly, I've heard more people say that. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Why we gotta learn math? We got a calculator in your pocket. That doesn't mean you shouldn't fucking have an understanding of how that calculator fucking works. Jesus, you guys, do you want to go to a 40k universe? Because this is how you get to a 40k universe, right? It's not even bothering to learn how basic shit works. Whenever people say that, it drives me up the wall. Yeah, I fucking hate it. Right? I hate it. I hate that they say that. It's like, oh. And I get like, oh, some math. Honestly, I do think some math should be removed from like the basic curriculum and put into like the courses that deal with those kind of things, right? Because who the fuck needs like the cosinus and all of that shit? You know, you don't need to learn that, and I feel like you don't need to learn that if you're not going for a direction. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, exactly. Right? You don't really need to learn that as a. You're never gonna use that as a normal human being that does normal human being shit. But obviously, if you're going for like, you know, scientific fields, you're gonna need to know that, right? Obviously. But for the regular human, like a butcher, who gives a fuck, you know? Butcher just needs to learn a little bit of geometry. Yeah, basic algebra. Of course you need to know that, because it's like hypotheticals and concepts that you definitely fucking come across, right? Is option A better or is option B better? Well, let's see what option A entails, let's see what option B entails. Even for that simple thing, that's already like in your mind by learning algebra, like A equals B or A plus B equals C. That is giving you like an idea of abstract concepts that you then put together and make sense of, right? That's like a super fucking basic skill that every single human should have, right? But here's the problem, and here's why I say, why I push back a little bit on the science will always be the same science. A graph can be interpreted in many different fucking ways. And judging by, and usually it happens by ideology. Like you could show, let's take a really dumb person, right? I'm gonna show him two graphs. I'm gonna show two dumb people, two different graphs, right? The first dumb person gets, oh, I'm gonna make it controversial. The first person gets crime statistics by race as an overall number. The second person gets crime statistics by race per capita. You think these two people are gonna have a differing opinion? You know what I mean? Right? And we're going out for the basis that it's a dumb person that doesn't really understand what he's looking at, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's always an interpreter of the data, and it's the interpreter that has to be holier than anyone that exists in our fucking human species to like make it purely objective. It's just not gonna happen. Like, there's always gonna be personal, well, you hope not, but for a lot of people, excuse me, I'm sorry. There's gonna be personal bias involved. Yeah, but it's the same principle, though. I just gave a really big and obvious example of why I feel like that could just go fucking wrong. Take that as is. God, do I want to make everyone depressed? Episode 3 came out. Fuck it. Let's make everyone depressed.
I'm not gonna lie, I woke up with a wee bit of a heavy heart today. After all, I realized I was gonna be spending about 6 hours or so recording and then editing my review for Starfleet Academy Episode 3. Oh. But then, I saw that Rachel Leishman from the Mary Sue had blocked me on social media after she'd seen my video about her seething over Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker. And I realized to myself, do you know what? Today's gonna be a really good day. Hi everyone, it's Az here from Heel vs. Babyface. Episodes 1 and 2 are in the books for Starfleet Academy. Let's just say the show's had a bit of a rough week on social media and in the press. People not that impressed with the show. But can episode 3 turn those frowns upside down?
Mama said life is like a box of chocolate.
I really doubt it, but let's find out, shall we? So it starts off with Bully Boy doing a personal message, and he's telling his parents back home that he's applying himself as best possible. He's the last to go to bed. He's the first to rise up in the morning. And as you can see, he's exercising by using his space skipping rope. It's gonna be a rough one, really, actually, isn't it? So he's doing lots of different exercises, really building up a sweat. Oh, those are his space headphones. You can tell they're glowing green. And he's like, that's a protein shake, I promise you. He's like getting his protein shakes down him, and it cuts to the rest of the guys, and they're all just like sleeping away in bed and stuff. And you think, oh, this might have actually meant something if it wasn't for the fact that all the male cadets are in really good shape. It's only the females that are fat blobs. So if it was the little princess girl with the weird eyebrows, if she was getting up doing all this, and then it was cutting to the stupid fat blob that ate her comm badge, and then it was cutting to Precious, you know, then it was cutting to the physical education teacher, then it was cutting to the sign language teacher, then it was cutting to the bridge crew member. You know, all of those fat women in the show, then it might have actually meant something. But the dudes have got to be in shape, but it's one rule for thee and another for me. And then he leaves to get a shower, I imagine, and bumps into the very person that I was talking about. And she's actually been up a little bit earlier and done a little bit more. She does speed and agility at one time, then she does power. She allegedly does power at another time. But this works. This does actually work.
What
now
the
all
fuck?
we need is all the blobs to start coming out going, what time's breakfast, you know? And then it would properly mean something. So after seeing two dedicated students that are in great shape, that are looking to better themselves, we cut to this thing here, who's apparently taking the physical education classes. I always thought that you were meant to lead by example. Not so much. Show me you're worthy of this uniform. Well, at least they can fit into their uniforms. So because this show is really badly written, and they can't manufacture any natural drama or butting of heads between the War College and
What do you
Starfleet
want?
cadets,
You
which
fluffy
could
little
be
bitch.
very easy. And if you want a good example of that, straight away
Pigeon,
from
that's what she
Star Trek
wants.
itself, look at Enterprise. Look what happened when the military were put onto the Enterprise to add that extra bit of firepower. And look how they butted heads with the regular crew because they come from two different ethoses. But here we can't have that gradual wearing down of the beliefs between these two different, and they are very different factions within Starfleet now. No, somebody had to throw a basketball, I think, at Caleb's head, which if you've ever had a basketball hit you on the head, he took it like an absolute champ. And then of course they all start squaring up and puffing out their chests, and it's absolutely inorganic. This is an episode that should have happened 4, 5, 6 episodes down the line, when their two belief systems have sort of come to a breaking point. And then the Betazoid's brother, I don't know anybody's name in this show apart from Caleb, because number one, the show doesn't really care to tell you, and number two, I don't care to know. And he says to the Vulcan, which threw the ball at Caleb's face, oh, do you want our big Klingon here to come smack those eyebrows off your face? What a humdinger, hey? Well, it then turns to the Klingon, Jaden. I remembered his name because it was fucking retarded. Jaden. Hi, I'm Jaden. I'm like a Klingon and stuff. And Jaden goes, because he's not a warrior. He's a little bitch. He's a little bitch that wants to go bird watching and mushkin diving on dudes. Also, this is the Klingon here. This is the back of the Klingon here. Now, all the dudes, the main dudes, they're pretty much the same height, give or take. But look at the back of Caleb. He's well more built than this Klingon here. Hey? Go back to your bird watching, you little bitch. You know, today's a good day to crochet a blanket. Never have I been so excited and then immediately disappointed by seeing some females in a dressing room. Sincerest apologies for the imagery. But why is there a hologram in the showers? Why is there a hologram in the changing rooms at all? Why is there a hologram participating in physical fitness when, and also, why does a hologram look like they just don't care, do they? You know, no thought was put into any of this whatsoever. Yeah. Now, admittedly, this is a much better view. Suddenly, after they've started to have a co-ed conversation in the showers, they all start to be teleported out.
Time is money, friend.
I mean, how? How do you get teleported out? Are they teleporting emitters again? Everywhere, in every single bit, floor, ceiling, wall of this establishment.
How are you?
No. Have they got anything which will tag them? No. But of course, it's Hogwarts in space now. It's space magic. It's not sci-fi. You can just be yoinked or go wherever you want. It's absolute nonsense. It really is. So they're teleported all around the academy, which just so happens to be right next to each other. What a coinkydink. And even the hologram is teleported under the water where they struggle to breathe. The hologram, who was in the showers for some reason, getting changed for some reason, doing physical education for some reason, was teleported under the water where for some reason they couldn't breathe. Caleb is teleported into Tig Notaro's class where his towel falls off for all and sundry to see, and instead of covering his modesty, he just stands there like, yo, Tig Notaro, check out my penis. Probably something you haven't seen in a very long time. And then it cuts to these two.
I hate Star Trek now.
One of them, of course, is a Vulcan. And they're just like, we did this because it is fun and we will continue to do this, which is a little bit illogical. In actual fact, it's very illogical. But why have a Vulcan?
Yeah, and that's the worst show out of the OGs. But it was still good, but it was the worst one out of all of them, right? Until this, right? This is like so much more worse than it ever. Yeah, Enterprise was a masterpiece in comparison to any of the Alex Kurtzman shit, right? Just so you know, right? Like when I say it was the worst one, it's still Star Trek good. You know what I mean? Like that's a high bar. Right?
You have retards writing a script. Star Trek
I love Enterprise as well. It's great.
Is what it should be called.
But Deep Space Nine, Voyager, The Next Generation, they're all
we know that,
bitter.
But look, this is just a rip-off of Starship Troopers now. Do you want to be the best physical, mental, and spiritual? By the way, I do appreciate the way that they have Holly Hunter's character and fucking mental next to it. Is the voiceover too stupid? Says Holly Hunter's character. Yes.
What's up? Keep it real.
54, baby.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is a potential candidate for thumbnail of the video. Anywho. So, Femdom Hadar says to Holly Hunter's character, oh, we're going to have an all-out prank war starting if we're not careful, and the oversight committee's arriving soon. Oh, what a coincidence. And they say...
Yeah, it's not a show where you can just turn your brain off, right? So... it's definitely not for everyone.
And if they shenana once...
like... TNG, DS9, to a degree Voyager. It's more about ethical and moral quandaries than,
now this isn't a conversation which is happening,
you know,
between the commandant
everything looks really shiny and pew 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 pew.
No,
so
this
retarded.
Is the writer congratulating themselves on a retarded line which doesn't fit.
I need a shop. Give me a shop.
But they're so proud
Anchor.
of it
Oh.
that they wanted to cram it into the show anyway. And then pat them on the back for doing so. Because this isn't a serious show written by serious people.
Fuck, I need a shop.
Bunch of fucking retards that are just fucking shit up. This whole scene is a goldmine for potential thumbnails. So Holly Hunter's character says to Femdom Hadar, what do you suggest we do? And they say, well, demand an apology and nip this in the bud as quickly as possible. And then the commandant of the academy says, it's not our job to resolve the students' problems. It absolutely is your fucking job, you dipshit! Fire her with immediate effect into the fucking sun with her bare feet. Oh, that's it. That's the absolute cinema. That is the thumbnail right there. Kid shit, she says. Oh, I'm used to teaching kid shit.
Well,
this is the worst character in Star Trek. And that's saying something, because there's a show called Starfleet Academy that has got a bunch of them in it. And yet somehow this is the worst example of anybody in a position of authority in a chain of command.
I just come back to one of the episodes in the Next Generation. Arguably, that's probably my favorite one. I'm gonna lie. Not gonna lie. It's like this. The Federation has this thing called the Prime Directive, which is you do not interfere with species that are not warp capable, right? Because you don't want to like influence their natural evolution in any way whatsoever. And there's this planet that's getting really fucking close to warp, attaining warp travel. Because they do keep tabs on them, right? They like, if they're in the neighborhoods, you know what I mean? And they know about them, then they keep tabs on it, like, oh shit, this civilization is like really close. And they have operatives in the population to like, you know, they're basically spying. Like, you know, let's be honest. And in this episode, they get, something happens and one of the guys gets uncovered, so to speak. And Captain Picard then has to like negotiate with the main guy, the chancellor of the species, to find and get him back, etc. And obviously it's a whole big deal because it's first contact, right? Literally. And the chancellor of that species has this fucking line that's, this morning, I was the leader of the universe as I know it. This afternoon, I'm but a voice in a chorus. But I think it was a good day. You will never, ever have any fucking TV show ever anymore that like just has that as its plot, that as an entire fucking episode where there's like near zero action and it's literally just like about diplomacy and politics and it's fucking amazing. You know what I mean? Like that era is over. It's done. Like, I've never seen a show like Star Trek. Besides Star Trek. Nothing comes even close in terms of... I don't want to say chances that they took, but in terms of how they viewed the future, basically, right? It's like, it's a more realistic version. Because Stargate, for example, that's an action show. That's like a space opera. It's basically Star Wars, right? But it's more like... Yeah, it's like an ethical and moral quandaries, right? There's an entire episode as well where it's the same kind of deal, but with a way less advanced civilization, like Bronze Age type shit, right? They're basically like they're basically just starting to build like cities. You know what I mean? Like very, very early in development as a planet, and they have like a little box in the mountains with holographic projectors in front, from which they're doing like observations and shit to study and see what the fuck is going on, and maybe, you know, to like understand science. They're doing science, okay? That's why you should watch it, man. Like, ignore the fucking terrible sits, because you gotta keep in mind, man, they were knocking out 24 episodes per season, all right? 45 full-length minute episodes, 24 per season. Like, these people, everything looks fantastic, right? They get a year for 8 episodes, and all of the episodes are fucking garbage, written like a fucking... like a 5-year-old wrote them. So, honestly, the fact that you're a graphics whore is like a massive detriment to your fucking... like, my respect level is like, a little bit lower. Because I don't give a fuck what it looks like if the story is good, and if the acting is great. I'm not a graphics whore at all, because being a graphics whore, you get this shit. This fucking Starfleet Academy garbage. Yuck. All flash, zero substance, right? It's absolute trash. That's why I'll never be a graphics whore, man. Never in my life. I focus on what matters, the story. And Star Trek has... It's unique. It's literally unique. Battlestar Galactica came close, but they went so fucking down the religious rabbit hole that it was like... It got boring, right? It got boring. But the way they were like portraying space and stuff was like actually like really fucking... fairly realistic. I love that about it. Well, that's probably TNG then, right? DS9 is very much not Steve. It's the captain. That's what I like about it too, like... Voyager, Captain Janeway was basically a fucking lunatic. Like, honestly. Deep Space Nine, I forget his name right now, fuck. The commander of that, he basically, for the first season, complete season, he didn't give 2 shits about his job. And then you've got like Captain Picard, who's like the, very prim, proper, to the seas, my friends. You know what I mean? Like, it's hilarious. I love the clear-cut dichotomies between the series as well. Because like, Captain Jean-Luc Picard, super by the book, very diplomatic, very, let's talk this shit out. Then you got the commander. What the fuck was his name? Cisco. There you go. Jesus. Commander Cisco didn't give 2 shits about his job in the first season. Way more... I don't want to say prone to violence, but... he's much more morally gray. Right? And then you have Janeway, who's basically breaking all the rules just to get her crew back home. But... there is like 1 or 2 episodes where she's like, I'm going too far. I gotta reel it back in. And then Jonathan Archer from Enterprise, that was kind of funny. He was a little... I don't know, he was kind of all over the place. But we're never gonna see anything like that again. Like the new Picard show, the Star Trek Picard show was such a fucking, oh my god, it was basically like, that's what I hate about the new shit too. Like, make your own shit, it's fine. No, if it sucks, I can just still divest it. But the fact that you're like, oh, we're bringing Picard back, and all of a sudden Jean-Luc Picard turned into a sniveling little bitch, right? What the fuck? Like, this is like the exact opposite of what Picard was. Like, that's not Jean-Luc Picard, that's Jim Bob Picard, his retarded nephew. The fuck? It drives me up the wall. Just divest it from the old shit and make your own. Make the new shit. Like, it's like the Star Wars sequel. Why? Why make a sequel? Leave those characters alone, bro. Like, why you gotta shit all over the previous characters in an effort to make something new? You don't. Make something new. But these people are not morally, creatively bankrupt. Remember? Yeah, I remember when it was good before you shat all over it. Yeah, thanks. Right? Fuckers. I saw my money and profit back then too. It's just they're creatively bankrupt. No one in Hollywood seemingly knows how to make a fucking movie anymore, or like an original story. They just take shit and then shit all over it and make a terrible fucking story. It's annoying. I would love to have like a Star Wars project that I can be excited about, you know? But it just doesn't exist no more. Shit is dead. Definitely didn't. That's the thing, right? It's the message. Every fucking thing they try and cram it down your throat and nobody fucking likes it. Oh my god, we're going bankrupt. Yeah, duh. Right?
Ever seen
what do you expect?
Star Trek show? The writers have managed to create characters so dumb and stupid.
That's why everyone's so passionate about it too. It's because it was something unique that never really existed before, and it'll never really exist again. So people are pretty fucking passionate about it. And to then shit all over it with a message that nobody wants to fucking hear, right? Just cram it down your throats. Of course people are gonna be up in arms about that shit. What the fuck do you expect? You're like shitting all over a massively beloved franchise. And you're trying to like co-opt it for your political ideology. Oh.
That there isn't a single chance that
we really can't have anything anymore, dude.
Ever try to assimilate this fucking academy for fear that it would destroy the collective with copious amounts of retardation. So instead of being a responsible leader and addressing both her cadets and the war college cadets at the same time, saying this stops right now. And if it doesn't stop, then those responsible are out.
Yeah.
Immediately.
But I'm seeing a crime happen in front of my eyes. Of course I'm gonna say something. Right?
Children get out
The
there
fuck
into
do you
a
expect?
playground. But it's not here. No. Of course she doesn't. She's touchy-feely, you know? It's, there's no repercussions. There's too much, there's mollycoddling. There's no discipline here. I mean, it's only Starfleet Academy. So she actually gives them a fungus plant to join in on the pranks.
Just to put more context, Starfleet Academy is basically Top Gun, right? But then for Starfleet. It's where you train all of the fucking high-level officers. And these people are all fucking retarded. First episode, some fat bitch went, I swallowed my comm badge. The comm badge is this fucking huge. And the answer wasn't get the fuck out. The answer was already? Oh my god. You're fucking shitting all over my fucking franchise. I just want to put my head through the wall sometimes.
And it mimics back what they say. It starts like speaking like back, which is pretty much the dialogue of this whole show, mind you. So they're gonna grow a bunch of these plants, whatever. So it cuts to the next scene.
Fucker.
And nothing is serious in this show. You hear a tannoy go off. I don't know if it's Stephen Colbert. I couldn't tell with, you know, all that dick he's got in his mouth. And it says, specialist such and such, your blah 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 fur plant is trying to copulate with your beaker. We've fallen such a long way. Just think of the incredible episodes from the original series from TNG. You know, oh man, dude, imagine Sarek. You know, what a just what an emotional episode that was. What a great analogy for dementia, Alzheimer's. It was seeing this great man struggle. The acting from Patrick Stewart, absolutely unbelievable. Such a moving episode, really gets you there. And then just imagine.
I've seen Star Trek so many times, I know exactly what episode he's talking about, by the way. All he did was Sarek. Oh, yep. Yep. Was it Panar? He was basically, yeah, he got this fucking Vulcan disease and was basically losing his mind. Vulcans are they repress their emotions completely because they are very, very violent people early on in their you know 40K? Do you know the Eldar from 40K? They're basically turning into a Dark Eldar. And so they had to repress their emotions to like attain peace. Well, they were driven by emotion with no brakes. I'll let you fill in the gaps. But that dude got a disease, like an end-of-life terminal disease, that basically like takes away all of the inhibitions that they built up over, you know, long years of mental discipline. And it's, like he said, an allegory to Alzheimer's here, when you just see him completely lose his mind, you know, and lose who he is from the inside. Fucking fantastic episode. Again, not a shot fired, right? Oh, and then now it's Picard is like, oh my god, I'm oh my god, I want to put my head through the wall. This makes me so sad, dude. It really gets me like emotional. Like, oh, what a fucking waste of a franchise.
40 years time, you've got a bunch of fucking retards in Star Trek talking about fungus fucking your beaker. Writing today is the lowest slop that it's ever been. And the contributing factor is that merit is no longer a viable system for a job. Christina Hodgson has just been given the writing duties for the Brave and the Bold Batman movie for the Gunverse, which is a pile of wank in itself. And she's had massive flop.
Sorry, how much damage did I just do?
Bigger flop, The Flash. So it's about failing uphill in Hollywood now. It's no longer about getting intelligent, smart writers
almost
excellent dialogue and fun, interesting
what the
stories. Nah, it's just, oh my god, Z's, did you see?
Oh, here it is. Damn, 1800. Oh, you damn. Nice. As I looked down to my skills, I look up and the guy's at like 30% HP. Wait a minute. Like,
I don't want to throw him a PC.
Huh?
No. So
nice.
It cuts to the little princess and they're in a botanist room or whatever, and they've been growing their plants.
That's a pretty good crit.
Are we ready to do this? And then the gay Klingon says, I refuse to participate in violence of any format. I have chosen the soy cuck beta hach plach. And the princess pats him on the shoulders and goes, it's okay, you limp-wristed baby. We understand. And I'm just praying that Worf materializes out of nowhere, skewers him with his batleth, and then just goes, you bring shame upon the Klingon race, and then zaps back. Oh, that would be cool. But sadly, I don't think it's going to happen. Today's a good day to press flowers. So Little Princess is trying to get Caleb to come on board with all of this plan because nobody seems particularly interested. And he's like, yeah, I don't really want to get involved. And she says, I want to be captain. I got to be captain. And I need my best players on board. And then we take a look at the rest of the people. The gay Klingon nearly shits himself because somebody sneezes. Bully Boy is too interested in trying to finger X-Ray Girl. And Precious, well, she's too busy trying to eat the artificial soil because they're all retarded. So it then cuts to another physical education class, and Femdom Hadar is giving the rules.
Oh, please.
So, you know, Pam Bondi, you want to come and arrest me? You want to come and give me charges? So be it.
Let's go. I look forward to the videos
Of this new game. And apparently one of the first rules is to clear your mind completely. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a problem with these window lickers. And then Tig Notaro turns up to be another coach. Don't they have any teachers in this academy? Oh, wait. Judging by the IQ of the students, no, I actually don't think they do. So she explains all of the rules. And Precious puts her hand up and says, so basically it's a fun game of laser tag.
Okay, here's my biggest problem, right? With when people remake stuff. It's that they never even watch the original shit. They don't give a shit. This bitch on the left, not the old trinkled lady on the right, the freak on the left, is a cross between a Klingon and a Jem'Hadar. Jem'Hadar comes from Deep Space Nine. They're a vat-bred artificial warrior that only has males and no reproductive capability. Alex Kurtzman is a hack and a fraud.
You know laser tag from the 20th
But I'm supposed to be like cool with this shit.
And Tig Notaro, who was born in 2215 or something, says, yeah, just like laser tag. Cause you know, modernity. Fuck yeah. Writers writing the only thing they fucking know. I just know for a fact that Disbrew's gonna be loving this. Cause this is rapidly becoming Disbrew's favorite character. Due to the fact, I think, that she's complete and utterly on a different plane to everybody else. Like, she's in a different show to Starfleet Academy. So
This actually makes me mad, bro. I can't get...
And she just puts her arms up. Release the drones! It's just so comically caricature. It doesn't exist here. I'll let Disbrew do the laughing. I just can't take this show seriously in the slightest because there's nothing to take serious because it's a fucking joke from start to finish. Wow, that is a face that only a mother could. Actually, I'll take that back immediately. Look, I'm running out of words to describe how absolutely horrendous this is. The drones come out, they're shooting their lasers all over the place. Now, there is explosions happening everywhere. And I'm just thinking to myself, so if one of the students was caught in one of the explosions, they dead? And then does somebody go, medic? Like Starship Troopers, because this is what this is a rip-off of, complete and utterly. And the hologram I just want to reiterate that. The hologram is screaming and clutching onto environment for dear life. The hologram. There is nothing to take seriously in this pile of shit. This was a bad week to give up cocaine. Now the goal is to get to the bell at the end and ring the bell. And the only thing that the show's getting right so far, which it's set up, is the fact that it's Little Princess and Bully Boy who are in competition with each other to get as many rings on the bell as possible. Meanwhile, the window lickers over there, well, that's a completely different story altogether. So Femdom Hadar gets a phaser pistol from, well, what's clearly the foyer of the academy, because there's a fucking tree behind her. And I'm just like, is she gonna go on a spree, if you know what I mean? Because I'm, well, not low key, I'm high key, like the highest of high keys into that. You can do that. You would become my favorite character immediately. Start with Holly Hunter. You know, 2 in the chest, 1 in the pooter. Sadly, it just teleports you and it's used for the next round of the game. So if you get hit by it, you get teleported into the penalty box with Tasha Yar until the next round. Yes, that was an old school encounter at Farpoint reference. I thought you hated sports, says Little Princess to Caleb. I do, he says back, as his body's absolutely ripped to fuck, because clearly he does lots of exercise, plenty of weights, plenty of cardio, but we gotta pretend that the guy that sculpted versus the fat Bince on the other side, he's the one
What the fuck is a bince?
that doesn't like to do exercise. Really? Serious? Of course it's not. Seriously, it's fucking Starfleet Academy! So Caleb gets disqualified because he takes down a drone. Okay, whatever. And then Precious, who's been running around like a headless chicken screaming, she gets cornered and they fire at her and it goes through her. Because you know that hologram? Well, it turns out that it's a hologram. Crazy, huh? So after the game, Caleb is walking with Gay Klingon and he sees the Betazoid slut. So he says, hey, can you just like distract everyone while I go speak to her? So he goes off to speak to her, and then some other people from the War College come along. And Jaden's just like, ugh. So he says, hello there, my name is Jaden. It means he who walks across oceans of fire. And I'm thinking, more like oceans have come. But okay, sure, whatever. Caleb is still apologizing for all the things that she did wrong in the last episode. So there's nothing of worth to see here. Because, of course, the woman who was so self-absorbed that she couldn't understand that Caleb didn't pour his heart out to her because he'd known her for 2 fucking minutes is too thick-headed to realize when it's her that made all the mistakes. Never mind, let's move it along. So we're back in the simulation again. But this time, Bully Boy is up against Little Princess. Whoever wins becomes the captain of the group. I thought Girl Boss is easy gonna do this because it's, you know, predictable current day bollocks. And the first one to hit 8 targets wins. Boom, boom. They tie on number 1. They tie on number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. They're neck and neck. And then all Bully Boy does he nudge her out the way? Does he trip her up? Does he do something nefarious? No. All Bully Boy does is say to her, focus, let those daddy issues come through. And she's like, what did you say, you piece of shit? Loses it completely because she's an over-emotional woman. And he just goes, bang, bang, 7-8, I win. Brains win out in the end. Brains. A nice, logical, rational brain will win out against an over-emotional one every day. So we legit come to something I really enjoyed. Honestly, hand on heart, I really enjoyed this next bit. You see, as they're taking Bully Boy around the academy celebrating, yeah, I'm your captain, the War College have stolen the footage from their simulation trainings, where they're all a bunch of fucking retards, and they've meshed it together to create the advert that we saw at the beginning. Strength, you know, blah, blah, blah. Strength, mental, you know, spiritual, fuck off, spiritual, fuck off. And they just cut it with the footage of these window lickers just being absolute buffoons. And it's hilarious for no other fact than it's actually stuff that happened. They didn't have to make anything up. They didn't have to doctor any footage to make them look bad. They just were terrible of their own volition. Woo! This episode is turning around, you know, it's turning around. Now, the worst commandant to ever grace the halls of a Starfleet Academy and a captain's chair is going to see the head of the War College now, because
there's so many people here.
She is upset that they've acquired the security footage to make the cadets look like a laughingstock. Bearing in mind, of course, that she has already got involved with telling the students how to make these fungus plants that would just go and parrot back lines that you've just said. They haven't rematerialized, so I can only imagine they're probably going to turn up at the end as some sort of exclamation point to what's gone on. They tried to make the head of the War College look a bit weird because he really likes his tea and to make his cups of tea. I distinctly remember Jean-Luc Picard loving himself a cup of tea, Earl Grey, hot. And this is the woman, of course, who has no discipline. Nobody can look up to this woman because she's a clown. She doesn't exude any authority whatsoever. She disregards the rules flagrantly. She wears bare feet when she shouldn't. And she just lounges on other people's furniture and has no respect for their dwelling and their properties. And she's going to try and make the other guy look like he's in the wrong. But okay. Yeah, good luck with that. Serious question. Which member or members of the crew have the foot fetish? Because I can only imagine this is the only reason why such emphasis on her feet is constant now. That some weirdo freak has got a foot fetish. Oh yeah, and I'll shame. I'll fucking shame it. Oh, and by the way, she's now crying to the head of the War College about it's unfair to the students. Some of them came in cargo holds. They don't need reminders of tough times. Weren't you the one that just a little bit earlier in the episode said, I ain't getting involved in the pupil stuff. That's their own business. Huh? Strange, eh? Little princess starts being a little princess, hence her name, as she's getting all stroppy with Bully Boy because, according to her, he used her family business against her. He said you've got daddy issues. Because A, you've got daddy issues, and B, you're a female. So there's probably a 99% chance you got fucking daddy issues. It's not using your business against you. It seriously looks like special needs Tron. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Kurtzman Trek in all of its magnificent glory. Little princess decides to put a little hissy fit behind her and join them to help out. And she says, teamwork makes the dream work. Because in the time that she was separated from the group, she went into a time machine back to the 21st century, very early doors, and then started to assimilate all of the 21st century's pop culture references. Then she got back into the time machine, went forward 1,300 fucking years, and then came out and went, teamwork makes the dream work. Modernity, fuck off! Am I getting something wrong here? Bully Boy says, here's the plan. It will just be me on defense because they'll be expecting a full offense, so let's surprise them. What if it's just you on defense? I need to get closer. And everyone else is on offense?
You stupid sucking
That's
fucking...
exactly what they think's gonna happen according to you. So how does that surprise them? Am I smoking something fucking weird here? Or is the writing just fucking dog shit? So we start off with Bully Boy at point. And he says, stay back. Don't let any of... Look, if you're gonna pretend to have tactics, can you at least do the tactics that you pretend to have? The guy can't be the only person in defense, leading the fucking offense, telling the offense to stay back in fucking defense! Oh, it's getting me fucking it. I'm up here. I'm fucking up here right now. To try to stay with me.
Don't worry, bro. I get it.
Bully Boy, who's the leader, who says, I'm going to be the only person in defense while everyone else is in offense, which they won't expect, but that's exactly what they will expect because he just said that they're going to expect a full-out assault, is actually leading the offense and not being in defense while telling the offense to stay back in defense. He then pops out to try and attack because he's leading the offense, even though he's meant to be the only fucking defense, and immediately gets hit and put into the timeout box. I hope somebody hits the self-destruct button. I please, I'm begging you to. If the insane femdom Hadar is Disbrew's favorite character, then this lass is rapidly becoming my favorite character. Number one, because she takes great pleasure in humiliating these bunch of retards. We're on the same page there, sweetheart. And number two, when the little princess is trying to defend their mascot, she couldn't hit a fucking barn door if she tried, even though we've just established earlier on that she's a sharpshooter. Never mind. But this lass just rocks up right next to her. And do you know what she says? Hey, princess. Ah! You know what you fucking... They know what she is. They know she's a little princess, and princess isn't a compliment, by the way. Boom! Princess ends up in the box. Ooh. Do you know what? This is making a strong case for the thumbnail for this video as well. I haven't seen a more cowardly hologram since Rimmer in Red Dwarf. But at least Rimmer was meant to be funny. She's just a fucking joke. So the guy who's meant to be the only defender is once again leading the offense. So let me give you some context before I say what I'm going to say. The War College are 3-0 up. They're on match point because Bully Boy keeps going against his own fucking tactics. And Bully Boy gets disqualified because he punches out the Vulcan instead of shooting him and sending him to the penalty box. Now, does that mean that Bully Boy's species are stronger than Vulcans because it just took one punch to knock him out? If that's the case, then Bully Boy must be significantly stronger than Caleb because Caleb's just human and Vulcans are 3 times stronger than humans. So if Caleb and Bully Boy ended up in a fight, then Bully Boy would...
Alex Kurtzman doesn't know anything about Star Trek, so he doesn't know that, right? The guy's a retard.
Anyway, that's all just by the by, because obviously we saw in episode 1, it was handbags at 10 paces. So, because Bully Boy is now disqualified, girl boss, little princess gets to take over. Whoa, I'm sure glad we found a way to get rid of that pesky man real quickly. And she's got new tactics. So she uses the stun guns to shoot the replicators, which then create a mist. How? Don't think about it. None of it makes sense. Why would a stun gun work on a replicator? Don't worry about it. So he says, what are you doing? Adhere to my tactics. And she says, I'm using different tactics because they can't shoot what they can't see. And then we have this image here. And this woman turns around and says, the fog's too thick. We can't see them. Sorry? I mean, I can see you.
Very clearly.
I can see the girl behind you. I can see the guy behind her. And I can see the fucking mascot at the back. So I'm pretty fucking sure you can see them. So only now do they decide to use the hologram. You know, the thing which couldn't be hit with the drones because it would just go through because it's a hologram. Only now they use the hologram to distract the rest of the team, which allows them to easily take them out and take out their mascot, making it 3-1. Is it cheating? Well, absolutely. But, you know, they go, there's nothing in the rules. What? Nothing in the rules of having a photonic device that cannot be stunned? So in theory, you could just get the hologram to
Nice try,
walk
fuckers.
right across and shoot their hologram. You could have done that from the very fucking start. So Tweedledum and Tweedledumfucker just turn up out of nowhere. Tignataro says, why does this always happen on my watch? Probably because you're a useless twat. I mean, that's my guess anyway. I would love to tell you what's going on in this scene. The two groups get pulled apart. They have to go to their respective commandants. But I cannot understand a single fucking word coming out of her mouth. It's all just and acting like an absolute fucking retard. So, moving on. So they're given 35 hours of, I don't know, watching this show as punishment. And as they leave her office, oh look, it's the plot device plants from earlier that talk back to what you're saying. I wonder if they're gonna come into play as the exclamation. Oh my goodness me. Of course they are. Bully Boy's trying to act like a victim. My compact doesn't seem to be working because I'm not getting any replies from Daddy, even though I'm sending him messages. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. Oh, whatever. Get over it, you fucking hunk of shite. Oh, and just as Tignataro's talking to Bully Boy about, look, you know, teenagers having problems with their parents. Yeah, that's a new one. Femdom Hadar comes in and says, hey, we're lesbians. And Tignataro says, oh, you're absolutely right, Kitten. We are lesbians. And she says, lesbian, lesbian. And Tig Notaro goes, lesbian. Because they just decided in front of that pupil to make sure that he was fully aware that they're lesbians. Lesbians. Sorry, my bad. They haven't stopped with being lesbians yet. So after Tig Notaro and Femdon Hadar have decided what they're going to have to eat tonight as a lesbian couple, Femdon Hadar goes. Tig Notaro then decides to address Bully Boy directly and says, do you know what? I'm a lesbian. And I used to be on a starship at the edge of time where I was a lesbian. But I left that starship where I was a lesbian to come here, where I'm a lesbian, so that I could be a lesbian.
I can't invite this guy.
With her. And that's what turning up for somebody means.
I was gonna.
And if I'm Bully Boy, I'm just like, what the fuck has that got to do with me and my dad? Tig Notaro says, hey, in space, no one can hear you, Scissor. So the last scene started with Bully Boy wanting to find out why he wasn't getting any communications from his father, to only then discover that Tig Notaro and Femdom Hadar were scissoring with each other. And then Tig Notaro's advice to his father not communicating with him was to fuck the little princess chick. I'm so confused right now. I don't know if it's weird or based as fuck. My dad's not talking to me. Ever thought about fucking that pussy? Probably the most sensible thing Tig Notaro's ever said in her life. So they use more bullshit space magic to make and replicate a copy of the War College's Chancellor's eye so that they can...
There's no way I'm gonna watch that first episode, man. Fuck.
So when they're in his
I don't want to do it.
They use it to disable the security system, which
Fucking
allows the hologram to come in with tangible syringes, who then squirts them underneath all the doors of the War College pupils. And then Caleb reactivates the security. He's got 60 seconds to get out. He's running out, and his ironing board of a 12-year-old boy girlfriend, aka a Betazoid slut, recognizes it's him, maybe because he's 2 foot bigger than their regular mascot. Anyway, don't worry about that. I sense that it's you, Caleb. Can we stop and have a talk about our feelings? So he says, okay. I'm not like other Betazoid women, she says. I know, you got no ass, you're flat-chested, you look like a 12-year-old boy. I mean, you know Deanna Troy. That's for absolute sure. Anyway, more blah, blah, blah. Feelings in space, don't give a fuck. I chose the War College instead of Starfleet because I wanted discipline. Oh! Well, actually, you're not wrong, because you'll never be taught discipline over at fucking Granny's Peach Tea fucktard land over there. And in the morning, the War College pupils wake up and I guess Little Shop of Horrors has manifested inside of their dormitory. I wonder how many of them were killed, got eaten by the plants. Come here, I want to eat you. Ah, nobody cares. Oh, I guess there's one. So this is the part that we saw in the trailer where the Klingon was crossing his legs with his little matcha coffee going, oh, today's a good day to be a massive ho. Anyway, let's move on from here. So Holly Hunter comes out as obnoxious as ever. Oh, these plants are a protected species. You can't touch them. You can't mess with them. Well, what about the ones that are crushing the people against the windows currently? Do we just let them die? Oh, I guess so. And they need to maturate up to maturity, and the only way they can do that is if there's no stress around them. Sounds like a really fucking retarded thing. By the way, just saying. So yes, I guess the War College aren't allowed to get stressed. Oh my goodness. Looks like the cadets have done one over on their counterparts. Oh, ho, ho. What a fun show it was. Fucking crap. It turns out that it was Holly Hunter's plan all along, and she was dropping them massive hints throughout the whole episode, and they were picking up on them, but they thought it was their own ideas. Oh my God. Holly Hunter, you're so like amazeballs. The show is an embarrassment, not just to Star Trek. This is an embarrassment to fucking television. So the most inappropriate relationship in Starfleet continues. Oh, and by the way, this week, Caleb didn't seem to give a shit about his mum. Didn't ask about her, whether or not she'd found any further details. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It was surplus to requirements. So this next bit makes no sense either. There's a bunch of jackets laid out. One of them's got a C on it for captain. Bully Boy's eyeing it up, but before he can touch it, little princess says, "That's mine," and he gives it to her. She puts it on. "I'm the captain now," she says. Well, that's not right. Now, I know that Bully Boy fucked up in the fight between the War College, but that was just you guys waggling your dicks at each other. That wasn't a sanctioned event. It was just you going tit for tat. Bully Boy was granted the rank of the class captain due to winning it in class under certain conditions. So he still should be captain. But I guess we're not bothering about that. No, it's just, I tell you what, I guess whoever's got the biggest vagina just wins it at the end. Yeah, probably. That's what we're going with now. And then they said, hey, let's end this episode on more blinding light, because everything in this fucking hellhole is just a shiny mess. And that is the end of episode 3. And just another piece of a mitigated crap to enter into the annals of Kurtzman Trek. All I can say is, thank God I've got a week's rest until the next one. Until then, you take care. Goodbye, Baloo.
These guys better not spawn back when I'm doing this quest, or I'm gonna get my ass fucking handed to me. Hello? Bro, why doesn't this work? It's not a... Oh, the wrong fucking animal type. Damn it! Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Oh, excuse me. Didn't you just say that?
You may remember the video I put out less than a day ago talking about the absolutely insane Marvel Rival situation. There was a $40,000 prize pool, and there was a player, Kingsman, who basically got kicked from the game for tryharding, for being too good at the game. It was really stupid. He was a broke college kid, and he saw this as an option to be able to, you know, make some money, and he was incredibly good at the game. And then he was abruptly kicked from the tournament for supposedly disrespectful behavior. After which he made an entire video talking about his perspective.
Do I get in there?
Over that, the guy's shown basically no disrespect. He was basically begging his teammates to pick a different character so they could have a better team comp and, you know, actually win the game. So his teammate, called Zaza, nothing to do with the, you know, bit of the marijuana, was a diamond-ranked Widow player 1 trick, which basically means she's good as Widowmaker and not really anything else, and because of that, refused to switch character.
Why not?
Just save your breath.
Because I'm not swapping over Black Widow. Okay, then we lost the tournament. GG, go next. That's literally how it works.
And then the team captain, CC, basically denied any of his requests to switch to an actual winnable team comp.
If the game comes down to one person being win condition, we are gonna lose no matter.
It is not one person being the win condition. It is the fact that we have to revolve the comp around one person. If that is the case...
Play your character. What do you mean? You're still able to play Magic. She's just gonna be on Black Widow. That doesn't change anything.
And again, Kingsman was not rude, he was not disrespectful. If anything, the guy was just absolutely desperate because he was good at the game. But again, team-based games like this, you need a good comp. Imagine Team Fortress 2 and everyone's just camping on 2 Fort as sniper. Well, if everyone was camping on 2 Fort as a sniper, they would probably win the game, to be fair. That's a bad example. But they continuously refuse to change any of their comp, even telling him just rudely to shut up at one point.
That ass Kingsman, like, shut the fuck up.
Okay, bro.
And then, like I talked about yesterday, CC made a response video. This got a lot of backlash, and then she took to Reddit to make an apology. And then Reddit detectives, as they do, they put on their fedora, they put on their monocle, their tobacco pipe or their vape, I don't know. And they basically tried to work out that Zaza's boyfriend, Kaplunk, made a Google Doc with a bunch of clips of Kingsman that he actually sent to the organizer to get him kicked. I do want to say, by the way, quick correction from last video, I did get the names mixed up, so it wasn't actually Cece's boyfriend that made the Google Doc. It was Zaza's boyfriend, Kaplunk. Again, Cece, Zaza, it's basically just the same name. You just swap out a vowel and C with Z. I mean, they're not really the best usernames, but my username was Pyrocynical, so, you know, I'm not really one to judge. So we have apparently the Cece files. Kingsman saw the slander that was against his name despite having an apology directed towards him, and then he dropped this huge document. So Kingsman actually shows the screenshot of Kaplunk, which is Zaza's boyfriend, in the Google Doc, and he's messaging someone whose name and profile picture
Oh, really?
encouraging Kaplunk to compile
well, we're dead again.
in order to get him kicked off the team. And then Kingsman speculates that this censored person might be Cece, but again, saying, you know, it's kind of blind speculation, but it's 99% sure. And again, that's really important because in the last video I talked about, when Cece talked about her experience with Kingsman, she specifically said, I had nothing to do with him being kicked. I'd also like to say my Reddit and Discord is a lot more active now, so feel free to post anything on either site. I did actually want to do a series where I go through my Discord and my Reddit on stream, or even into Para Live videos. Please revive them. Both of those platforms at the minute are completely dead and buried. Here's a great example of how dead my subreddit is. Like, why I'm not turning into a Fallout ghoul? Why are you editing my hair like that, man? Why does it look... It looks good as well. Like, it's... Did he use AI for this, man? This sucks. He then shows a bunch of Discord DMs that are between him and Cece from the day after that he got kicked, and then posted the video. Now, there are a lot of images to go over here, and I don't really want to go through all of them, so there are just some, like, small highlights. Bro, please do something about these fucking NPCs in my Discord server. TikTok chat, Instagram, comments, streams. And Kingsman replies saying, I told them not to harass anyone like 40 times in my vid. If you have, like, Twitch names, I can ban them. And then Cece replies saying, hello, do you have any response? Just like you want 40k, I want some peace of mind the next time I go live. Keep in mind as well, like, he was never going to get 40k. 40k was part of the prize pool. I think if Kingsman's team actually won, he would have basically got, like, I think $3,000 to $4,000 off that prize pool, basically around 10% of it. And then there's another message from her saying, thanks for throwing me under the fucking bus and into unlimited harassment for X amount of weeks, if not more.
What a bitch, dude. Holy shit. What a lying, sniveling little weasel.
Months. Get your fucking clicks now, because all your own actions got you banned and you can't accept that. Usually I'd be mature, but I don't owe you that if you can't even see how you're in the wrong. You are an asshole for harassing Zaza for a whole hour and making her upset even after we said to stop, and now I'm getting harassment tenfold. Ad creators tell me you're a crash out and that it's not good I got you on my team and I still defended you. I ain't ever met such a narcissist like you. Now, one thing I do want to point out,
I guess she's never looked in the mirror then.
I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a therapist, but I'm still going to accuse people of having mental disorders online. Like, she's directly accusing Kingsman of being narcissistic, or even having so far as like NPD, like narcissistic personality disorder. But the biggest sign of narcissists is they will never actually take accountability genuinely, and they actually blame everyone around them except themselves. And she's basically doing this here. She's almost guilt tripping him, how like, people told me you're a bad person, but I actually still defended you. And then saying that she's actually getting more hate than he is. It seems, in my perspective, she's basically blaming him for the comments that she made towards him. Because again, it wasn't like he was, you know, hey, shut the fuck up, change out a widow. Like, he never did that. He treated you with respect. He sounded a little bit desperate, sure, because there was, you know, a prize pool. But you and the other girl were very disrespectful towards him, even listening and hearing him out and being like, yeah, you make a lot of sense, but no, I don't think I will. So after Kingsman dropped this insane bombshell that at the time of recording got 87,000 likes, Cece obviously had to throw her fedora into the ring and respond as well. So she's saying that the DMs with her and her boyfriend Kaplunk, these DMs actually aren't her, and then posting a screenshot of the message history with him, saying that she basically has 0 DMs with him. She says that she was already framed in Kingsman's video for getting him kicked out, and that she doesn't want to be framed for another thing that she apparently didn't do. And of course, Twitter immediately community noted her post, basically saying that even though the initial situation calmed down, Cece continued to bully Kingsman, speak ill of him across social media, and fail to hold herself accountable. Cece has a history of attacking others and talking trash. There are some more links as well that you can view. These links go back to the original Google Doc that Kingsman made, but then also this one tweet from Ouija, basically just showing that, you know, she's in like the TikTok comment section for some reason, and Discord, just being very, very bitter if it is actually her. She then says in multiple posts that unfortunately she was having a panic attack, and during this she said some
That's a
hateful
curse,
things towards
right?
Kingsman. And obviously the internet's main response has been, just because you're having a panic attack doesn't turn you into a bully. Again, if you have a panic attack, they can be brutal, completely, you know, just full of anxiety. It can be crippling, even hard to breathe. But that doesn't instantly turn you into like Patrick Bateman and you're just like being a snide asshole to people. Also, then someone found this particular clip of Cece, supposedly right after Kingsman posted the video, saying that this is actually her chance to drama farm for
How am I supposed to get this fucking
I'm
green?
a drama farmer, but then I saw everyone drama farming on Marvel Rivals, and I was like, let me make some money too, bro. Let me get some viewership too. Loki, this is my chance. I was always thinking, you know, when people like get canceled and then they pop off in views, well, they stay relevant by getting in drama. Like, let me farm for once in my freaking 6 years of content creation.
Now, to be fair, to be devil's advocate here, it's probably this is probably a troll, because again, with all this going around, no one would be that stupid to say something like this ever, basically admitting that they're drama farming. I don't even think Aiden, even though everyone knows that Aiden Ross does it, I don't even think he's stupid enough to admit that he's basically clip farming. And then on top of that as well, CC has actually started to be dropped
Am I gonna
from
figure
certain
this out?
companies, like for example Solaris, basically saying it was nothing to do with the event organizers, they're not affiliated, but the actions done and the insults said towards Kingsman by the group of streamers is not something I'm happy about or what Solaris stands for. So we've had a bit of the CC, but what about a bit of the Zaza? What has Zaza had to say about it? So she responded, and it is holy mother of words. Basically using the entire character limit on Twitter, and this is only 1 tweet out of 2. Now, I feel like even pausing this so you can read is incredibly unfair, so I'm just going to try and give a little quick summary here. She basically says that she's taken complete accountability, that the situation was blown way out of proportion, and this could have been solved with a simple conversation, then saying that that is everyone's fault. She clarifies that the games in Kingsman's video to show his side of the story was scrims, and that her decision to stay on Widow wasn't actually ego-driven, and she even told Kingsman that she wanted to help him win. So already you can kind of tell from Zaza, she's not fully deflecting or, you know, blaming like a panic attack or anxiety. Like, you know, she's, you know, taking accountability somewhat. Obviously, with the context we have now, the prize pool was not announced until people joined the event, so you had a lot of content creators that enjoyed the game, but they weren't like actually pros at it, and that was definitely the organizers' fault. Like I've said before, you know, the fact that they didn't mention that there was a cash prize until everyone already signed up, so you've got like, you know, top elo players and then people that just want to do like funny clip farms for content. The skill was just all over the place, and
I'm pretty sure
in the case of Zaza here, it is someone
these two guards are in that queen are connected.
If she switched, then she probably would have been even worse at the game. She then says that Bucky, one of the playable characters, you know, the one that has the ult that just slams down over and over, like literally the most OP ult in the entire game, that character wasn't in her hero pool. And when Kingsman asked her to switch to Phoenix, who was in her hero pool, she was apparently too focused on processing the pressure that I was feeling from him constantly pushing me to swap. In hindsight, I should have just swapped to Phoenix or Healer, so we could have practiced that too. I mean, that does sound like a little bit of a cope, because again, it's not the guy was just being aggressive or harassive. It was more
I'm kind of stuck
pleading.
now.
I mean, he wasn't pleading a lot, but again, to him, he knew that there was money involved, and then the other creators just didn't really seem to care, and they treated it a lot more casually. Again, at the top of the totem pole, it's the organizers' fault. I have no idea why they organized this event and then suddenly went, oh, money for everyone. SpongeBob, I've got a great idea.
What is it, Mr. Krabs?
I'm going to start a tournament and tell people that there's no money. And then when they all join, I'll tell them there's money.
I don't know, Mr. Krabs. This sounds like a bad idea.
SpongeBob, you talk to me about bad ideas, SpongeBob. But you were in a film with Ice Spice. Have you seen the ratings, boy? It's 5.8 on IMDb.
And then Zaza also claims again that there was no 40k prize pool when she was invited, and it was split between everyone who played in the tournament. So basically, whether you won or you lost, apparently you were paid. And again, it's starting to make sense now why a lot of people weren't really caring about team composition. And then she also says that some people might actually be getting her voice mixed up in the VODs, and that she was never once rude to Kingsman. And if Kingsman is at all offended by any of the actions, then she directly apologizes to him. You can already see her response compared to CC is basically night and day. And then she uses the rest of the statement to address her boyfriend's Google Doc of Kingsman's actions that was sent to Bazim. Basically, she completely denied knowing about the Google Doc, and that her boyfriend, Kerplunk, he put out an apology, which has now been nuked, and he claimed that he created it totally by himself and sent it behind her back, and that she had no idea about this until afterwards. So it seems like he was trying to do like a little bit of Milady, tier 3 sub White Knight moment, and it just basically completely backfired and made it look worse on her. And then later in the thread, she basically reaffirms that they didn't work together at all, and that she explicitly told Kaplunk to not send any of these clips of Kingsman. And she even said that they would receive backlash if Kingsman would end up being kicked. And then she said that even though she warned him, don't do this, boyfriend, this is a very bad idea, apparently like a complete moron, he went behind her back and did it anyway. And I quote this, in a moment of feeling overprotective for her. Now I get it, you know, if you've got a partner, you want to look out for them, you want to care for them, and at the same time as well, you know, your care for them is going to override a lot of opinions, especially random people online, even if they're the majority
they despawned,
opinion.
thank God.
Again, to go behind your girlfriend's back when she said no, it's a little bit soy. And then at the bottom of this thread, she addresses this stream clip directly, saying
Wait,
that
do I still have the item? What was the item called? Fuck. Fuck. I don't have the item no more. I don't think I can call him again.
He's actually has a lot of experience writing good documents like that.
Now, in this clip, the language does make it sound like Kaplunk was currently in the process of writing it.
Yeah, he's being very like straightforward about everything and putting all the evidence in there too.
But right before that, she does read a chat message saying that he tweeted it.
Cece, did you see the document Cap was putting together about it all? He tweeted it, yeah.
And then responds with, yeah. So it does actually seem like this clip is posted after he posted the document. She also says that Kaplunk actually wrote an apology. I did actually see this apology. It came to me in a dream. No, it actually was on Twitter, but because he privated his account, I'm assuming he's going to be put on the naughty step for at least 5 minutes. The account's now private, so you can't actually view it anymore. And then Zaza also actually tweeted about addressing imposter accounts who are apparently LARPing as her, just saying racist chats with her username. Now, there was another player on the team, Lucy Yasser. I'm not sure you say her name. I'm just going to refer to her as Lucy. So we've had a pretty bad, like, apology, and then we've had a pretty decent apology. What does Lucy do? She just completely doubles down saying that she's not sorry that she told Kingsman to shut the fuck up.
I did do it at wrong times, I do admit, but in regards to me telling him to shut the fuck up, that is the only thing I think I am 100% justified in, because Zaza said you're making me feel
Not
like
for me.
And then Lucy also started to show her apology to Kingsman on stream. You can even read it here, basically saying, Kingsman, you doing all right? No, I'm not. Dude, why didn't you stop? I tried to tell you to shush. I did nothing wrong, Lucy. I'm going to make a video about it. Okay, that's fine. But I don't think it's fair to say you did nothing wrong. You were on Zaza for a while, and you could hear it in her voice that she was getting upset. No, don't worry. I'm actually going to explain everything. Well, all right. I'm sorry about you getting kicked. I was excited to be on the same team as you. Yeah, same. Bro, I rewatched and you rage baited me so hard. And then Lucy even crashes out calling Bazim, the organizer of the event, the guy who didn't mention the cash prize until after everyone already joined, a complete loser.
Basim is the biggest, like, loser of all time.
Now, Bazim has came out with his own statement. He did one last video I talked about, and it was the biggest non-statement ever. He should have just, you know, kept that one in drafts. But he has actually came out recently saying that he admitted that he was wrong. Saying that it was wrong to kick Kingsman, and he did it out of haste and misinformation, which is, again, it's kind of a nothing burger, but he's kind of more implying that the girls had more involvement than they'd like to admit there.
The people, when they come in here, when they hate, they're justified in what they're saying. They're absolutely right. I made a decision based off of haste and based off of misinformation, but everybody in the team knew what was going on. The fact that nobody told me it was... That's whatever. It doesn't matter.
And Kingsman, how's he doing? Better than ever. At the minute, he's absolutely popping off on Twitch. Even saying in a clip that he's almost at 10,000 active subs. So if anything, this is like kind of a good ending here, because the guy that was accused and the guy that was booted from the team, who basically got no money from the event, he ended up having probably the most successful career out of anyone I've talked about in this video.
Perez with the 200 gifted subs, bro.
Jesus.
Oh my god. We are almost at
Not bad.
10,000 active subscribers on Twitch. Do you know how crazy 200 gifted is? Oh my fucking god, bro.
You can even see the graph here. Like, he is just absolutely shot off. Careful, Kingsman. You don't want to blow up too much. You're going to have, like, Kai Cenat and Jinxie start orbiting you for collabs. Careful. Careful now. You also had some beautiful memes pop out of this. Like, for example, person. Hey, bro. Let's lock in. Maybe switch characters. Me playing Black Widow going 050, by the way. Average Black Widow main there. Keep it in Overwatch. Keep it in Overwatch, right? We got Widowmaker there. Keep it in Overwatch. Loading into Rivals game, and someone asked if we're playing for the vibes. I'm not playing the whole thing. It's 2 goddamn minutes. I'm not doing that. Just use my CC to buy some Zaza, and it hit like I'm in the Kingsman. And then to make it even worse, right? Remember how this was all about a tournament, an actual tournament that had cash money? Well, the guy who won the tournament came out saying no one gives a shit. Because even though he won, no one cares because they're so swept up in this Kingsman drama. I feel bad for this guy, nearly as bad as Kingsman.
That's funny. Poor guy. Poor guy. That's funny. Oh. Just gonna
Talk to me. Glad I could help.
Bollocks, I ain't got no regions. Fuck. I don't think there's a region trainer here anyway, so double fuck.
What's up? Have a good one.
Time is money, friend. I guess we're flying. I'm not using a portal. That costs me like 25 silver. Fuck that!
Welcome.
Damn it! Might as well use a portal then. Fuck! I don't want to use a portal. Expensive. But I ain't got nothing else. I don't have teleport stones. I ran out. Shit. Bro, I bought like 10. Where'd they all go? Fuck. Fuck.
Yeah. Be good.
I'm in like the worst place to run out of fucking teleport stones too. Shit. Fuck, that's expensive. Bollocks.
Greetings. Asha Fela.
What the hell is calm before zone? Because I clearly don't have it. Okay, where's the Regent vendor in this place?
My goods are of the highest quality.
What brings you here? Good luck, friend.
Damn it, it wasn't here. Shit. Darnassus, Regent, Vendor, Classic. Really? Damn it, it's back at the temple.
I have vision that she lacks.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh, okay. I was a little high.
Can I assist you?
Ditch digger. Wow, that is not what I read the first time. Holy shit. I was like, what? Why would you name your character Dick Digger? What? I could buy them, I guess. The last two are expensive though. The fuck? Achoo! Achoo! Oh. Wow. And now I'm crying. That was so fucking heavy, dude. Jesus. Ooh. Wait.
Vishnu Allah. A shop.
17 silver just to get here. Oof.
I'm listening.
Hey. Door de gooi, het lift niet voor.
What do you do for a living? How do you make money?
I am a news reporter.
What's the latest buzz? What's the latest tea?
I mean, honestly, so much of my day revolves around you two. It's not even funny. How's your ear?
It's doing very well. He missed, and we shot him and killed him immediately. And ooh, you like that? That changes the way I thought about you. I thought you were a disgusting bitch until when you cheered there. It excited me, and now I like you.
What do you do for a living? How do you make money?
I am a news reporter.
What's the latest buzz?
Shane Gillis doing Trump is uncanny, dude. Like, crazy good. Chinese songs that everyone knows.
明码标价的那些物，非黑即白。
Whoa! Yo, this guy is white as fuck. What? That's so fucking weird. I did not expect that at all. Holy shit, that guy was white as fuck. I've never heard of any of these. I don't know any of these fucking not a single one. Asia songs that everybody knows. Okay, obviously. Obviously. Never heard of it. That's just a meme song. Over here, at least. I knew pretty much all of those except for two, right? So, yeah, that's better. This is more accurate. The other one, Chinese songs everyone know, I didn't know a single one. One of them repeated in this one, but I still didn't count as not knowing it because I didn't know it right until 2 seconds ago, so it doesn't count. I've never listened to K-pop. Oh yes, you did. Don't know this one? Yeah, obviously. We're gonna stop doing that because this is gonna get me muted. Like, some of these are really fucking famous. I used to listen to the discography for Psy. He's got some great songs, dude. Great. Wait, I'm so confused. Where the fuck am I going? How do I get there? All right. Let's keep it generic.
Great to meet you. Off with you. Hi, watch your back. Be good.
Fucker. Can I talk to her here?
What's on your mind?
No, I guess not. Box. Now for that.
Welcome. Watch your back. How are you? Welcome. Off with you.
You're watching a Delta pilot in uniform being arrested in Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. It's about noon on a Tuesday, and before we get into why you got arrested and the entire interrogation process...
Before I ask you any questions, you kind of just want to tell me kind of what's been going on.
We first need to talk about how all the alarm bells got sounded this Tuesday morning in July. Pilots inside the airport terminal environment typically interact with the airport police one time as they enter in the airport, and that is known as known crew member. We call it KCM, which is where we start. Here's the pilot going through KCM. He hands what I think is his driver's license, and then he scans his KCM barcode, which we usually keep right behind our badge. And then he has to show his badge to the TSA agent. What happens when you scan your barcode is on their screen it pops up your picture and then if you're approved or not. So let's say you're on a leave of absence from your airline. You don't have access to KCM anymore, so it will say unapproved. I know that because it happened. I did a training, and during that training, for some reason, I got categorized on a leave of absence, and I tried to go through, and they were like, "You're not approved. Is there something going on with your airline?" I was like, I don't think so. So I ended up calling my chief pilot, and he was like, "Oh crap," and they had to go fix it. But that's what happens. You have to be approved and in the system, and so there's a whole background check and all this stuff that allows you to be in the system. So when you scan the barcode, it shows up there. The other thing that happens now, which wasn't really happening at this time, is it decides when you get a random security check. So it'll pop up and there will be like random, and now you got to go through the regular passenger security line that you see. Sometimes you'll see a random pilot or flight attendant going through that line. And usually what that is because they went through the KCM, they got random, and then they go through there. The old system used to be they would just like check off a box, and then when they get like every 10 person, they would just send them over there. Now it's just system generated, although for me it seems like 50% of the time I get random, so it doesn't seem that random. But anyways, that's how it works right now. Barcode, scan, picture, you're either allowed to go in or you're not. And it looks like everything went well. He leaves the TSA agent, goes right on up the stairs, and the flight attendant's behind him. It doesn't seem like there was any issues at this checkpoint. From that point, you either head to your crew room, which a lot of times is behind the security area, so that way if you're sitting on reserve and they need you, you can quickly get to your gate. You already have everything already approved through security, or you're gonna head to your gate. Depends on what kind of time frame you're on. If you're showing up to the airport and you're 45 minutes before departure, let's say, you might go straight to your gate. In this case, the pilot passes security. He's seen here making his way to the gate. He's just starting his first flight of the pattern, meaning he's coming from home and not a layover. Minneapolis is his home base airport, so he's very familiar with it, but he comes across something that is very unusual, and it's this random security checkpoint. You can see the pilot hesitate for a minute as he approaches before going and talking to one of the agents, who I'm guessing will confirm that everyone's bag needs to be looked into. And that's where things start to go downhill for this pilot. According to one of the agents that was in this area, this is how they describe the pilot's appearance.
Pilot, he looked a little disheveled, like he had the white with the epaulets and that, but it was dire need of an ironing. It was kind of a schleppy look.
Now I understand the pilot's hesitation here because he's at his home airport, very familiar with it. If this was a place that he'd never been to, he probably would have been like, okay, this is what we're doing here at this airport. You kind of just go with the flow. But being at his home airport, he's very familiar. He's probably been there for years and going in and out of that airport. And so the hesitation I understand, and then going over to the agent and going like, is that something that I have to do, or is that just a passenger thing? So I understand that hesitation. But his actions after this raise some alarm bells. After the pilot walks away from the inspection area, the supervisor reports his suspicious behavior to the police, who start looking for him and trying to figure out where he went. The pilot makes his very long way through the terminal, so where's he going?
Squeak.
After going down the escalator and far from the terminal that he was trying to make his way to, he walks in here, the bathroom. So why walk so far away from the area that you're trying to go to when it appears that there was a bathroom right by your checkpoint? I don't know Minneapolis very well. I've only been there a few times, but this sign right here appears to be a bathroom sign of sorts. And even if that sign isn't for a men's bathroom, usually they're all pretty close together. So why leave and walk so far away from the direction you're trying to go, unless you were trying to do something you didn't want anyone to see? Especially these guys. As he was approaching this gate, he may have noticed these guys right here, who look like some type of law enforcement, that are standing right by the bathroom. Of course, there are no bathroom cameras, so we can't be for sure exactly what he was doing in there, but according to police records, he was in there for 27 seconds as he walked back out and went to the security checkpoint that he had originally walked away from. And while he was there, the police come over to ask him, what were you doing? Where did you go? The pilot says he went into the crew room, which is an area that the pilots usually hang out in before our flights. But when pilots call the eye in the sky, they confirm that he actually walked into this bathroom. Like a good police officer, they're thinking, why would he lie about going to a crew room when he went to the bathroom? So they went into the bathroom to see if there was anything suspicious in there. Now meanwhile, while the police are in this bathroom looking through everything, The pilot and one of the flight attendants head down the jet bridge. It's common on day one of your pattern that everybody's coming in staggered because people are coming from home or they're coming from their wherever they're staying, a hotel, whatever it is, and they're starting their trip. Unlike what you might be used to seeing where there's a group of pilots and flight attendants that are moving together, that's usually coming off of a layover. But in the very first start of your pattern, since everybody's scattered about, you'll have a time that you need to be there at the plane, but everyone's scattered and coming in within 5, 10, 15 minutes of that time. Then you'll meet up there and you'll start your trip. So them going down there is totally normal. This pilot would start doing their pre-flight duties, like doing a walk around and setting up and pre-flighting the aircraft. Meanwhile, the police are here in the bathroom and they found something hidden in the trash, which caused them to be even more suspicious of this pilot. And they have to move quickly because this Delta aircraft is already starting to board. If it pushes back and takes off, there's really not much the police can do until the plane lands. The police officers are quickly dispatched over to the gate. And this is when the gate agent knows it's going to be a problem because it's not just one, not two, but at least 3 different officers, including this guy, who's a detective. And you're going to see why he's relevant later in this video. Now, anybody who's flown before, when they walk on the plane, a lot of times, well, if they're like me, they would look to their left and look into the flight deck and go, man, that's pretty small up there. So you know that it's not a lot of space, especially to have, because the captain's already up there. This guy's already shown up. So you have 2 pilots up there. So it's already kind of small. And now you've had 3 different, potentially, police officers, possibly a 4th, that have shown up there onto the flight deck. So you're not going to be able to comfortably fit everybody up there. And what's interesting is this detective, while he's up there talking with them, people are getting onto the aircraft and the officer, the detective, offers for this pilot to call in sick, which he says, no, I feel fine, I want to go do the flight. Either way, once it becomes obvious that this plane is definitely not going anywhere, passengers are quickly told to get back off of the jet bridge and head back up to the gate where they're going to wait. After they finish deplaning, you see the pilot here in handcuffs being removed from the plane. You'll notice that he isn't wearing the same hat that he had on earlier. He's wearing a ball cap, which to me is a bit strange. That means that the police officer or the detective, whoever was arresting him, gave him the courtesy of putting something on, I guess, to hide his face. But my thought would be, if that is what you're trying to do, is trying to show up low-key, would it be taking off your uniform shirt? I am used to, well, I have seen it many times, people walking through the airport with police in handcuffs. Usually they have a sweater or something over their hands trying to hide it, but it's pretty apparent who's who. I've seen senators before that are walking through the airport. Rand Paul, one time I saw him coming into Cincinnati, and it catches your eye because you'll see a person and 2 or 3 police officers, which is, by the way, that senator wasn't being arrested. I'm just saying, it catches my eye when I see somebody with police officers around them, right? So if I was trying to, let's say I got arrested in this situation and I was trying to be really low-key about it, the hat makes sense, but I would also just take off my uniform shirt and put on a regular shirt. That would attract a lot less attention. If I'm walking through as a passenger or a normal person and I see a pilot with handcuffs, the baseball hat isn't going to be like, oh, everything's normal here. It would draw even more attention than otherwise. So about 3 hours after all this started, where he showed up to the gate, he's taken back here to the police station for a breathalyzer and a blood test, which is common. I've been randomed before, and that means they can either drug test you, they can do a urine test, we call it a piss test, or you can be breathalyzed, meaning you blow into the tube. It can be both.
A urine test, we call it a piss test. We knew what it meant, bro.
I've had it just random throughout the years. It happens. So that's common. The other thing is that if you were ever involved in an incident, let's say you're flying and something major breaks on your plane, there's a mayday, let's say you have a major engine malfunction or a landing gear malfunction, even though it has literally nothing to do with you as a crew, when you land, you better expect that you're going to be breathalyzed and you're going to get your blood taken. They're going to take your blood so that way there's no question about it. They're going to look for drugs, they're going to look for alcohol, they're going to look for everything. Now, if you don't have anything in your system, no big deal, but that is normal. So it's just kind of part of what you sign up for when you be a pilot, and they're going to give you that $300 million aircraft to fly a bunch of people on. That's part of the other side of it. You got to be responsible. Which leads us into the interrogation, where it all starts to unravel.
That is a small ass room, holy shit.
So I read your rights earlier, right? Yeah. You kind of recall those rights and you still want to talk to me? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So do you kind of just, before I ask you any questions, do you kind of just want to tell me kind of what's been going on and just start over and...
Yeah, I'll start.
Okay.
Yeah, I know I had one day and I knew that it was legal to bring it through there, but I guess I was more than anything just embarrassed to have it.
Yeah.
So I did throw it out. So I apologize. That's all that I have.
Okay.
I didn't ditch anything else.
Okay.
And then I honestly I don't know how I still have or possibly have alcohol on my breath yet, because I did have drinks yesterday afternoon, but
okay.
I know it was.
What he's apologizing for is throwing away a bottle of liquor. And I'm not talking about the minis you've flown on first class or you've seen on airplanes, or potentially you've seen flight crew. We had these little minis sometimes on layovers, and they're just one shot. So he's not talking about apologizing about throwing a mini in the trash. He had something a little bit more. According to reports, they found this, an unopened bottle of a 1.75 liters of Phillips vodka. And this isn't just a generic photo of vodka that I pulled off the internet. This is actually the brand that he was drinking. And when I saw that, I thought, oh, this must be some, I'm not a big drinker, but I thought this must be some really cool brand of vodka that I've never heard of before. And so I jumped online and Googled it to see what does it look like. Spoiler alert, they sell it at Target for $14.99, and it comes in a plastic bottle. If anybody knows, if
the cheapest shit you can get.
Bottle is basically the absolute vodka you're going to get, which is going to cause you a terrible headache. But if you're just looking to drink and get drunk, then this will get you there. But the hangover, at least in my experience, is terrible.
What time about did you have your last drink yesterday?
About 6 o'clock in the evening.
Okay.
Mine.
How many did you have?
The last drink I had, I think I had 4.
4?
Yeah.
About 4?
Yeah.
And what were they?
I had 1 beer, and then 3 mixed drinks.
Okay. And how big was the beer?
Just a can.
Okay.
Can of Miller.
And what were the mixed drinks?
It was vodka.
Okay. So did you feel any of the effects still today?
No.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't like my pilot to be drunk.
Blown away.
What the fuck?
No.
Fuck that.
So you came through, you went up, sat in the airplane. Where were you kind of, when I came up to you, where were you kind of in your progress? Were you doing your in-flight checks? You already completed your in-flight checks? Or?
Hadn't even started. Just talking to Dave.
Okay.
Literally, what I did is I pulled the flight plan out.
Okay.
Remember, this is happening on a Tuesday. He originally told the police that it had been 3 days since he had drank the last time. So there's already these multiple lies that are happening. He's lying about going to the crew room, which wasn't true, and they proved that. He's lying about the last time he drank being 3 days ago, and it's not showing that to be accurate. So there's a lot of things where there is a reason for them to keep digging. There seems to be something that's hidden. What you're about to see here is to get into the explanation of the results from the breathalyzer that he just did.
Looks like you guys are ready to board. Because there's a couple passengers already on. Looks like one need extra assistance. You guys are just getting ready to board, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not really familiar, but I don't really.
You don't deal with that? Okay. And where are you flying to?
San Diego West.
Okay. And this is your first flight of the day?
Yeah.
Where were you going from San Diego? Was that your final, or are you from there?
Laying over there.
Okay.
18 hours.
Okay. How often do you drink before?
This guy looks like he knows his career is over.
How often do you drink? Is it often that you have drinks the night before you fly?
I essentially do and don't.
Okay. So I guess it's common to have 3-4 drinks the night before you fly.
No. I wouldn't say that's a regular deal.
So I guess another question then is, I guess, when you came up to the screening area, what were you kind of thinking? Because I know obviously you're kind of worried. It was just embarrassing. You said, was there anything else going on there?
No, it's just,
Did you think that maybe you still have alcohol in your system, and that's why you should maybe go back?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. No.
Okay.
No. I just really was like, well, this is gonna look stupid. That is, you know, taking out, you know.
This is relevant where they're trying to figure out that there was intent to go fly. There have been cases where pilots will show up and be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. It's just, we're human at the end of the day. And they'll say, oh, I never really intended to fly. I just was walking to the plane and walking around the plane. You know, they might say something like that. So they're asking, and they're trying to prove intent, that the intention was for this pilot to actually operate the aircraft. By doing pre-flight checks and things like that, it is showing that you have...
Never talk to police without a lawyer, boys.
So the detective is trying to figure out, is that the case? Did you intend to go fly the aircraft? That's why he's asking him this.
I even started talking to Dave. I actually, what I did is I pulled the plane.
Okay.
Now from a pilot's perspective, if you've seen my vlogs, you've seen all the work that I'm doing before I even get to the aircraft. I'm checking weather, I'm checking alternates, I'm checking fuel. Well, this flight is going from Minneapolis to San Diego in July. Surprise, spoiler alert, it's gonna be 80 and sunny. There's really not a lot of homework that you need to do in this sort of flight, this type of year, going to San Diego in the middle of the day. And even if there is a problem, there's a lot of other airports nearby. You're gonna be going past Vegas on your way there. You're gonna be close to Los Angeles. You have so many alternative options when you're doing a domestic flight like this in the middle of summertime going to Southern California. So the level of preparation is a lot less than, let's say, when I'm flying. A lot of times I'm going a long way. It could be 10, 12 hours. So what's the weather like where we're going? What's the weather like on the way there? What are our backup plans? There's a lot more preparation. Showing up like this, you would have done some preparation, but nothing near what you've seen when I've prepped for my flights. Even now, when I do a domestic flight, even on a 747, if I'm doing, let's say, Miami to Houston, obviously in the summertime there's going to be some thunder showers and things like that, but the level of preparation is a lot less intensive because there's a lot more options and there's a lot more backup plans, and when you're going across the ocean, limited on fuel, weight, and things like that. So him being kind of nonchalant with like, oh, I just downloaded the flight plan is a little bit strange. Like you're boarding the plane, but all you've done is just now downloaded the flight plan. It seems like a little bit more lax than it should be, but I definitely wouldn't expect that he would have done all the preparation that you've seen me do as I get ready to do a long international flight. So it's a little bit lax, but not ridiculous.
I just really was like, well, this is going to be stupid. You know.
I'm so dead. I am not a Mona.
Now, there's nothing that prohibits him from transporting or flying with alcohol in your bag. I know pilots that have done it. It's a pretty common thing. A lot of times when you go overseas, you might go over to Europe or South America and you grab a bottle of wine. I've done it before, and I drink maybe once every 2 years. I rarely drink, but I'll grab a bottle of wine or something as a gift. So there's nothing to prohibit you from doing that. I also know pilots that they have a certain whiskey that they like to drink, and so they'll just fly wherever they're going and they'll bring their own whiskey because obviously it's a lot cheaper to bring it with you than go buy it at a bar or at a restaurant. So it's not uncommon.
Dude, saved my ass.
Against having an unopened bottle, and in some airlines having an open bottle. Now, I do have more restrictions because there are certain places that I fly to that are dry countries, and in the Middle East there are countries that I go to, and there are countries that we go to where they prohibit you from bringing alcohol inside the country. Many to San Diego, there's no reason to do that. So there's no reason to have that be a problem, to have that in there. But you're about to find out why he's embarrassed about it.
And then is there any reason why you're dishonest with us on the flight? Because I asked you numerous times, you know, kind of had you been drinking? When was the last drink? You told me Saturday.
I just really embarrassed that this was, you know, just started shaming my wife, and you know, so.
And then obviously you said you felt okay flying. Because I asked you a couple times, and I even gave you the opportunity to leave and get off the aircraft. I told you a couple times that you can go home instead of flying before we did the breathalyzer, and you say that you felt okay to fly, so you felt all right.
I mean, apparently I did. And I said, I'm really surprised that it didn't happen. So.
Now this blows my mind. The pilot was giving an out of all outs. The detective gave him the option to call in sick. And the thing is that every airline pilot, as we prep before we go to the airline, we go through all these different scenarios. And one of the scenarios that every airline pilot, if you know an airline pilot, you ask him this question, his answer is going to be something similar to this. Because the airlines will often ask this to see kind of what your response is. And it's, hey, you're a first officer, we've hired you, you're at the airline here, and the captain shows up to the plane and he seems drunk. What are you gonna do? They wanna see that, A, you're going to push back and not let that captain go fly the plane drunk and endanger your lives and all the lives of everybody on there as long as they're aircraft and violate its whole career. They wanna see that, so they wanna hear what you're gonna have to do about it. Now, there's a bunch of different answers that people give, but one of the very common ones that people say is, well, this is what they say in the interview. Well, I would tell the captain, hey, Cap, you don't look real good. Maybe you should call in sick. And if the captain, and then they go, well, what if the captain refuses to call in sick? You go, Cap, if you don't call in sick because you don't look fit to fly at all, I'm gonna have to call in to the scheduling or to the chief pilot and tell them that you're sick because I don't feel comfortable with you. You don't look well enough to go fly. You don't seem normal. You don't seem your normal self that you normally do. So whatever it is, whatever that captain's response is, you always push back. You never let them fly. That's like rule number one. That's everything that you learn. So here this detective obviously is not knowing about airline interviews and all that stuff. Is there in the flight deck. I'm guessing the captain's probably sitting up there as well. And the detective's giving him this option like, hey, I gave you the option to call in sick and just kind of like walk away and just pretend this didn't happen. And he was like, no, I'm good to fly. That blows my mind.
And then you just told the captain, or what did you tell the captain? You didn't even say it right. Yeah. What did you tell him when you got on? It was just normal, or did you guys talk about anything when you first got on?
We were just talking about time off. We was talking about, how many days coming off. So yeah, I had a week off. I said, yeah, me too. We was talking about our strict policy, contract talk. So basically just catching up. We've flown together multiple times. So
not every time, but fairly often you fly with him?
This has been my third or fourth time flying with him. Yeah.
Is there anything else for me that you have any questions or anything right now?
How screwed am I?
Now, Delta's a huge airline.
Very.
And Minneapolis is a large base for them. Flying with someone 3 or 4 times is a lot. At my airline, Delta probably has, 8 times the amount of pilots that my airline has. If I fly with someone 3 times, it's a lot. It's a lot of times. I rarely fly with the same person. So flying 3 or 4 different times with someone means you probably have similar seniorities. So you're bidding similar types of things or similar destinations that you like. So 3 or 4 times, it seems like, wow, that's hardly at all very much, but it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot of flying. So you kind of get the rhythm and you kind of know what everybody's expecting. Everyone has their own nuances. So you're gonna feel more comfortable with somebody and you'll have a little bit more chit chat that will go on after you've flown with them 3 or 4 times. So it is kind of a lot.
Yeah.
So basically what's going to happen is you're not going to jail. Okay, so what's going to happen is you finish up, what you're going to do is you're going to be booked. You are going to be right now charged, pending charges, pending the blood result test.
Stop resisting.
You're going to be pending charges for Minnesota Statute 360, which is operating an aircraft under the influence of alcohol. The threshold for an aircraft is 0.04. So 0.04 compared to 0.08 in a regular vehicle, right? There's other commercial vehicles in there. 0.04 aircraft is one of them. Like I said, your preliminary breath sample was a 0.063, or sorry, 0.065. Just so you know.
Oh, he was definitely drinking.
So that's where we're going to go. You're going to get booked, just fingerprints, photographs, and then you'll be released. It sounds like your chief pilot, I don't know if familiar with the Army, wants to come pick you up and give you a ride. That's up to you, obviously, but so I don't know if they were obviously made aware of the situation. That's up to you how you want to get home. I'm not going to recommend you drive just because of the whole situation. So he wants to come pick you up, however you want to get home, that's up to you.
Crap.
And then you go from there. What'll happen is once your blood test results come back in, what's the time frame? I can't say for sure. It depends on their caseload, things like that. I'd say probably a month. So it is going to be a while. Yeah, that's all up to the BCA or county where the blood results get sent out to and get tested at a lab. A month. So it's a while. Okay. Yeah. Fortunately, it's not like a breath test or anything where it's instant and we know and we can chart right away. So while we're waiting for those, what's going to happen is most likely, since it is involving aircraft, kind of on the job, it'll be likely referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and they'll charge it out. If they don't want to charge it out for whatever reason or decline, and it'll come back locally. So basically what will happen is somebody will be in touch with you once we get those results back and let you know. And let you know what charges are going to come with, things like that. Okay. So, is there any questions there? So what we'll do is if you want to wait in here, I'll have somebody come book you and do that. It'll probably take 15 minutes, not too long, and you'll be good to go. All your possessions and bags are right here, and I'll give you those. And you'll get home as well, right? So in your bag. So yeah, I'll be right back in, or somebody will be back in. Okay?
Yeah, and I don't care one way or another, but you guys do have my badge.
Your pilot's badge?
My pilot badge.
Yeah, I'll give that back. I have no reason to keep that right now. That's between you, your airline, and the FAA, I guess. So yeah, I'm giving everything we took from you back. I'm not seizing anything from you.
It's interesting that he's really concerned about his crew badge, and that's because that's one of the few things that is technically your airline's property. It's not something that you own. They have the rights to it. If you ever get fired or quit, that's something they're going to want back, and you get in a lot of trouble for losing your crew badge because you could have fraud, all kinds of different things. So it is a big deal losing that, so it is interesting that he's very focused on getting that back, but I would think that's kind of the least of his overall concerns right now. Well, the last report came back and the pilot's blood sample was determined that he had an alcohol concentration of 0.027 at 1:10 p.m. They determined that at the time the pilot was on the flight deck, that his blood alcohol content was somewhere between 0.04 and 0.08, which the detective had already talked about is way past the legal limit. According to the court records, he served 1 week in jail and the rest of the time was under home detention. Then he was placed on probation, which included alcohol treatment. He pleaded guilty in court to attempting to operate an aircraft under the influence of alcohol. Now, I have personally known people who have had
fair play, took responsibility.
They were caught either with drugs or alcohol in their system while they're flying. I've personally talked to them about it. Obviously, it's a
Did he get fired?
Sensitive subject. People are embarrassed about it, but I'm just a nosy person, so I would ask them about it. And essentially, I can tell you already what's going to happen with this pilot. They're going to lose all of their ratings. So the FAA was going to remove all of their licenses. But what they can't remove is your experience, your ability of flying, your skills. They can't obviously take that away. So if this pilot chooses that he wants to go back into aviation, which is typically what pilots do, is they're going to go back and just have to retake the exams. They still have the hours, so they just go retake all their different exams, which is kind of a mess. But you go retake those different exams, you pass the different check rides that you need to pass, and now you're qualified to go reapply to different airlines. Lucky for this pilot, this happened in 2019. And in 2021 and 2022, there was an unprecedented boom in air travel demand, which means they needed pilots. After he would complete all that training, the probationary period and everything, that would allow him the opportunity to go apply to different airlines. And when airlines are really short, and they're going to take people who have the most experience that they can get to quickly pass training. Now, let's say he was qualified on, let's say, an Airbus A320. Let's say that's what he was flying at Delta. If he was current and qualified and has thousands of hours doing that, that is something that the airline, if they have that aircraft, know that he's going to be able to safely fly. He's also going to be put into a program we call the HIMSS program, which stands for Human Intervention Motivation Study. Now, the really sad part about this is that if the day before that pilot had called to his airline and said, called the chief pilot and said, "Hey, chief, listen, man, I'm having a hard time." And I'm not saying that this was the case for this particular pilot, but if he'd called and said, "I'm having a hard time stopping drinking, and I don't know what, I can't stop, and I'm getting drunk every night before flying. And again, I'm not saying that this is the pilot, but if that pilot had called his chief to say that and said he had an issue even with drugs, I have heard about it. Airlines I've seen go way above and beyond what I would even think is reasonable in taking care of their crew, sending them to rehab, keeping them on a salary, sending them out to rehab to get everything back and fixed. By them taking that action and going there, the airlines will typically go above and beyond to help you remedy whatever it is to help you get back on a good path. You will be in this HIMSS program, and there is no HERS program, but you'll be on the HIMSS program for the rest of your career. No doubt. That's just, you get that, you get to keep your job, everything's okay as long as you follow the steps inside that HIMSS program, you're fine. However, if you show up to your plane, and in this particular case, where you've shown up under the effects of drugs and alcohol, the airlines don't really have a choice. They have to fire you. There's so much liability for them, and it shows poor judgment. And I've always talked about one of the big key things about being a pilot is making good judgment. I was always told, some of the best captains are gonna maybe not be the best pilots, but they make good judgment, and they bring everybody together, and they run a good crew. They may not be the best, we call it stick and rudder guy, but they make good judgment. This is obviously poor judgment, and nobody's gonna deny that. They even have websites specifically for pilots on the HIMSS program, so pilots cannot throw away their career or their life. They can get back on track, and if you're lucky, maybe your airline will send you to a really cool rehabilitation center for 30 days. And I mean, this video honestly wouldn't be complete if I didn't mention that a lot of rehab facilities have breakfast included at no charge, so you'd have like 30 days of free breakfast. Just throwing it out there, just something to mention. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blip side up. Inside this flight attendant's bag is cocaine with an estimated street value of $3 million. This JetBlue flight attendant's name is Marsha Reynolds, and this photo was taken moments before her trying to smuggle the cocaine through the LAX airport security. I've mentioned before in several of my videos that I think it's a great idea for flight crew and cabin crew to have a side hustle. This flight attendant clearly agrees. Now, before I talk about what I think she could have done differently in order to make this drug smuggling operation run a lot more successful, I think it's better you understand who she is and why she would have made this poor choice. Now, Marsha grew up in the beautiful island of Jamaica before attending NYU on an athletic scholarship where, according to the records, she competed on the women's track and field team. And it said shot put, which is a bit strange because this is the type of woman that I normally see when I see somebody doing shot put on TV. And based off the things I've seen on the internet about me, it's hard to know how accurate these are. Well, she completed her undergrad at NYU and then stayed and did a master's degree in public health and community wellness. And you have to be honest, that is kind of ironic here. This is a photo of her around the same time frame though, 2008. When she was the runner-up for Miss Jamaica World Pageant.
Marsha Reynolds, contestant number 15.
And like a lot of women in their 20s, she wanted to travel the world and wanted to get paid for it. So you can't really blame her for signing up to become a flight attendant. And that's what she did shortly after the 2008 pageant thing didn't go as planned. She applied to and got hired by JetBlue. And while they're considered a low-cost carrier, they pride themselves on innovation. For example, they were the first airline to offer free live television and seatbacks. And JetBlue really focuses on their flight attendants having a really friendly customer service demeanor. They wanted to bring a lot of that back into aviation. So it made sense that with her experience in pageantry and dealing and presentation, it was a natural fit for her to end up working as a flight attendant. And being a flight attendant comes with a lot of perks, like lots of days off, the ability to jump seat, which means if there's an empty seat on the plane, you can get in and literally ride for free. But more important to the drug smugglers was her ability to be able to pass through security lines in airports smoothly, efficiently, and with almost zero inspections of her bags. Now, Marsha wasn't the first flight attendant ever to be involved in running drugs, especially in the aviation world. You've seen movies like American Made and Blow.
I'm a stewardess. I'm a stewardess. I'm a stewardess.
So there's plenty of air crew that in history have gotten in trouble for being involved in drug running.
Eric, she's a stewardess. They don't check her bags.
But she was one of the most recent. I remember I was at the regionals when all of this went down, and I remember thinking, oh my gosh, she's gonna ruin KCM for us, which is known crew member. It's our expedited line to get through security, which allows us to get through without having to do all the stuff that you as a passenger have to do. The next time you're at an airport, if you pay attention and watch where the flight crew and cabin crew are going, you'll see them going towards these signs. KCM, our known crew member, allows us to quickly move through securities and get into different airports. There are times where you'll move from one airport to another airport and you'll to get to your flight, or early morning there's a bunch of people there, so the flight crew can get there so the passengers can get where they want to go on time. So it's like TSA pre-check but on steroids. And it requires a huge background check, as you can imagine. And that ability to get through airports quickly without having the additional screening is what attracted this man, Gaston Brown, who I couldn't find a photo of despite searching for a good 5 minutes for him online. I couldn't find any real actual photos of it. Now Brown, who is here in the US illegally, also from the Caribbean, was here and decided to use this lady's ability to quickly move through to get the drugs where they wanted to go, which was a long ways away from LAX. Wanted to take them into the Northeast, like JFK. So why would he want to smuggle them all the way up there and run the risk of doing that? A small fact that most people don't know is the further away drugs are, like cocaine, from the southern part of the US, so let's say the Northeast, the higher the price it can get. In some cases, they can double, and the costs are a lot higher. If you have to get into a car, drive all the way across the US, you're talking about several days, you're talking about a higher increased chance of getting a speeding ticket and then getting investigated. You have extra gas costs, hotel costs, food costs. So if you can get somewhere in 5 hours and quickly get it through security for the cost of, I don't know, tickets are $150 maybe from LAX to JFK, if you buy it on the right airline, you can get it there quickly, have no issues, and now you safely have your cocaine there and did go through all the different things. And if you have her bringing it through the security line, unless you run across a drug-smelling dog, you're kind of home free. Because if you check your bag in, it's going to put a tag on it, which means it's going to be tied to your name. So if the police end up picking this up and opening it, and seeing that it's full of cocaine, it's going to be kind of hard for you to explain to them, oh yeah, that is my bag, I did check it in, and yes, that is video of me, and oddly enough, that just had underwear and clothes, and it weighed exactly the exact same amount as was recorded, that this bag that is now full of cocaine. It's going to be kind of a hard story to sell.
Welcome back.
Which is where Marsha comes back into the story. This is her at the airport with a suitcase full of cocaine, ready to go through security. And here's the plan. she would go and use her ability as a crew member to get through the KCM line.
I was still muted,
She
my
would
bad.
Go through and then drop that bag off with him, or bag with him, who would then jump on a flight and fly himself to wherever he wanted to go.
Upland for
Once you're
goods.
inside the security terminal there, you could go to New York or wherever else you wanted to go, and he'd be able to move that drug or those drugs to wherever he wanted to take them without having any of the additional screening, without having to do the driving, without having to run all the risks of moving around on land. He'd be able to get there quickly, drop it off, and get paid. And if you saw that video I did about the pilot who got picked up by the police moments before they were getting ready to take off, you can see just how fast we can move through the KCM line. And all this was happening at a different time than the way they do KCM now. So that's why I don't mind showing you exactly what she could have done differently in order to not get caught, because it's totally different now. So you can just go ahead and put away your notepad. You're not going to be a better drug smuggler from watching this video. At the time that she got caught, it was a lot different from now. So the agents would actually be randomly choosing you based off of a little sheet that they had, or based off of how you looked. If you looked confused or a little bit anxious, it would come up to you and say, okay, sorry, sir, you're being random, you're going over here. And that actually happened to me one of the very first times I ever went through KCM. I was in the middle of training at the regionals. I finally got my KCM badge. I was all excited and pumped up for myself. And so I ended up going somewhere, I forget where I was going, and I tried to use my KCM to get through there, and I was kind of like fumbling around. I didn't have an order, I didn't have a sequence of doing everything, because it was one of the first times I ever did it. And so the agent's sitting there watching me fumble around trying to get all the stuff. I didn't know what I needed, and she goes, yes, sir, you've been random, to go ahead and head on over there. I'm sure she was thinking this dude's bag is full of coke, but that's what happened. But Marsha had been a flight attendant for years, so she would have known exactly how to do everything, because at this point she'd been a flight attendant for nearly 7 years. And that's why it surprises me why she made this huge mistake that I think she probably would have been able to get away with this a lot longer had she not done. You're going to notice in this picture where she has all this drugs, she's not in uniform. If it were me as a pilot trying to blend in and do something super, super shady, like have $3 million of cocaine in my bag, I'd be going through in uniform. Which I know sounds a bit strange, because I always travel on my deadheads in uniform. And it's not because my bag is full of cocaine, but so please don't random me. But I do it because it just makes the process a lot smoother. So it surprises me that she would choose to go through not in uniform, because 90, maybe 95% of the time when I see people going through KCM, they're in uniform, which means that the agents that are there are used to seeing people in uniform. So when you show up not in uniform, you now look outside the norm, and it means you're not showing up to go to work, which in my mind increases your likelihood of getting randomed. See, at this time around 2016, they had these little boxes. So as you walked up, the TSA agent would actually just X out one of these boxes. And me, being super nosy like I am, I would always walk up a little bit further than I was probably supposed to go, and I would lean over the counter a little bit and see, was I going to get random? Because every now and again, like every 10th box or something, there would be a full colored in box. And that colored in box means you were going to get random. However, it was kind of at the discretion of the TSA agent. If they were really diligent about doing their X's, then maybe they're doing every 20th person, or maybe they don't do anybody at all, because every time a crew member gets random, their face is irritated, and who wants to irritate people all day? So there were some TSA agents that I don't think were randoming many people at all. Now how it works is when you walk up, you hit your barcode on the scanner and it will pop up. Green if you're okay to pass through, or it's kind of got this reddish, orangish color if you're gonna get random. And I know that because I still do the same thing I did before. I scan my card and then I just lean over to see if I'm gonna get random, because I like to see that I'm gonna get random before they tell me. It just, I don't know, it makes it easier for me to take that blow, or I can just show my disappointment without them even having to say it to me. So I lean over and see that. Obviously, I'm not gonna show what that looks like. I feel like they'd probably get in trouble, and I'd get in trouble if I did something like that. But green is good to go, it means you're great, and the other one is you're going to go back through. Now, if you're in uniform and you go do that, as you go through the line, they'll let you bring your liquids and do all the stuff, and it moves real quick. And I just walk to the front of the line, usually because I'm trying to get to a plane or trying to get somewhere, and sometimes I'm on a tighter deadline. This is the reality. So I'll just walk to the front line, throw my bag through, and I watch some of the people go through the security line, and it's like they never saw it coming, and they're like, what? Belt? You know, so I know exactly what will ding, what will not ding. I know how to just super efficiently do everything. So I'll just walk to the front of the line, and people just kind of let it slide. They think I'm probably flying them somewhere, which sometimes I am, but a lot of the time I'm not. So that's just what happens. But when Marsha approached this KCM desk, the counter in LAX said she was sent for additional security screening. So instead of going over here to this massive security line like she was asked to, where they definitely would have asked her, what is it that you have packed in this bag? Because it's clearly not clothes and normal things. What she did is ripped off her Gucci pumps, threw them on the ground, ran away barefoot, running up an escalator and outside. And remember Mr. Brown, the guy with no photo? Well, as soon as he found out, he also fled the country back to Jamaica, which is going to be relevant in just a few minutes here. Now, it makes sense to me that Marsha would have gotten away. You might be thinking, like, why did the police run and track her down? Well, the agents, as they're watching all this go on, they see this crew member, as they suspect, take off her shoes and then just run away. So they're thinking, like, what's going on? And then obviously the next thing you're going to be thinking if you're working at an airport in Los Angeles of all places is
bomb.
The bags are still here. Are those bombs? Are they trying to blow me up? So instead of the person running away, you're thinking this is a massive security issue of explosives. So the agent, understandably, doesn't go chase this track and field star and then immediately gets the police over there who now start to investigate this bag to find out if it's explosives. It wasn't explosives. This is what it looked like on the inside. It
Jesus.
was 27 kilos,
this much
almost
cocaine.
60 pounds of cocaine. And all the cocaine was labeled Big Ranch, which just goes to show you that branding is important, even in the cocaine business. And what she did next was even more wild than all of the things that led up to this point. I honestly can't believe she had the stones to do this, but according to reports, the very next day she went back to the airport like nothing had happened, went through security with her crew, and worked the flight back to JFK. Like, yeah, nothing to see here. I'm not that lady that you just saw yesterday run out of the airport, that you also probably found my enormous bag full of cocaine. That wasn't me. I guess she was just in uniform, and somehow they hadn't put all the puzzle pieces together yet, so she just worked the flight back to JFK. So I suspect what her plan was is on the layovers while she was there, she coordinated with Mr. Brown, and they would get the bags to her. She would go walk through security, drop the bags off on the other side, he'd go fly to where he wanted to go. And she would go back through, so she's not doing this with her crew because it would look a little strange. Every crew member has a known amount of bags, so if you're doing like a 3 or 4 day trip, if you showed up with 5 bags, people would be like, what are you doing, right? So she would have her schedule ahead of time, she'd coordinate with him, grab the bags on the time off, on her layover time, go over there, walk the bags through security, drop them off to him, he'd go fly and do his thing in the East Coast, she'd go back to the hotel, and then the next day work her trip out like nothing had ever happened. That, I think, was the overall plan and how they were moving everything through. But she was choosing to do it in civilian clothes instead of just putting her uniform on, which would have made it a lot less conspicuous. Obviously, this all caught up to her, and she later had to turn herself in JFK, and according to court documents, the minimum penalty for this is 10 years.
Oof.
And of course, the entire time I was putting this video together, I kept thinking, like, how much did she get paid for running all these drugs?
Not enough for 10 years.
Airports, and how long was this going on? Because I get it, you're only moving it like 500 feet, like from a car. I mean, that's a pretty heavy bag, to be honest with you, but from a car, and you're just walking it through security, getting on the other side of security, and just dropping it off with somebody, and then walking out of the airport like anybody else. And the security isn't going to pick up that strange movement because you're going through security, and now you're inside, and then you just walk out with a group of people. So it was a pretty simple transaction. So I was thinking, like, how much money was she making? And according to court records, she said I was paid, quote, thousands of dollars, which doesn't seem like a lot of money when you're thinking about you're getting a couple pairs of Gucci shoes and you're risking your entire life and livelihood for a couple of $1,000. And when you have $3 million of cocaine in your bag, it just seemed like not a lot. And I was a little bit suspicious of why they didn't get the exact dollar amount, but thousands of dollars is what she got told she was getting. And you remember Mr. Brown, the guy with no photo? Well, he decided to try to sneak back into our great nation using, again, a fake ID, and was picked up by police on a boat. I suspect Marcia, having grown up in a pretty decent family and having a pretty good life, was looking at the option of 10 years as an absolute minimum sentence of jail time and just folded like a lawn chair when the police said, like, this is what your life's gonna be like, pageant beauty queen. You're gonna be here in jail for the next 10 to 20 years. Life's not gonna be so fun. Or do you want to just tell us all about Mr. Brown and all of his activities? Which she probably then told him about all the fake IDs, which I found out was him stealing the identity of mentally disabled people.
What? Where the fuck am I going?
And then, so she would have told them all that because he probably bragged about it, and they would have had all the names.
Oh, is that inside as well? Fuck.
But several weeks after she got caught, he tried to sneak back in the country, I'm guessing with those same IDs. So it was probably flagged in the system. Not such a smart idea. After testifying against Brown, she was released shortly thereafter and didn't end up doing her entire sentence because of her cooperation with the prosecution. Brown, however, was sentenced to a minimum of 13 years in a penitentiary down in Florida. So he's still there and she was already out. Said here she was using her degree and working on public health and healthcare leadership. I'm not sure really what that means, and I'm sure she has a record. You can't just go try to run 60 pounds of cocaine and not have that show up on your record. This reminds me of a story when I was in a taxi talking with a guy who told me about the time in the 90s when he was a massive cocaine smuggler. I've had some weird stories. But I was talking to him and I thought it was so curious, so I was asking him as he was driving me around in a taxi, and he said, yeah, back in the day, because he was telling me some kind of long stories. It was a long ride to the airport, and he was telling me some kind of wild stories about different things that he had done, and I was thinking, like, he's like, I was at the World Series, and I was over here at the World Cup, and I was thinking, how are you doing all of those things? Well, it turns out he was a massive cocaine smuggler. And I asked, well, so you lived that life, and you lived kind of a basic life, because I kind of got the impression when we were talking that I was living a pretty humble life at this point. I said, do you kind of miss that? Or like, he said, no, to be honest with you, every night I go to sleep and I don't have to worry about who's coming to get me, whether my friends are truly my friends, if the police are looking for me. I don't have to worry about any of that stuff. And all that, knowing everything I know now, and all the money, when I had all the money for all the cars and all the boats and all that, every night I went to sleep wondering.
Oh, I run right past that guy.
Try to get me this night, or
he wasn't there at the time.
And he said the stress is unbelievable. You just can't imagine what that feels like. So I thought it was really humble for somebody to have that perspective and share it with me and be honest with me, because I'm sure he served a lot of time in jail for that. And to share that with me, a guy that's just riding around in his cab, I thought was pretty interesting, and I thought it was amazing to have that humbleness to come back and to say, like, hey, I'm gonna have a really simple life. Just.
JetBlue 1191, you have an emergency?
Negative at this time. We did have a customer to service.
We're about to discover if this pilot is having a massive overreaction or not based on a customer disturbance. And there are a few different levels of customer disturbances that you can have. These are the four main categories where we normally group them together, and I wasn't going to share this because I didn't know if it was information that we're supposed to keep private, but I saw it on the internet, so I figured it would be okay to post. Here's the circumstances that led up to this entire thing. Check this out.
New York, JetBlue 1191.
Go ahead.
Due to customer disturbance, we'll be returning to Boston, requesting diversion to Boston.
JetBlue 1191, you're diverting to Boston?
Affirmative, requesting direct Boston, or back to Boston.
JetBlue 1191, you have an emergency?
Negative at this time. We did have a customer disturbance.
A customer disturbance, JetBlue 1191. Roger, descend and maintain, flight level 300, have your turn shortly.
300, JetBlue 1191.
JetBlue 1191, send maintain, I'm in the altitude, maintain flight level 310.
310, JetBlue 1191.
There's a few things to keep important with the context of everything that's going on here. First is where they're at in the world. At this time, when they're making the call, they're just a little bit west of New York City. So that puts them over here in this region. They're requesting to go back here to Boston, which is where they actually departed from. Next is the disturbance level. If you have a situation like a level 4 disturbance where someone's trying to actually breach on the flight deck, then you need to land at your nearest suitable airport. You're going to have a bunch of those nearby if you're right outside of JFK. So at this point, since they're saying they want to go back to Boston, I'm going to assume that number 4 isn't applicable, because I wouldn't call that a disturbance and I'd be trying to land as soon as possible. Now, as a normal passenger on a normal airline, a number 4 wouldn't concern me as much as it would have 20 years ago, because now, since 9/11, most guys are sitting around on these flights just like waiting for this opportunity for someone to try to run up and breach the flight deck door. There have been instances in the past where people have been drunk or on drugs or who knows what, and they've been up there trying to bang on the door, and it's just like game on. Like everybody is just like loaded and ready for this. Anybody that's since 9/11, everybody's just locked and loaded and ready for that opportunity to have someone do that, and they can just unleash the beast and go and get them. So if as a passenger, if something you're worried about something trying to do this, one, the doors are bulletproof. It'd be very hard to break down. And two, if someone started banging on those doors repeatedly, it'd be loud and people would run up and grab them and tackle them. So I wouldn't really worry about that, but I'm assuming from the pilot's perspective that this is going on is in a level 4 situation. So since we've ruled out number 4 from this list, that leaves these 3 of potential risk of customer disturbances that are going on the flight. So it can't be something that dire or they wouldn't be flying back to Boston. And before we find out what actually caused these pilots to divert, when it comes to international travel, staying connected shouldn't be complicated. That's why I partnered with Olafly to share in their new Olafly subscription plan, which is what I use so I can stay online as I move through
This guy pulled everything
around the world. With Olafly, you install one eSIM and you're covered in 160 different destinations. No roaming fees, no swapping your SIM card. It's really simple. Just fast, reliable internet everywhere you go. Now there's 2 plan options. I'm on the unlimited plan because a lot of times I'm not in the hotel when I'm international, so I'm on a plane or wherever I'm out moving around. For me, being able to have
piece
the
of shit
plan is the best. But they also have this light plan, which is 25
useless
gigabytes.
fucking
so if you
random.
just really need to make a few calls, handle some emails, and just do light work, and you're not needing that much data, there's also that option. There is no contract for these. They renew monthly, which means you can cancel at any time. The Olafly plans are made for anyone always on the move, not just pilot and cabin crew, but people that like to work remotely or students that are backpacking between countries in Europe or happen to be working remotely in Asia. These Olafly plans allow you to keep sending messages back to your family so they all know that you're safe, as well as take photos and send those to your friends so they can know just how much cooler you are than they are. If you're planning a trip soon,
is the
check out
fucking
link in
did
the
that
description. They gave you
fucking
this
gun
code
just
on
waste my
screen,
key
which
as
gives you
well?
actually 10% off your monthly plan, and even more if you do an annual
Oh my
subscription.
god, man.
JetBlue 1191 cleared direct to JFK. Enjoying the Robux 3 arrival to Boston.
Alright, direct to Kennedy, Robux 3, JetBlue 1191.
JetBlue 1191, I just have some questions. Is the cockpit secure right now?
Hey, from cockpit secure, we had a customer vape in the lab, and smoking marijuana in the lab. We would like it to turn to Boston.
Smart.
JetBlue 1191, roger.
On a fucking
New York,
play. Oh
JetBlue
my god.
1191, we'd like to burn some fuel to get a lower altitude. That'd be appreciated.
JetBlue 1191, send and maintain flight level 290.
290, JetBlue 1191.
JetBlue 1191, clear direct to news and descend and maintain flight level 230, slowest I can go for you.
Alright, that sounds good. Direct news 230, JetBlue 1191.
Now you heard air traffic control asking if the flight deck was secure. That's obviously the #1 priority, especially since 9/11, but even before. But that flight deck secure, obviously that is their #1 priority. Is the plane safe? Is there a bad guy that's made it onto the flight deck? So that's their #1 priority, and you heard them asking that right here.
JetBlue 1191, I just have some questions. Is the cockpit secure right now?
And since we already had established that we knew it wasn't a level 4 situation because of the way the guy was talking and the decision that he was making, then they're leading with this fuel situation. Planes, when they're flying higher, are more fuel efficient. They're on a several-hour flight, so they're wanting to get lower to the ground. Unfortunately, let's say if you're at 29 or 30,000 feet, getting down to 24,000 feet, it's not a massive difference. I've had situations where my plane's going to land overweight, and I'm like, man, I try to get down to 2,000 feet to try to burn off gas, but it's just not that great. And it's just because sometimes with my plane on our payloads that we're taking and overall planning, it's sometimes a little bit tight. This obviously is a diversion, so it's a different situation. But sometimes getting a couple thousand feet doesn't make a huge difference, but as you get lower to the ground, below 10,000, let's say, you start burning up a lot of gas on these engines. So that's why he's asking for this here.
And New York, JetBlue 1191, we'd like to burn some fuel to get a lower altitude. That'd be appreciated.
The other thing to keep in mind is that JetBlue operates the Airbus 220 and a 320 variant, which means they don't have the ability to actually dump fuel for an overweight landing. And a flight attendant friend of mine who flies for JetBlue actually told me when I was talking to her about something else that they're having a lot of issues with people who are actually smashing their head into the 220 variant. So shout out to Turtle. And so for any of you that are flying on JetBlue on the 220, be careful about standing up and smashing your head into them. She says it's happening a lot, enough to text me about it actually. So this is something to keep in mind when you're on there, and then you can just thank her. Just find that flight attendant named Turtle, and you can thank her for that warning. So the pilots, when they're talking to air traffic control, they've determined that somebody has smoked in the flight deck, and that's warranted them leaving New York and heading back to Boston. taking an overweight landing, all in order to get them off the plane. And that's not even the biggest part of this video. And the other thing to keep in mind here is that pilots can't unilaterally, meaning on their own, we can't decide, hey, this is what we're gonna decide to do. No, when we make a big decision like this, we have to go to our dispatcher, and our dispatcher will then coordinate with the management, usually operations, we call it ops. So the pilots would use the sat phone, call the dispatcher, tell them, hey, we got a passenger that's smoking weed somewhere in the plane. I'm about to tell you where in just a second. And then this is what we want to do. They're going to bring in operations. We're going to get onto a conference call, essentially, off of the sat phone. And together, we're going to decide what we want to do. What will happen is the operations people will say, here's our 2 cents on what we want to do. These are the different airports that you can go to. And then they're going to leave it up to the pilots to make their decision. Now, this isn't a life and death situation where you're going to do this in. If you're life or death, your plane's on fire or something like that, all bets are off. You don't have to talk to dispatch. But on something like this where you're creating a diversion because of something going on, you're going to need to make those calls. If that guy was trying to breach the flight deck door, and I'm just assuming that it's a guy, it could be a girl that's doing it, but if that guy's trying to breach the flight deck door, that you don't have to go like, hey, we got someone like kicking this door in, can we go back to Boston? No. But in this situation, somebody smoking weed, they're going to need permission to do that. Operations are going to give them their input, and then they're going to leave it up to the pilots to make the decision. Part of my logic behind that is that they don't want to tell you what to do in case what they tell you to do ends up not being the right decision. They want to give you their input, but at the end of the day, it's the pilots flying. They're going to make the final decision. If they say, hey, we believe for the safety of flight, this is the best choice, then that's what we're going to go do. I'll let you look at this list and you can tell me on a flight what level you think weed smoking would fit in for safety of flight. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for following the rules and following the laws, and I'm not saying that it's acceptable for people to smoke weed or cigarettes on an airplane. And I've never smoked weed in my entire life or done any drugs like that, partially because I get kind of hyper fixated on something. So if it's something that I really want to do, I'll get really, really focused on that. And so I always had the concern that I would do something like smoke weed, really, really like it, get hyper fixated on it, and that would be what I would be doing all the time. And I know people make the argument like, oh, smoking weed, so-and-so who's super successful smokes weed. And that's true, but I can take you to Portland or Los Angeles and show you a lot more people that are not doing well on drugs than you can show me people who are doing well on drugs. So that was my decision, so I've never done it, so I'm not trying to justify that it's okay
Oh, God.
this guy smoking weed on the plane, but my course of action would probably not to be take my jet, turn it around, and fly back the other direction from which I just came from. I would have a different plan, but this is what they do.
Just to confirm, we'll be planning an overweight landing. We'll declare the emergency at this time.
JetBlue 1191, did you say you are going to be an overweight landing?
Hey, firm, just ran the numbers, planning an overweight landing, JetBlue 1191.
JetBlue 1191, roger and under, you are declaring at this time.
Hey, firm, got the info for you right here.
JetBlue 1191, clear direct Provy, and go ahead with the information.
All right, direct Provy, JetBlue 1191, 208 souls on board, fuel remaining 28.1.
JetBlue 1191, but the nature, is it just the overweight landing?
For JetBlue 1191, yeah, we had a security issue on both, with a passenger, mostly a disturbance. They were smoking marijuana. Our crew inhaled it, and now we're overweight landing. So that's the main reason for the emergency.
Their plan was to declare an emergency over this whole situation. Now, I think it's important for any of you that are planning to be pilots, this declaring an emergency isn't what we do anymore. There's either pan-pan, which is not life-threatening, or there's mayday, which is life-threatening. Those are the two categories that you can declare an emergency, as the way they used to say it, and things are always changing in aviation. I don't know why, but those are the two categories that you can fall in. The declaring emergency, that apparently used to be the way they do it, not the way you do it anymore. And what I'm getting from what he's saying here is that the main reason they're doing it is because they're overweight landing.
And now we're overweight landing. So that's the main reason for the emergency.
I don't know the rules for JetBlue, and I've never flown for them or an Airbus, but when you do an overweight landing at some airlines, it's not something where you need to declare pan-pan or a mayday for that situation. Some airlines will have it written that they'll leave it to the captain for discretionary if in the event of safety, safety
great.
flight,
Nice spawn.
it'd be better to do an overweight landing. You're allowed to do an overweight landing, and in doing so, you need to basically write it in the logbook. The mechanics will do an overweight landing check where they'll check things like flaps. whatever the wizardry stuff that the mechanics do for our planes to keep them safe and flying. But not always do you have to declare a situation or let air traffic control know that this is going to be a situation like what they're doing here. I don't know with Airbus, and I don't know about JetBlue, but I'm just letting you know, in some airlines, you're allowed to take an overweight landing if you deem that for the safety of flight, that's the best choice, just so you know. And you can hear air traffic control confirming that they're declaring this emergency for the overweight landing.
The JetBlue 1191, but the nature, is it just the overweight landing?
At this point in the audio, you can't really tell where this guy's smoking weed, and I was really curious, so I looked up. He was sitting in row 1. So my guess is that he went to the bathroom right next to his seat, up in the front, which usually borders the flight deck. You have the bathroom wall, and it shares a wall with the back of the flight deck. So my guess is that he was smoking in that room. Now, he's saying, the pilot that's talking is saying that the crew inhaled the weed. I'm guessing they smelt the weed, unless they were in that bathroom with him and the guy was smoking so much inside the bathroom and the crew member went in there and joined them and closed the door. My guess is they weren't inhaling that weed. There is so much airflow that are moving around these planes, which is why during COVID people were saying like, hey, why do we need to wear masks? There's tons of filters, tons of air moving, because outside the jet, these jet engines are constantly pumping air into the plane, and that's how you're keeping your plane pressurized. And planes are always leaking, so there's always got to be new air pumped in, and the plane is on purpose releasing air, so that's how you're able to change your altitudes while keeping the pressurization working out okay. Now, like I said, never smoked weed, but I did have a lot of friends in college that did smoke a lot of weed in the house that I lived in, which might explain why maybe I wasn't so great in school, even though I wasn't great in high school either. But the point is that I was around people that smoked weed and that they were in the house, and I never ever got high. I would be in this, they'd be in the living room smoking weed, and it didn't really affect me. And I can assure you that the airflow in this crappy little house that I lived in college has nothing like the airflow that's going through these planes. There is tons of air being pumped in there, and we were in a small house that did not have tons of air being pumped in there. So I never got high or never experienced that. Now these pilots maybe have a totally different background and life experience than I had, but they're making this decision to declare an emergency and divert. Totally up to them. One thing you should know that I learned from watching my friends and a lot of movies is that weed can make you very hungry, which is why you'll see it sometimes given to people who are getting cancer treatments that have lost their appetite. So weed people typically, or people who smoke a lot of weed, typically will eat a lot. They call it the munchies. Now, if I were flying the plane, one of the things that I would do is not only
bit of a misconception.
not let him get any snacks, but I would give double snacks to the people.
You'd have to get
around him.
really fucking baked to get the munchies.
Like a punishment, but that's just me because I'm a little bit petty. This is what these pilots decide to do.
Approach JetBlue 1191 are at a 14.8 for 5,000 descending on the Roebuck arrival, 22 left.
1191 box, Crystal, Kilo snack.
Was that the fucking mask? Did they like pull down the fucking oxygen mask? Bro, these guys have no idea what weed is. They're getting really paranoid.
If you like the longer runway 15 right, that is
that's
available.
hilarious.
And expect a light traffic in the descent.
Roger, we'll get back to you about 15 right. Stand by. All right, appreciate 15 right. We'd like to take 15 right for JetBlue 1191.
Blue 1191, roger that. President for now, vectors ILS, 15 right approach. And when you get a moment, sir, I know you got a couple things going on.
Instrument landing system. That thing is crazy, dude.
Assignments for the person in question, your gate number, and fuel and souls on board.
What you're hearing when he's talking like that is what it sounds like when we put on our oxygen masks.
I knew it.
Now, you've seen a bunch of different kinds. I don't know what these guys have over at JetBlue, but they're clunky, they're inhibitive. In my personal opinion, we used to have to wear them anytime someone left the flight deck and we were up in the air. But you better believe any time that I thought there was smoke on the flight deck of any kind or there was a depressurization, I would absolutely put that thing on because one, it's hard to fly when you're unconscious or dead, and two, it's not worth the risk of saying like, oh, I can go handle this smoke. There have been pilots that there's been smoke on the flight deck, they didn't like their mask and they didn't wear it, and there have been problems about it. So absolutely, I would wear that over not wearing that if the situation deemed it. This pilot apparently thinks that someone smoking in the bathroom behind them, despite all the airflow that's running through the plane, is going to cause them to get marijuana in their system, and that is going to cause them, I guess, to be too high to fly the plane, or possibly that they're worried about failing their next drug check. Both are possible. So essentially what's happened is these two pilots together, along with the operations, have decided that someone smoking weed in the bathroom warranted leaving JFK airspace, flying back to Boston, declaring an emergency, doing an overweight landing, and inconveniencing all the other passengers.
Why she do no
by flying
damage?
north when everybody wanted to fly south. This happened in November. These were Boston were flying down to Florida. So instead of flying south and continuing to fly south to an airport that they have
Oh my god, she's getting her ass
a lot
kicked
of gate
too.
agents and all the normal things that you would want, you know, let's say Charlotte, North Carolina.
Dude, this is fucking cancer, man.
All places
Oh.
that they fly all the time, where they're going to have gate agents and all the different things that they would need in order to be able to function, which is important. I've diverted to places, or wanted to divert to places, when my airline said, no, we don't have people over there.
Oh, this
or, we
is
don't
just
have
pure
the customer
cancer.
Service to 747 over there, so we want you to go to this place. And I didn't really want to go to that place, but my airline said go to that place, and so we went to that place, because if you don't have the things.
Ugh, terrible fucking retard quiz, dude. Jesus fucking
At
Christ.
the end of the day, you got to make that decision. So, but they could have hit some
Garbage
other
fucking
stations that were
game.
along the East Coast there, because JetBlue is very strong on their East Coast coverage. They could have easily continued flying south and hit one of those sections right there, where they'd have the gate agents.
You can tell the longer, the later levels, they just ran out of fucks to give,
The
bro.
opposite direction of the direction everybody was trying to go. Now, safety flight is always the #1 concern, and obviously this guy broke the law, 100%, no questions about it. But it doesn't sound like there was any type of a verbal dispute or verbal disruptive behavior going on. There was obviously no physical abuse. There was no threats to crew or other passengers from what he's saying, and no one was trying to kick down the flight deck door. Now, if it were me personally, what I would have done is had one of the flight attendants confiscate the, I don't know, vape or weed or whatever it was, take that, put it into the back of the plane, secure it somewhere away from this person, tell them if they are not allowed to get up at all or go to the bathroom in any circumstance, and that's how I would handle that situation. It's a couple-hour flight. You're not allowed to leave your seat, sir, so don't get up out of here for any circumstance. It's a couple hours, you're just gonna have to hold it. That's how I would handle that situation. I would continue the flight to where I was going. I would let the people know in operation so that the police were there waiting. When we'd land, I would pull into the gate. I would make an announcement for everybody to stay and remain in their seats. The police would come onto the plane immediately, grab that guy. I would have the flight attendant from the back bring whatever the marijuana vape pen thing is up to the police, and then everybody would be able to get off the plane and go about their day. But I wasn't flying that plane. Now, I don't like to question people's decisions, like turning around and flying north when everybody's going south for possibly having a small amount of marijuana on somebody. And we all know that I've made bad decisions, like getting up after a few hours of sleep and running down without even looking in the mirror of what I look like in order to get free breakfast, which sometimes isn't even that great. So I'm not going to question their judgment. I'm going to leave that to the people of the internet. I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you for the follow. Unless you try to sell me something. Welcome to one of the low points. What the fuck? Of course. They're in my city now. Just gonna wait for this guy.
Ja, kort na 7 uur is op het einde van een manifestatie zijn 6 personen gewond geraakt. Ze hebben wellicht allemaal messteken opgelopen. Dus 4 van die mensen zijn aangetroffen op het Operaplein zelf. 2 anderen in de
opera, yes.
En 2 slachtoffers van die 6 zijn met levensgevaar overgebracht naar het ziekenhuis. Dat ging over een manifestatie. 200-300 mensen waren daarbij aanwezig. Die manifestatie is ook heel sereen, heel rustig verlopen, juist op het einde. Zijn dan 6 mensen gewond geraakt. Zij hebben die messteken opgelopen. Meteen heeft de politie de eerste hulp toegediend. De politie was ook aanwezig. Ze hebben ook meteen een aantal verdachten genomen. Dus op dit moment...
Oh, I fucking hate this game! No, son of a bitch!
Ja, op dit moment hebben we nog geen informatie over wie die slachtoffers zijn, over wie dat die verdachten zijn. Dus het onderzoek is natuurlijk opgestart. We verwachten hier ook het gerechtelijk lab nog te plaatsen. We gaan kijken of er camerabeelden zijn die ons verder kunnen helpen bij dat onderzoek. Er zijn ook heel veel mensen aanwezig, dus een aantal mensen hebben ook wel gezien wat er gebeurd is. Dus we proberen te kijken of daar informatie is die ons kan verder helpen bij dat.
Get them all out, dude. Every single one of them. Gone. I'm gonna go downstairs real quick, guys. I have to Make sure my mom knows. And I'm gonna give her house arrest for the next week. Because that's very close near here. Well, mom's grounded. No, that's literally 15 minutes away from here, dude. The fuck? I swear, bro. At least with Brussels, I still had like the I never get to Brussels. That was bombs and shit. This was just knives, but 1 more minute, sorry. fucking get. Because I'm the goddamn doorman.
Six people have been left injured with 2 in a critical condition following a knife attack at a major tourist hotspot. The
AI news. I can't find no fucking footage anywhere. Nothing proper. Not a single person speaking Dutch. They're way too fucking friendly with that guy. Should've ran up, kicked him in his fucking face. I know exactly where this is as well. Yeah, multiculturalism at its finest. So yeah, that's fun. 15 minutes away. I didn't mean to jump in the water.
That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
Mine, bro?
I'm about to drop the biggest YouTuber flex you've ever seen before, and I bet you that you're not gonna believe me and you're gonna have to go look for yourself to verify what I'm telling you is true. It's that crazy. If you don't know me, my name's Kelsey, I'm a 747 pilot, and this guy right here, this is one of the co-founders of YouTube, and this is the very first video that was ever uploaded on YouTube in 2005. Over the last couple of days, I got a bunch of messages saying, bro, you have to look at this video. And I was like, yeah, cool, first video on YouTube. And I get sent videos all the time because I explain a lot of different aviation content that's on YouTube or roast people that are sending them.
I stopped caring.
So I started looking at
Have your nice clothes, but what do you do?
Those pieces of shit got arrested, by the way. Not Don Lemon yet, though, because the judge blocked it. A judge that, conveniently, his wife works for the Attorney General that said he would protect him. So, weird how that works. Almost like there's some cronyism going on there. Allegedly, right?
Renee, good! Renee, good!
The main bitch arrested. The fucking crooked teeth lady arrested. This screeching weirdo arrested. So far, so good.
Renee, good!
You're missing Don Lemon.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people. Where are you?
So what you just witnessed right there was a clip of a video of left-wing activists, including organizers from the 2020 BLM riots, deciding to storm a church outside of St. Paul, Minnesota, due to the fact that they have come under the impression that this church was somehow coordinating with ICE. Now, there's a specific person that apparently they're accusing of being affiliated with ICE who was not present at this moment in time. However, the people who were present were at worship, and as you could see based on the video, they were clearly and obviously being intimidated by these left-wing agitators who demanded that they pledge fealty to the Somali fraudsters that are stealing all their tax dollars through the Minnesota state government and their various government programs.
You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes, but what do you do? What do you do to stand for your Somali and Latino communities? I'm not going to comment. You have no comment, exactly. Renee, good! Renee, good!
Now, this video is horrific from every single angle, and in fact, if you actually freeze frame at different points in time, one of the things that you'll notice is that there's a lot of terrified children that don't understand exactly what is happening right here, but the left-wing activists don't give a damn. They don't respect your house of worship, so they decided that they were entitled to do this because guess what? Everything that has been shown to them in the last 5 years in this country, 6 years actually, has given them the impression that they can get away with anything. Remember, the Black Lives Matter riots were not punished, they were actually rewarded, and in fact, many of these activist groups ended up getting settlements from various cities around the country, some of the largest settlements in the history of those cities, as a reward for stirring up all sorts of crap, and again, causing billions upon billions of dollars worth of damage. But unfortunately for them, there's a new sheriff in town, and guess what? Pam Bondi has decided she's going to respond to this because we have specific laws to prevent this from happening. They were actually put into place in order to stop the Klan from disrupting black churches, and what an amazing irony that now the left-wing activists, the supposed anti-racist Black Lives Matter organizers themselves, will be charged under the Klan Act, and I'm absolutely 100% here for it. But before we break this down, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
Okay.
All these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit as a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No! Jesus would dine with immigrants.
Yo, yeah, he is. Well, hang on. Let me find it. It's me. No, because then you're at fault and he would definitely sue you because he's a total bitch.
Bondi, you want to come and arrest me? You want to come and give me charges? So be it. So you know Pam Bondi, you want
Shave. You look like a hippie.
and see what happens. Hey, you can't. You are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities? Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending to be Christians. But we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life while people are starving.
So the man you're seeing right there in the beard, who of course had to include his face in this particular video as he berates and intimidates random people at this particular church that he decided to target because of perceived political differences, is a guy called William Kelly, and he is an obnoxious activist who has been going around on television ever since he caught wind of the fact that what he did might actually be illegal, and saying that he wasn't actually intimidating anybody at all whatsoever at this particular location, even though again his own video betrays his lies.
They're gonna come at me with charges, and I'm not scared of that. There's no base for these charges. I did not block them from, their service. Living real comfortable while the people starve. Living real comfortable while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're all living real comfortable, aren't you? Shame on you. Do something. Stand with the Somalis. Stand with the Latinos. Quit ignoring this injustice. He wears a suit and tie, and he He hangs out with Christy Nome. How is that a Christian?
That's like, bro, you're making me want to hate him. like, just out of spite towards you, I would have been like rude against him now. Like, not that I'm going to, right? Obviously, because it's not their fault that this guy's a retard, right? I'm just saying.
Supposed to accept all immigrants, are you not? Why are you not going down to Whipple and joining us in protest against this inhumanity? You claim to be a Christian, act like one.
Now, in addition to trying to gaslight us about what he actually did and recorded himself doing at this moment in time, he also ended up saying that he wasn't afraid of the federal government arresting him.
So you know Pam Bondi, you want to come and arrest me? You want to come and give me charges? So be it.
Daring Pam Bondi and the Justice Department in order to do so. Well, guess what? Wishes happen to be horses today, William, because you have been in fact arrested and you've been charged with violating the Klan Act. In addition to that, we also have a Black Lives Matter organizer that ended up setting up this particular event that was participating in the attack on this particular church.
Guess what,
under
Exquisite?
the entitlement that was granted to her from being able to participate in the BLM riots of 2020, and she ended up going on television and making the case that they weren't really doing anything of the sort, like disrupting
55.
the church. In reality, they just came in to join in on the prayer.
And I do want to correct something that was said in the beginning. We did not rush into that church. We actually went and sat down and participated in the service. And after the pastor prayed, that is when I stood up and asked him a question in response to his prayer. And then he responded to me. And then I proceeded to ask him about Pastor David Easterwood and how is it possible for him to serve as both the pastor and the director of ICE for Minnesota. And instead of responding to me, as soon as I said the name David Easterwood, the pastor said, "Shame, shame." And that is when I led us in chants, "Justice for Renee Good" and "Hands Up, Don't Shoot." So I want to clarify that. We didn't rush in. We didn't bust in. We were a part of the service.
Does this retard knows it was filmed by like
to the pastor.
5 different people?
And obviously, I'm not going to dispute your saying
And the
what
fake
happened.
journalist?
I'm merely describing how CNN is describing it. I obviously wasn't in the room.
So first of all, for Aaron Burnett or anyone on CNN to pretend that this version of events in any way resembles reality when we can actually see the videos for ourselves, and that somehow what's actually going on is that the pastor of the church was the person who was at issue here, even though, again, it's his church, he was giving his sermon, he was interrupted by these absolute idiots, and again, they also did the hands up, don't shoot thing, which was a lie that dates back to the Michael Brown incident of 2014 that was debunked thoroughly within the first 8 pages of the Department of Justice report on Michael Brown, but yet 12 years later, we're still hearing about this absolute nonsense. Is asinine in every possible way, but again, what do you expect from CNN? What do you expect from the news agency that propagandizes on their behalf? And by the way, these people are being kind in this particular interview, but make no mistake about it, they're going out all over television and anywhere they can get in front of a microphone and making the case that they had to stop this church because this church was full of white supremacists. And how do you know this church was full of white supremacists? Well, because when the psychopaths ended up storming the church and chanting all these ridiculous false Black Lives Matter slogans and then started confronting random parishioners and asking them to pledge allegiance to the Somalis, these people seemed rather upset. Now look, obviously this is disgusting and reprehensible behavior, and this is why we have laws in order to prevent people from doing this. By the way, Minnesota has state laws that are to prevent people from doing this. However, they're not prosecuting this, much in the same way that they don't prosecute the Somali fraud cases within their state. But as we can see from the Biden administration, when Democrats are in power and they want to target legitimate Republican protesters, they have no qualms about abusing federal law in order to punish those people. I've talked about this before, but I will mention it again. But the Biden administration used the FACE Act in order to target Christian protesters in their 80s that were outside in the hallway of an abortion clinic or building that had an abortion clinic in it. They were singing hymns and whatnot, and they were charged with federal crimes because of the premise that they were obstructing people's fundamental constitutional rights. Now, this was an egregious violation. The Trump administration ended up pardoning these individuals as soon as he took office. However, the law that these people violated is much more clear-cut. It's actually the Klan Act, which was meant to prevent people from intimidating and disrupting and directing you away from your fundamental rights as outlined in the Constitution, including your freedom to worship. And there's actually a couple of key elements of the Klan Act that we have to examine to determine whether or not this was a violation, and I want to get into that so you guys can understand what's actually going on here. So according to this law that Pam Bondi says that she's charging these people with, which is 18 U.S. Code 241, conspiracy against rights, a violation occurs if 2 or more persons conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or because of his having so exercised the same. Now, the penalty for this crime is a fine or imprisonment for up to 10 years, and the only things you need in order to prove this crime is 1, you have a conspiracy, which is an agreement between 2 or more people as defined by this particular law. 2, you have intent, meaning that they intentionally went to a location where people are practicing their constitutional rights. By the way, this has to occur in the United States of America, its territories and whatnot, and obviously a church outside of St. Paul definitely qualifies. And of course, the people have to be participating in a fundamental right that is secured to them by law or by the United States Constitution. Obviously, the right to worship is secured by both. And by the way, this isn't remotely a stretch of the law's original purpose, because back in the day when they put the Klan Act into place, one of the ways that people were being targeted was while they were at worship in historically black churches. So the Klan would go and storm the churches, force people out. Sometimes they would burn down the church while the people were actually inside, which is one of the reasons why there's higher penalties if somebody dies as a result of this. And this is the exact issue that the Congress was trying to address. And guess what? Fast forward to 2026, and these people are participating in the same exact behavior. Now, of course, there's a lot of people who are going to bring up Don Lemon, and let's be clear, Don Lemon is an absolute scumbag in every possible way. He definitely knew what was going down. He was very likely working with these individuals beyond the level of a media personality, and then after the fact, he went on shows like Jennifer Welch's show in order to smear these people as evil white racists, saying that they were angry at him because he was a gay black man.
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian country, when actually we left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male, pretty much. And so, yeah, I absolutely,
what a disgusting person.
It's an intimidation tactic. And, I said, I don't understand how I've become the face of it when I was a journalist. I do understand that I'm the biggest name there. And I'm also, as I was on with my producers this morning, you and Kylie talk all the time, my producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America.
Don Lemon, I know you want to play the victim here. I know you want to pretend that you weren't the aggressor, but obviously you were in this scenario, and they were angry at you for storming their church, for interrupting their service, for sticking a camera in their face, trying to interview and guilt people who you were forcing out of their house of worship in order to make a political point, and that's ridiculous, absurd, and asinine.
I'm speaking to an organization there that's gearing up for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together, diverse community. If you see this, when we first pulled up, we're like, wait a minute, which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we're like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? Saw the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up, and it's Sakima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, can't tell you where they're going.
But setting that aside, there's actually reporting that a judge in the Minneapolis area actually rejected the government's bid in order to lay charges against Don Lemon as well. And this is likely due to the fact that Don Lemon is a known media personality. And while I do believe that Don Lemon was in fact coordinating with these people,
oh bro, I'm out of mana, dude. This was a bad idea.
He's getting them donuts and all all that stuff. He said that the people behind this were his dear, dear friends and whatnot. In reality, I actually think it's a good thing that the judge is not allowing charges against Don Lemon, because he is in the media, and we do have freedom of the press in this country. And even though obviously in my opinion Don Lemon went well beyond the bounds of a journalist, which is unsurprising because he's a crap journalist, I do think it's actually more hilarious that his own footage is going to be used to convict the activists that he was supporting in this Klan Act case, and Don Lemon isn't going to be able to be the martyr and try to sacrifice himself or say that he is being prosecuted by the Trump administration, even though, again, you could probably make a legitimate case against him. I think in the name of actually protecting media figures, it's better that we don't do that in general, from a pragmatic way, even though, again, I understand the argument to the contrary. Now, of course, I want to know what you guys think about all this down in the comments below. Do you want these people to be subject to fines, or do you want them to serve the full 10 years? Because it's not just about...
10 years is a little bit much, but...
I am starting to think that this guy could be the guy. I'm not there yet, but after today's speech and him taking all those questions, I'm feeling good.
Just a few things at the outset, just about what I've learned today and what I'm trying to do here. You know, first of all, I want to give a shout out.
Got to catch them all.
To the Annunciation school shooting families, because you know the last time I was
school shooting
to meet with some of those families, I understand.
Haven't seen this.
A couple of students have made near miraculous recoveries, and just that was a very special moment for me to be invited into that community at a time of grief, and I hope that all of them know. Though I didn't get to see them this particular time, I've been thinking about them and their families quite a bit. Now, to talk about what I am here to do, which is federal law enforcement to enforce our immigration laws. I want to say just a few things. First of all, I wanted to meet with business leaders, with ICE officers, with local law enforcement to try to understand a little bit better what's going on.
Really?
So that we can tone down the temperature a little bit, reduce the chaos, but still allow us, as a federal government, to enforce the American people's immigration laws. That is the purpose of my visit. Now, this is step one or step two of that process. There's going to be a lot of work that follows through from here. I'm happy to talk about that, but I think I learned a few things that were very important. So, number one of the things I learned is that the guys behind me are doing an incredible job, and frankly, a lot of the media is lying about the job that they do every single day.
They sure do.
Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't occasionally stories out there, there aren't occasionally videos out there that suggest that these guys, or at least some of the people who work for them, are not doing everything right. But very often, if you look at the context of what's going on, you understand that these people are under an incredible amount of duress, an incredible amount of chaos, and because of a few very far left agitators, a lot of these guys are unable to do their jobs without being harassed, without being doxxed, and sometimes without being assaulted. That's totally unacceptable.
It's ridiculous.
And that's one of the things that I want to send a message to is, yes, come out and protest me, protest our immigration policy, but do it peacefully. If you assault a law enforcement officer, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice is going to prosecute you to the fullest.
You're going to get fucked up.
And I wanted to show some support for these guys who, frankly, are operating in a very, very tough environment. I heard a lot of stories today about that I think drives home just how chaotic the environment on the ground here has already gotten. For example,
people going ape
did you know that within the last, I think, week or so, maybe even more recently than that, you've had a couple of ICE officers who were off duty, who have been doxxed online, who were sitting and having a meal at a restaurant in Minneapolis, and once agitators showed up, locked the door, made them feel like they were in danger for their lives, and then, of course, it was federal law enforcement officers who had to come up, lower the temperature on the situation, and actually get those two off-duty officers to a point of safety. Now imagine, if you would, your life and your perspective on law enforcement if you can't even go to a restaurant without some agitators locking the door and making you feel like your life is in danger. That is the environment that has been created, I think, by a lot of very frankly, far left people.
Well, you
but
got to
also
arrest
by
them,
some
bro.
of the state and local law enforcement officials.
You got to go after
who
them.
could do a much better job of cooperating and working. And by the way,
go get them.
I'm not talking about the cops. Who these guys told me on the ground, the cops are very sympathetic to what they're dealing with. I'm talking about the state and local elected law enforcement officials who could do a lot better job in making their lives a little bit easier. And in the process, they would make the lives of all Minneapolis residents easier, and that's what we want. We want to be able to enforce the immigration laws on the one hand, while on the other hand, we want to make sure that people in Minneapolis are able to go about their day. And I want to say just one last point on this. So, I heard from a business leader today who told me a very tough story, and I think so much of what's gone wrong in Minneapolis is people not trying to understand the perspective of somebody else. Try to understand what somebody else is experiencing, whether they're a law enforcement officer or anybody in the community here in Minneapolis.
He really does.
They told me a story.
He makes a lot of sense
About this manufacturing facility
it's so obvious.
an illegal immigrant was being arrested. And as these employees are going into the manufacturing facility, all of a sudden, an illegal immigrant shows up. They don't know it's an illegal immigrant. And then a bunch of ICE officers descend.
Yeah.
Now, these people just want to go to work. They want to go to work safely. And now, all of a sudden, there's a major law enforcement operation happening right outside their place of business.
Yeah.
Now, from one perspective,
I can just
certainly
hear it
understand
through
why
the
a business leader or why an employee would say, whoa, what's going on? It's a little scary no matter your position in life if a bunch of cop cars show up and they're arresting someone.
Would have never happened if
now,
they
the
cooperated.
additional context is
Would've
that
never
we
happened
know that
if the state
people
had
online
cooperated.
have been encouraging illegal immigrants that one way they can evade arrest is by showing up at a legitimate place of business, making it impossible for these
It's a
guys to
safe
actually
zone.
enforce our immigration laws. So while I can understand the perspective of
It's a safe
somebody
zone,
who
guys.
doesn't want to see an arrest happen at their place of work, I can also understand the perspective of our immigration enforcement officers who have to do their job and can't allow a heckler's veto over our immigration enforcement. And so much of what's gone wrong is the failure to do that. And here's the point. We can do a good job of enforcing our immigration laws without the chaos, but it actually requires the cooperation of state and local officials.
Yes.
If you look at blue cities and blue states, red cities and red states, you go to Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee. You go to the state of Texas, obviously a very red state, or the state of Tennessee, a very red state, but you've got blue cities within those states, you do not have this level of chaos. The reason why things have gotten so out of hand is because of failure of cooperation between the state and local authorities and what these guys are trying to do. We have a ton of resources, a ton of ICE agents in the city right now that I would rather us not have. I'd love to send those guys home. They're not even doing targeted immigration enforcement. They are trying to protect ICE officers who are doing immigration enforcement, because when a crowd surrounds them and these guys call 911, the local officials, the local cops have been told to stand down. So we have people here who aren't even doing immigration enforcement, they're doing force protection. So that if a rioter tries to ruin the life or assault an ICE officer, they're actually protected.
What
now,
the
why
fuck
does
is
it
going
make more
on?
sense for the local cops to get involved in that situation? Why not just have the mayor or the local officials tell the police officers, you know what? If an ICE officer is being assaulted by
Just
a
arrest
far-left
the person
agitator,
doing it.
you are invited. You should actually help them. That's what would work out
That's
in
why
any
they're
normal
dropping out.
situation, and that's what happens
He's right.
in nearly every jurisdiction, red or blue, in the United States of America. The reason it hasn't happened here is because the local authorities have been told, stand down. Do not help ICE, promote the violence, promote the agitation, but don't do anything to lower the temperature and lower the chaos. That's a problem. Here's another example of how the lack of cooperation between state and local officials makes it harder for us to do our job and turns up the temperature. Let's say, for example, we have a criminal migrant who is a sex offender. And let's say that we've got to go and arrest that person who, Democrat or Republican, wants a sex offender living in their community. I would assume, I would hope that most people don't. But because they're an illegal alien, we don't know their last address. We may have known their address 3 years ago, but we don't know their address now. What we'd like to do is talk to local officials and say, you know what, according to the Medicaid rolls, where was the last person or where was the last address this person was domiciled? Or according to a SNAP application, a food stamps application, maybe that could give us insight to where this person is today. Or maybe they had some local court trouble. We could go to the local courthouse or even the local jail and try to find where this criminal sex offender is today.
Just go get him.
the local authorities have been told, do not cooperate.
Why
so
would you
these
do
guys
that?
are trying to go
It's
out
retarded.
and enforce the law. They're trying to arrest sex offenders, but they're trying to do it in an environment where local officials have been told,
That's
do not
not
help
correct.
them, do not provide intelligence about where these sex offenders might be. This is disgraceful.
It's crazy.
And there are a lot of things that all of us could do
Sedition,
better
I
to
know.
lower the temperature, but the number one thing that I learned today is that the best way to facilitate
I'm so glad he's
reasonable
mad about
enforcement
this.
of the law,
You're right.
but also
100%.
to lower the chaos in Minneapolis would be for state and local officials to cooperate. Now, I
Play
will
ball.
say, on one final positive note, I actually think that there's some hope, some reason to think that there's going to be better cooperation in the weeks and months to come. I think that because I've talked to some of the local officials here, I think there are reasons to believe that these people are going to step up and actually ask the cops to protect our ICE officers when they're being assaulted, who are going to ask the local courts to cooperate with getting criminal sex offenders out of our community.
Yeah, of course.
That's a good thing.
Smart.
That's the good news, and that's something
Obvious.
I'm going to work on when I get back to Washington. But please, if
So
you're
based.
a local official,
So
if you're
based.
the mayor of this town, if you have any influence over those people, just tell them to cooperate.
Tell them to
because
go
we can have
home.
immigration enforcement operate as smoothly
Just
and
stay on the
without the chaos
sidewalk.
that we see in Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee,
Is it bad in
or
Austin?
even rural
I don't
parts
even
of
know.
the state of Minnesota. All we need is a little cooperation. I guarantee we're going to do the best to be professional, to respect people's rights, to not do anything that
You
we
want
don't
military
have to
coming
do
in?
in
They
order
should
to
have it.
enforce
They should.
immigration
They should
laws,
already done
but it
it.
would make our lives a lot easier, it would make our officers a lot safer, and it would make Minneapolis much
right.
less chaotic
That's
if we had
right.
a little bit of cooperation from the state and local officials. With that, I'll shut up and take some questions. Thank you, guys.
Jesus, bro. God damn.
ICE agents detained a 5-year-old after preschool on Tuesday. We've also seen multiple American citizens detained by ICE.
He just went in there and let him know.
Are you proud?
He just want to let him know.
Is conducting this immigration crackdown here in Minnesota?
Well, I'm proud of the fact that we're standing behind law enforcement, and I'm proud of the fact that we're enforcing the country's laws. But, you know, you asked a question about this 5-year-old kid. I actually saw this terrible story while I was coming to Minneapolis. We had just left Toledo, Ohio this morning for an economic message.
Oh, there's a kid
I
involved.
see the story.
Oh no, I guess
I'm
we
a
shouldn't have
father.
law.
Yeah, the guy left him though. His father.
A 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy. And I think to myself, oh my God, this is terrible. How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research.
Here we go.
And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien.
And he ran
then
away.
when they went to arrest his illegal alien father,
He left
the
his kid
father
there.
ran.
Yep.
So
I
the
knew it.
story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America?
Duh.
If the argument is that you can't arrest people who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject
gotta
of
DM
law
him.
enforcement.
I've been
That
saying
doesn't make
this.
any
I've been
sense. No
saying
one
this
thinks
shit.
that makes any sense. Now, you know, there are so many of these cases like that where
Oh
if
my
you just
God.
understand the context, there have been a number of situations that I've looked into personally where I say, wait a second.
Right,
We don't
bro,
want
I love
ICE
you. Thank you.
arresting American citizens. They're supposed to be enforcing the immigration laws against illegal aliens.
He is
So then I
on
look
one.
into it and I find out that the American citizen who was arrested took a swing at an ICE officer.
What?
You can't have that happen. And of course they have to defend themselves. And of course they have the right to detain somebody who assaults a law enforcement
Yeah,
officer.
tries to hit him.
Now,
Duh.
this is my point. Do we want these things to happen? Do we want
Am I the
these
shadow president?
arrests to be so chaotic?
No, we already have the
don't.
eyeshadow
These
vice
guys
president.
want it least of
No,
all.
you
But
don't.
if we had a little cooperation from local and from local and state officials, I think the chaos would go way down in this community.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Jesus. No teleprompter? Bro.
The administration seemed to say...
Yeah, well, you can go next.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
thought you pointed it
No,
out.
that's fine. I'll take both.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seemed to... After the Renee Good shooting, the administration seemed to suggest that ICE officers enjoyed near complete immunity. But today you told the Washington Examiner that when appropriate, the administration might take disciplinary actions against ICE agents. So is that a change in opinion? And if so, why the change in tone?
No, I didn't say, and I don't think any other official within the Trump administration said.
Can we
that
just put that
officers
guy
who
in
engaged
jail?
wrongdoing would enjoy immunity. That's
Why don't we
absurd.
just
What I
put
did
him in
say
jail?
Is that when federal
the
law enforcement
sunglasses?
officers violate the law,
Yeah, he
that's
looked
typically
retarded.
something
Yeah.
that federal officials
Put him
would
in
look
jail.
into. We don't want these guys
Yeah.
to have
Yeah, he looked so fucking
simple.
dumb.
We want them to actually have real due process, real investigation, because again, sometimes they're accused
Dude thinks
of
he's James
wrongdoing, and
Bond.
It turns out when you learn the context, they didn't actually do anything wrong.
Yeah.
But of course, we're going to investigate these things. Of course, we're investigating the Renee Good shooting, but we're investigating them in a way that respects people's rights and then ensures that if somebody did
I get why he
something
does
wrong,
it though.
yes, they're going to face disciplinary
Honestly,
action.
I get why he does it because it's like that's gotta be like some fucked up. There's like 15 flashlights directed towards you.
Is a tragedy. I also think that she rammed an ICE officer with her car. So the tragedy here is
So I get it, but
multi-layered.
it looked
the
a little.
tragedy is there was a misunderstanding. The tragedy is that Renee Good lost her life. The tragedy is that you have ICE officers who are going into communities where they're worried that if they call 911, no one's going to come to help them. That is what produces this terrible situation, and it's something state and local officials here in Minnesota could solve.
Oh my.
Yes, sir.
Oh my fucking God.
Especially regarding the cooperation and training values. It's a shame that kids have to get caught up in this. And, you know, towards that, sir.
Well, you know, it is a shame that kids have to get caught up in this. I am speaking at March for Life tomorrow. I'm pro-life, and I'm very excited to speak there. I want to talk about local law enforcement, but
Yeah, I heard.
You know, I mean, look, I am.
He's
as a
cooking, he
child,
is.
I saw people in my
I'm
family
loving
get arrested.
this.
It's terrible. It's heartbreaking. It's chaotic. It's traumatic for the kids. I can recognize
Really not
that,
taking a
and I
shit?
can recognize
Yeah.
that we got to support these kids. Well, on the other hand, saying that just because you're a parent doesn't mean that you get complete immunity from law enforcement. And I think we have to hold both of those thoughts in our head at the same time. We've got to be sympathetic to the kids who are caught up in some of these enforcement actions. We've also got to say we have to enforce the law without bias, with fairness, but we've got to enforce the law.
Of course.
Mr. Vice President!
Oh, whoever that is going to be so annoying.
And their mayor said they haven't heard about anything in the city. And how this
Yeah. That's a Karen.
You said there was an altercation in St. Cloud.
Yeah. The mayor said that ICE did not communicate with them they were in the city for a major operation. The police
ICE didn't do something? Well, I don't know. Like, what is this? Like, you're talking to the manager?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
can
it's
I
actually,
talk
it's one
to
of the
the
takeaways.
manager?
I talked with these guys before we came on the stage, but during our roundtable and some of the other
Well,
conversations
I
we've
heard
had,
on this other
communication,
city-
we absolutely want to ensure there's good communication between federal officials and state and local officials, and I'm sure that we can do better on that. We absolutely want to make sure that we are communicating, but that also requires a two-way street, and that's the point that I make about state and local officials. These guys will absolutely communicate with state and local officials. They'll tell people if they have to do an enforcement operation in a particular municipality. But part of that is they also want to ensure that if they're communicating about their whereabouts, that's not being used as a weapon against them. Sometimes they tell people where they're going, and then they find out that their agents' faces are on the, on Reddit or on some social media thread saying, "Here's this guy. We know he's going to be at this place at this exact time." So that communication has got to be a two-way street. These guys are going to communicate with business leaders, with local officials, with state officials. But we also need the local officials and state officials to do a good job
The Eye of
protecting
Sauron.
people when they're in their communities. We're not asking, by the way, we don't want any police officer in this community, in this state, to help us do immigration enforcement. We've got that. But if a protester shows up and that protester turns violent against our immigration officers, we really, really need the cooperation of our local partners. We haven't gotten it yet, but I think if we do, we really can lower the temperature. Yeah.
Vacation. Oh my God. Oh my.
Yeah, so
shut up,
I saw
Karen.
that story, and the story is like so much that I read in the mainstream media. It's missing a whole lot of context.
So
and
he
we
knows
appreciate the
every
context.
single one of them.
It makes sense. No one is saying. I mean, look, there are exceptions. For example, a crazy exception.
Yeah, hot pursuit.
If somebody is fired at from inside a house,
You have to go
they
inside the
don't
house.
need a warrant to go inside.
Yeah, exactly,
that
hot
person's
pursuit.
house. There are
Yeah.
very narrow exceptions to the warrant requirement
He's
where law
prepared,
enforcement
yeah.
officers don't need a warrant if, for example, they're an imminent threat of their lives.
That's
But
right.
What we've said and what ICE has proposed, what the Department of Homeland Security really has
insane.
proposed in the Department of Justice, is that we can get administrative warrants to enforce administrative immigration law.
Yeah, of course.
Now, it's possible, I guess, that the courts will say no, and of course, if the courts say no, we would follow that law.
Oh, shit.
But nobody
Oh,
is talking
shit.
about doing immigration enforcement without a warrant. We're talking about
Oh, they're
different
57.
types
That's
of
gonna be
warrants that
rough,
exist in
bro.
our system. Typically, what happens, not always, but typically in the immigration system, those are handled by administrative law judges. So we're talking about getting warrants from those administrative law judges. And then, of course, with other cases, you get judges or you get warrants from a judge. That's very consistent with the practice of American law. I'm sure the courts will weigh in on that, but we're never going to enter somebody's house without some kind of a warrant, unless, of course, somebody's firing on an officer or they have to do something in order to protect themselves. Go ahead.
Man. God damn.
Well, our understanding is that you can enforce the immigration laws in the country under an administrative order if you have an administrative warrant. That's what we think. That's our understanding of the law. That's our best faith attempt to understand the law. Again, this is something courts will weigh in on. I won't speak to that. But yes, most immigration law in our country is not done through the criminal system with the judge. It's done through the administrative law system. We're going to continue that practice just as they did in the Biden administration or any other administration.
Ooh, Insurrection Act. Okay, this is the good question.
I did not talk to him today. I talked to some of his colleagues. Your question on the Insurrection Act is interesting. I've tried to understand this as well as I possibly could. And my understanding is what the Insurrection Act, what invoking the Insurrection Act would allow the federal government to
Use
do
the military, right?
is that it would allow the federal government to use the military for local law enforcement operations. Right now, we don't think that we need that. Now, the president could change his mind. Of course, things could get worse. But right now, we think that federal law enforcement officers can do the job of federal law enforcement. Now, what I do worry about, again, is that the chaos
Things
gets
getting
worse.
worse.
If more and more ICE agents start getting assaulted, if other law enforcement
that's what's
officers
gonna
start
happen.
getting assaulted, that would be a real problem. But again, we have so much federal law enforcement resources here right now. We have so many people here that we do not want to have here. I do not want so many ICE officers in Minneapolis right now. I mean, good Lord, it's really, really freaking cold outside. But they're here not even to enforce immigration laws, but to protect the people from the rioters. That's an absurd state of affairs, and we wouldn't need it if we had a little bit more cooperation from the Minneapolis Police Department. Again, the Minneapolis Police Department, my understanding is that the actual beat cops on the ground, they would love to help out, but they're being told by somebody. I don't know if it's Mayor Frey. They're being told by somebody not to cooperate at all. What kind of a person tells their local police don't protect somebody if they're being assaulted by a rioter? It's crazy, and it's got to stop.
Exactly.
Earlier this week, local
He's completely right. It's not even a question.
Why are there so many U.S. citizens being caught up in this operation?
Why are there so many U.S. citizens?
Well,
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what this guy actually asked of
It's
me.
not necessarily an evidence, which is that when there are American
Oh.
citizens who have been caught up in some of these
I know now,
enforcement
never mind.
operations, very often it is people who have assaulted a law enforcement officer. They're not being arrested because they violated the immigration laws.
No.
They're being arrested because they punched a federal law enforcement officer. That is a totally reasonable thing. Now, to the accusation of racial profiling, look, it's something that we take very seriously. We will take accusations of racial profiling back to Washington. We'll certainly look into them as they come up. But this is not a group that's going around and looking for people who violated the law based on skin color.
Biblically
They're
accurate,
looking for
JD
people
Vance.
who violated
Isn't this
the
crazy?
actual law, the law of our immigration system in this country. And so long as we had more cooperation, I think they could do these things in a much more targeted way. They would actually know where some of the bad guys are. I mean, again, you hear things that are hard to believe, but I've confirmed that they're true. Sex offenders, who we're trying to get off the streets, who the local officials won't tell us their last known address. So then the local officials say, oh my God, these guys are doing widespread targeted enforcement operations, when in reality,
They're trying
we
to
would
find a
love to
sex
just go to
offender.
one house. The local officials won't tell us which one house to go to.
This messaging is insane.
To that question, the local police chief has said their own off-duty officers, so police officers, are being targeted because they are a person of color and asked to show their papers. Is that a concern?
Police officers are being targeted and told to show their papers.
Their own officers are being targeted, and they described it as, quote, civil rights violations.
What the fuck
So
are
I
you
saw
talking
one
about?
story about this and one local police officer who said this. And look, certainly is it a concern? Absolutely. The first thing we have to figure out is whether it happened or not.
Yeah.
And then if it happened, whether there is a good explanation or a bad explanation. And of course, if somebody violated the law, if somebody racially profiled, if somebody violated the rights of one of our fellow citizens, that is something we will take very seriously. What I also would say is that many of the most viral stories of the past couple of weeks have turned out to be, at best, partially true.
But mostly
so we want to
bullshit.
try people based on reality, based on the truth, based on context. We're not going to prejudge people just because of a viral social media story that turned out to be half false.
Mr. Vice President.
Wow.
About the roundtable you just had, I presume that happened. Did you invite anybody with an opposing point of view to get an idea of why people are upset here? It's just as a quick follow-up.
An opposing point of view? For what?
So I haven't talked to Governor Walz on this particular trip. A number of members of our
You mean the
administration,
bald
I believe our
retard?
chief of staff, spoke to the governor and has been in constant contact with his staff
Speaking on your
over the
president,
past
he
week.
is.
We've been
amazing.
in my office in constant contact with people
loving
here on the
this.
ground in Minneapolis. There were certainly people at our roundtable with opposing views, and look, I don't even know, whether it's public, but yes, we met with people with opposing views here at the roundtable. I wanted to get a perspective from everybody, but also, of course, offer my opinion that with a little bit more cooperation, we could lower the chaos.
Yeah,
we're going to
it'll
keep
go
on
away.
doing that. If Governor Walz wants to call me, we'll absolutely continue talking. I will say that my sense of this situation, having talked to these guys for a long time, is this is primarily a law enforcement issue. This is the Attorney General. This is the local mayor. This is all of the organs of local and state law enforcement. That's who we focus on, but we've certainly been in communication with the governor and his office as well.
Vice President.
Yeah.
Jesus, bro. Yeah, he's just 1vXing them. This is great. I'm loving this.
Plan if nothing changes there here locally, and this operation has attracted thousands of.
Bro, what is this patrol path? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, right now we're focused on Minneapolis because that's where we have the highest concentration of people who have violated our immigration laws, and that's also, frankly, where we see the most assault of our law enforcement officers. I mean, our plan is very simple. If you assault a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to do everything that we can to put you in prison. It's very simple. And most of these protesters, as much as I may disagree with their politics, most of them have been peaceful, but a lot of them have not been peaceful. And if you go and storm a church, if you go and insult a federal law enforcement officer,
can't do that.
we are going to try very hard. We're going to use every resource of the federal government to put you in prison.
Get your
Respect
ass.
people's rights. Respect
Get
people's
their
rights
ass.
to worship. Respect people's rights to do their job without being assaulted. If you follow that basic principle, the Trump administration is going to do everything that we can to protect your rights. But if you go after somebody, if you assault somebody, if you make a 9-year-old girl cry because you walked into her church and harassed her, we're going to go after you with every single tool that we have.
Vice President.
Good. Now do it instead of talking about it.
About making Americans feel safer. So what do you say to people here in Minnesota who say it's the overwhelming presence of ICE officers and federal officers and their
Oh, is this
tactics
inside or something?
that are
No, it's
making
just
them
the mountain.
Well, one
it's
thing
the
I would
ice
say
that's
is,
making
first of all,
them
we
unsafe,
saw
not
in
the sex offenders.
2025 the biggest one-year drop in murders in the history of the United States of America.
That's a lot.
Significant reductions in violent crime. The reason why we have less violent crime is really two reasons. Number one,
Don Lemon,
because
yeah.
we're
Wait, why is
enforcing
the
immigration
pit
laws,
also in
getting
shadow
very violent
form?
criminals out of our country, and number two, because we're enforcing our criminal laws.
That's
and
kinda
putting guys
badass,
who assault
man.
And murder behind bars. This is part of a broad effort to make us safe, and the chaos that people are seeing, and I understand there is frustration of the chaos. I'd say that we're doing everything that we can to lower the temperature, and we would like federal and local, state and local officials to meet us halfway.
No.
perceiving it correctly. Are you saying that they're not seeing that it's the tactics or the presence of the officers that are...
Look, I'm sure that people are seeing a lot of things that would make any member of our national community feel very upset, but I also think that if you understand this in context, this is the inevitable consequence of a state and local government that have decided that they're not going to cooperate
They're gonna
with
work in
immigration
opposition to the
enforcement at
federal
all.
government.
In fact,
Exactly.
they're going to aggressively not cooperate. So here's a basic illustration of this. If you are an ICE officer and you have to arrest a person who's committed assault and is also an illegal alien, but the state and local officials won't help you identify that person, many of the things that people in Minneapolis are seeing that give them pause, that frustrate them, that worry them, that make them feel like things are too chaotic. Many of these things are coming from the fact that there's no cooperation with state and local law enforcement.
If they
And I guess what I would tell
happen.
people, again, many of whom are justifiably concerned and worried about what they're seeing in their communities is, why are we not seeing it anywhere else? We're seeing this level of chaos only in Minneapolis. LA and Chicago, we had some problems there. Pretty much every jurisdiction where these guys are operating, you don't see the same level of chaos. You don't see the same level of violence. You don't see the problems that we're seeing in Minneapolis. Maybe the problem is unique to Minneapolis, and we believe that it is. And it's a lack of cooperation between state and local law enforcement and federal law enforcement. Sir.
ICE has been operating here for years with less pushback than we're seeing right now. And even the St. Paul police chief recently said, is there not a way to find common ground without scaring the hell out of the community? Those are his words. And I just wonder, with this operation...
Scaring the hell out of people.
Part of it,
you mean mentally ill, hysterical Karens?
Safe travels. And I know you talked about you've been in touch with the governor's offices and the mayor's offices, but why have you not been able to speak to them directly? Have they not been willing?
They don't want to listen.
Well, look, I have spoken to some of the people in Minnesota directly. I spoke to some of them today. I've spoke to others in the past. And again, our staff has been in very direct contact with pretty much every official with any influence or any power in Minneapolis. But no, we're not trying to send a political message. We're trying to enforce the law. And unfortunately, what has happened is that as we've enforced the law, there's been this weird reaction, again, unique to this city. This is not a common thing across the United States of America. There's been a very unique, very Minneapolis-specific reaction to our enforcement of federal immigration laws. What I'm trying to do here today is understand why that is. What is it about Minneapolis that has become so chaotic? What are the specific types of cooperation that we need? Look, I don't need Tim Walz or Jacob Frey or anybody else to come out and say that they agree with J.D. Vance or Donald Trump on immigration. I just don't need that.
Just stop
What
fighting.
I do need them to do is
Stop fighting
empower their local officials to help our local or help our federal officials out in a way where this can be a little bit less chaotic and it can be a little bit more targeted. Like if we're trying to find a sex offender, tell us where the guy lives. Simple things like that, simple changes in how they're approaching immigration enforcement would make this work a lot better. It would make Minneapolis' streets a lot safer, and it would make this whole thing a lot less traumatic for this community. I'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President.
Go ahead.
Wow.
You said that it's time to turn down the temperature. Does that include changes to both ICE and CBP?
Oh, stop enforcing the law.
Beyond that, what is the federal government's role in turning down the temperature? And the Minnesota Department of Corrections says that its own officers have been cooperating with ICE all along, handing over criminals once they serve their sentences to ICE officials. And you can see that there is some cooperation with the state.
Yeah, look, if I was going to list the 5 agencies locally and statewide that I'm most worried about, I wouldn't put the Department of Corrections on that list. I think that while there are certain things we'd like to see more from them, they've hardly been the worst offenders. You agree with that, guys? That's a fair assessment.
Jesus.
But I think you talked about tactics. You talked about the response to things. Look,
it's not
we
even a
don't want
question,
to
it's an
employ
argument.
Tactics that we don't employ the kind of tactics that are only necessary when violence is committed against officers. That is these guys' directive, and that's what we're going to try to do.
Why would anybody want to do
again,
that?
the president said this a couple of days ago. Whenever you have a law enforcement operation, even if 99.99% of the guys do everything perfectly, you're going to have people that make mistakes. That is the nature of law enforcement. What I do think that we can do is working with state and local officials, we can make the worst moments of chaos much less common. And all they've got to do is meet us halfway. These guys want to communicate with them. They want to talk to the local business leaders. Many of these guys, many of the people standing behind me are members of the Minneapolis community. Many of the officials that I met today who work in federal immigration enforcement, this is their home. They love this place. These are their neighbors. They want this to work a lot more smoothly. I think that we can get there. We just got to work at it a little bit, and we need some cooperation from state and local officials.
So much running in this late game.
City. It was. I've only been here a few times. I love it, even in this weather. I love Minneapolis. We could do a lot better. We could do a lot more with more cooperation. The Trump administration, the directive that I got from the President of the United States is meet these guys halfway. work with them so that we can make these immigration enforcement operations successful without endangering our ICE officers, and so that we can turn down the chaos a little bit, at least. I think a lot, actually. But for us to do that, we need some help from the state and local officials. We will keep on working with them, and so long as they're willing to work with us, they will always find a partner in public safety and law enforcement in the Trump administration. Thank you all.
Wow. Somebody's clapping. Oh my God. Bro. Jesus Christ, he cooked them. Wow. Holy shit. One guy. Dude. I don't even know what to say. I really don't. I mean, like, he just went up there and let him know. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, like, honestly, like, he went up there and said everything that I think. He did. He went up there, he said everything that I think. I was like, you know what? Like, that's what I would say. Well, at least that's not what I would say. That's what I would want to be able to say, right? And like, he went up there and he just said that. Yeah, communication warlord, man. That's insane. Oh my fucking God. He probably watches the stream.
How are ya? Be good.
There's a chance that I might, you know, there's maybe a possibility that, you know, maybe something could happen. I don't want to make any promises or anything like that, but there is definitely a possibility that something could maybe happen.
That ain't my quiz.
I just don't know. Me going.
I was helping the other guy, but I'm out of mono.
Yeah, I'm not sure, right?
How long is this game for?
I haven't really looked into everything, but yeah. And so I don't want to. I'm not trying to make any promises or make any commitments or say anything else. I'm just saying in general that's what it is. And yeah, we don't know. We don't know. But anyway, I am so fucking happy to see this. I'm gonna be honest. Like, he went out there and he just said everything that I think. He did. He literally just went out there and laid it on the exact way that I look at it. That's the case. You want to see no, I'm just telling you that's what. No, the reason why a lot of people are trying to talk to me is because what I'm saying is true, and I think that it resonates with a lot of people. And so, really, I think that's the reason why. And I'm just glad that they're finally, you know, they're on the ball with this, right? I mean, this is a big dick day. It is. This is amazing. Is this the reason why you're showering for a month? No, not that exactly. UFC White House next to Trump and Dana. I will say this. I know people who have a situation that could potentially, basically, I think that there's a good chance that if I wanted to go to that, I could go to that. Because I know people that are involved, right? And so I'm not saying that it's going to happen. I'm not saying that it's going to happen. But if I could do that, that would be fucking insane. And so, yes, the Department of Gaming. That's right, guys. And Caleb, I don't know about Caleb. I haven't talked to Caleb, actually. I probably should. I like the guy a lot. So that's it. And 2026 is your year? I mean, maybe, right? I mean, every year things seem to get better. Honestly, I kind of wish they'd get worse so I could just relax a little bit, man. I'm going to be honest. Like, shit's been going on. It's been getting so real recently that I've been getting stressed out. I'm like, damn, like, we got all this pressure, everything happening here. You honestly should go. Like, maybe I should. I mean, like, and I've also had a lot of people, Democratic people, actually reach out to me too, if you want me to be honest. I've had a lot of them, you know, people in positions that are specific. And yeah, I appreciate it. I think that, you know, again, like, I try to talk to people and do whatever the fuck. And so when is it? I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Last question, Arctic frost. It is getting bigger, and I talked to sources this morning. It's about to explode. And things that we thought were long lost and gone, I want to be a little cryptic, are not lost.
That's right.
And they're not gone.
That's right. Yeah, I want to be a little cryptic too, because I know that we're sort of, it's still in the early stages of this investigation. But look, Sean, I think this is one of the great scandals in American history. I think this is definitionally the Biden administration, the deep state, using the apparatus of justice to go after their political opponents.
Yeah, that's why you got to do the same thing to them. Do it so much to them that they can't do it again. You got to go. The thing is, like, you can never say that you don't want to use a weapon. You want to control the weapon. You want to make sure that you have absolute control over the weapon. You want to use the weapon on anybody else that even talks about using the weapon so they don't even think about it. That's what you got to do. You have to use it more than they do. Exactly. Yeah, you immediately do that. Go all the way. Eye for an eye? No. Eye for as far as you can get. Because, again, fairness is predictable. Unpredictability is scary. You can expect that the world's going to end at a certain period of time, and people will eventually get used to that. But the idea that something crazy could happen out of nowhere, that's scary. So if you really want to scare the fuck out of people, and you want to make them afraid, and you want to make them do what you want, you can't be fair. Fairness is predictable. Fairness you can calculate. Fairness you can control, but unfairness, you can't control that. So if you want to control other people, you have to be unfair. Look at every single other person in power ever, in all of history, and you will see the same exact thing. It's human psychology. Actually evil? No. You do this so you don't have to deal with the evil. This is how you have to stop that. Sometimes you have to take methods and do strategies that are, like, let's say, not the best. This isn't something that a fucking, that a Boy Scout would do. It's not something that Mother Teresa would do. It's not something that, a kindergarten teacher would do. But it's something that a real one would do. And do you want to have a kindergarten teacher that's making decisions for you, or do you want to have a real one making decisions for you? Think about that.
And I also think it raises a very critical issue, and something that I'd encourage my Senate friends on the Republican side to wake up about, because eventually you're going to see prosecutions, not just Arctic frost related, but on a whole host of other issues. Eventually, we need certain subpoenas that have to be issued by a court. Eventually, you need local prosecutors, U.S. attorneys, to go after some of these people in a court of law.
True.
If you can't get a U.S. attorney appointed because the Democrat won't give you a blue slip, or you can't get a judge confirmed because the Democrats are gumming up the work of the Senate.
Just ram it through, never play a game.
Republicans have got to open up their perspective a little bit. And again, I say that some of these people are very dear friends of mine, but why do we allow the blue slip process?
Why even play the game? Why do you even play the fucking game? Do not even play the game. They rigged the game so they win.
To prevent the...
Teresa was evil? I know, yeah, she would make people suffer so they feel closer to God. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I said, oh, maybe that's not a good example. But I thought to myself, oh, that people don't know about that. It's fine. It'll go through. But you did know about that. You're right. Sorry, though. I grew up in the 90s as a Catholic. I can't hate on Mother Teresa. It's illegal for me to do that.
President from appointing a U.S. attorney. Why do we let the blue slip process make it impossible for Donald Trump to appoint a federal judge in California? If you want justice, you've got to empower the President of the United States to actually appoint the officers of justice all over the country.
That's right.
The Democrats are stalling that. Of course. And we're going to wake up...
Because they don't want you to be able to do that, because they know that fucks up their system.
A couple of years,
it's all about
if we don't have more U.S. attorneys approved, if we don't have more judges approved, we're going to wake up in a couple of years and realize that we've done a lot of great work at the Trump administration, but justice is not being meted out as it should be because we don't have the people on the ground.
Exactly.
That is a big problem, and I know that's somewhat unrelated to Arctic frost, but it actually is related to Arctic frost, because you cannot get the justice for the people who are targeted by the Biden administration unless we've got good people, especially in these U.S. attorneys' offices, and that's something, Sean, we got to pay attention to over the next year.
It's sad because the statute of limitations. I make the argument all the time that from the
just find a way around it.
When he and Melania came down that escalator, they've been out to destroy him and using the very 100%. Heavy arm, deep powers, deep state. To do it and
spying on him, prosecuting him, investing.
You remember back whenever the Republicans totally shit on Obama and they didn't let him confirm a Supreme Court justice in like 2009? Remember that in 2008? Like, that's the kind of big dick behavior you need, and they did that. And you know what happened?
Okay. Sorry, I got stuff in my face.
It worked. At the end of the day, it worked. Was Merrick Garland? Yeah, that was him.
Senators, congressmen who are just aligned with the President of the United States. You're right. Some of this stuff is going to get covered by statute of limitations. Some of this stuff, Sean, Some of the stuff
I gotta put that shit away, man, or I'm eating the whole bag. I already know.
And I'm just telling you, this is going to be a real problem. And the people who watch your show are going to get really pissed at Senate Republicans, excuse my language, if we don't have the U.S. attorneys on the ground to actually achieve justice. People are going to get angry, and rightfully so.
Honestly, like, I'm waiting on this. I really am. I've been waiting on this for a while, right? But yeah, this is it.
Work away.
Words won't stop anything. Exactly. That's what I really want to get in. That's what I really want to see. And I'm happy to see this a lot.
Starfleet Academy, Episode 3, where even my memes become a reality.
Not easy being an admiral's daughter.
Takes daddy issues to a whole new level for sure.
We find out what happens when a 3-foot-tall girl tries to intimidate a man whose biceps are bigger than her body.
Get ready to be target practice.
And we escalate the modern Zoomer language to a whole other level.
Hoisted by his whooping posse of dudes.
Yes, this is
Yeah, I
the
haven't been here
episode
long.
which has everything
Won't
from
be here long
bizarre
either.
puns.
They shenaned once, they'll shenan again.
Shenan
Depends
me
how much I
once,
die, I
shame on
suppose.
you. Shenan me again. Can't shenan me twice. Someone getting so hungry, they try to eat soil. And a Jemadar who really can't understand why the audience is still here.
Why are none of you crying?
Let's get stuck in. It starts with something for its target audience. Topless dudes. Yes, Star Trek, that male franchise with male values, well now, it's for 1.5% of the population. But what's most offensive is this guy is an idiot.
Last to bed, first to rise.
Burning the candle at both ends. The universal phrase for, don't do that, you'll burn out. To him, it's a life lesson. So he eats, I think they're quail eggs, does a whole exercise routine, protein shakes, because it's not like this is the future with replicators or anything. No, you've got to mix your own. The issue is he leaves his apartment. Probably needs to work on those reflexes, really. He finds out she's been awake for ages. He's not even the first to rise, and she's, oh yeah, long time Mason. I get up earlier than you. It's the weird bigotry of the mentally deficient, that if you're awake for 16 hours at a certain time of the day, you're better than someone who's awake for 16 hours at a different time of the day. For some reason, your 16 hours is more efficient.
4:40 a.m. for speed and agility, 3:30 a.m. for power.
Probably spends a lot of that doing her makeup. Not really sure it's that efficient, personally.
See you around, sleepyhead.
You're a sleepyhead if you sleep for a different 8 hours than she does.
Sleepyhead.
Smug mode engaged.
I strive to be first in each endeavor.
In which case, she's going to be very disappointed when he ends up banging her. That is definitely where this is going. Pretty sure they're even together on the posters. Yeah, look, they coupled all of them up in the poster. Although this is definitely bait. There's no way the Klingon is getting with even a pixelated woman. But we're at the PE hall, and for some reason, the War College is at Starfleet Academy's base. Bearing in mind that Starfleet Academy's base is their ship, so I don't know what happens when they fly off and the War Academy is, well, homeless.
Keep those glutes in the air.
Well, if there's one thing this guy does not have a problem with, it is keeping his glutes in the air. There's a reason he's so good at this pose.
Buns of steel, cadets.
Buns of steel. Oh, the modern phrases. The Doctor, Robert, even spoke about this.
24th century, there were no zippers on our
show. Now there's zippers everywhere.
But it wasn't just the zippers that he had to get used to.
We spoke mid-galactic speech on Voyager, kind of mid-nowhere.
Is everyone's using modern language, and the reason for that is because it connects to a younger audience.
Kids speak in present-day vernacular, so that took some getting used to. Even the Doctor utters a slightly
Is it Starfleet Academy?
off-color word, which was a shock.
In other words, he looks down on them, and so does Kurtzman. While having a more refined, intelligent way of communicating in Star Trek was absolutely fine for people of all ages.
Strange New Worlds? Or Strange Worlds, whatever the fuck it's called. This, is it the Klingons singing? Oh, the Orville. Oh, yeah, Orville. Okay, I thought you meant, like, oh, never mind. Yeah, Orville's great. I love the Orville. It's more Star Trek than Star Trek now. Ridiculous.
In the 19th century.
This is modern trick.
Why have you? Why you only calling us when you got your dramas? One of these days we'll repay you, we'll save you. Gonna draw your last breath at the end of my glance. Your eternal torture is every Klingon dream. You know what I mean? Think of a
Alex Kurtzman, you're a fucking hack.
Generations are so mentally deficient that if you don't speak to them like you have 3 IQ in a dream, they can't understand you. So they had to dumb down the show. Of course, that isn't true. The youngsters are far more intelligent than Kurtzman. This is a Kurtzman deficiency. But this entire show is just an advertisement for Kurtzman deficiency.
Starfleet maggots!
What? Starfleet what?
Starfleet maggots!
Oh, maggots. Oh, maggots. Like the animal. Mind you, even they turn into flies. What are these going to metamorphise into?
I want to see that you want to be here!
These are professional actors, not miracle workers.
Do you want to be here?
No! Mind you, they are getting paid. But she keeps going head to head with this guy. And she decides to compete on a perfectly level playing field by flirting with him to distract him. Obviously, she wins the race when he ends up with a balance problem. So she's just doing the military thing, just shouting at them, "Get lower, do this! Are you an idiot? Get down to the floor!" But my favorite exercise is hers. Look how strenuous what she's doing is.
What is this? Is this a...
Ooh, I'm gonna move my arm from side. This will be really challenging for me. But there's a rope challenge between Caleb and the guy who loves getting his buns in the air. Caleb wins by a long way. They're like, "Dude, how can you let them win, dude?" No, they actually say that.
Dude, what was that?
Dude, what was that? Says the Romulan. Like, dude, bro. Now, what they don't realize is this guy's terrible at this. Because he's like the Klingon. They're gonna get it on. So he's terrible at climbing with his arms, but if he'd used those buns of steel, he would have beat him.
Next station, Romeo.
I still say she's one of the best characters. I too would be this pissed off if I had to put up with them. But she starts overcompensating for being a Klingon. Every day you keep one eye towards death. That means that as you're training, death will walk among you. But if you should survive till tomorrow, really overdoing today is a good day to die. You don't have to keep talking about death constantly. But they all sign up for some new game that they're going to fight off against the War College. And just so we remember for the future, this is the height difference between the people. Now, yes, he's closer to the camera, but look how tiny this one is. And when she's closer to the camera, she's still tiny. And the camera did lower as she walked up to it. And then they just confirm what I joked about for a meme.
Not easy being an Admiral's daughter.
Takes daddy issues to a whole new level for sure.
Dad issues.
We are in full Gotham Knights mode here, folks. Set up him competing with her because they both want to be captain, even though that isn't how Starfleet works. You don't leave the academy and become a captain. You work your way up the ranks because you have to prove that you're competent first.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh, if only it had been a brick. So he goes over and we get this line-up of the two sides. Both houses of Hogwarts. Now, this is a very Harry Potter episode, and they want to take squaring up to each other to whole new levels of farce.
I find it challenging to run while also debating the ethical ramifications of hurting the floor.
Now look, I appreciate a good fat joke as much as the next man, but I can't help noticing that he said it to the tiny little thin woman, not the hologram, or the PE teacher. We have the Romulan, the teeny tiny look at the difference in height.
Get ready to be target practice.
Oh no! I'm getting threatened by a tiny little girl. His biceps are bigger than my head, but they're also bigger than all of her. Now, the one thing that this episode refuses to touch on is, like, species differences. It'd be a bit too close to home for them. Remember, this is meant to represent the real world for now. So at no point do they show you, well, Romulans are stronger than humans. Because otherwise it would be stupid to get them to compete. If they're humans against someone with super strength, then obviously they're going to climb up a rope faster. That's just inevitable. But in this, everyone is equal. So we're supposed to think that she is as strong as he is. Which means the height difference matters.
And if I'm going like this, I'm not very intimidating. Ow, I've hurt my neck. Can you crouch down for me?
Here. You know.
And she's there square off. Oh, my neck's locked like this now.
Giving him the smug mode. It's like, I know, darling, you're in Starfleet. You know he's not going to actually do anything.
Bro, just spawn already.
Anticipation's killing me. The way this
one of these guys is
in a boxing ring that shows you actually learn not to square up to her betters. So then we get the Betazoid brother from the last episode, and yes, he's as weak and vulnerable as you'd expect from someone with dangly bits in the show, especially when you compare him to his sister, who is far more competent. Blah blah blah. You understand this is Kurtzman Trek, and as an effeminate weak coward, he obviously values that in others.
Maybe our very large Klingon friend smacked the eyebrows off your fucking face.
I mean, he should have done. He is a Klingon. Although, Klingons generally prefer to look you in the eye so they can fight you in one-on-one battle. Whereas this Klingon much prefers you coming at him from behind.
No blood will be shed on my court without my express permission.
I don't know how she resists giving that permission. I'd be like Gladiator the moment I saw them.
Unleash hell.
So then we get some Starship Troopers in the episode. There's a couple of things from Starship Troopers in this, actually. Unfortunately, they do the standard modernity thing where they
I refuse to get my hopes up.
They're basically not showing anything. But at least there was, briefly, something for the lads. Like I said, briefly. Now, as much as I do agree with the decision that a One Piece was definitely the way to go, you see what I mean about Kurtzman going, no, don't do that. You'll scare off the two women that watch our show. They refuse to make anything in for the male gaze. Except the Klingon. They talk, though, about a guy's scar. He's like, oh, I got it in battle when I was with so many birds.
The relationship was doomed after I slept with his sister. Both of them. And their cousin.
He watched an episode of The In-Betweeners.
Me and my mate took a peddler out and we went to Africa.
Everything from this episode might have been stolen. It's kind of incredible. I don't know who wrote it, but I'm not sure there's an original idea in it. But they start to get beamed out of space. Like, one by one, they just vanish. Caleb gets put into Tignataro's class, dropping his towel and showing her everything. Which, fortunately for him, is 80% of Starfleet are only interested in people with the same parts as them. She doesn't appreciate it at all. They get beamed into the pond. Somehow it's even deep enough to fit the hologram in it. She also breathes out bubbles of air, even though she doesn't breathe, because she's a hologram. Others fall down the stairs, and the message appears from the War College that this is a prank war. Now, I know what you're thinking. How come the War College, which kept Earth safe during the burn, when Earth was an entirely human-only planet, has so many foreign species in it? Why isn't everyone being a bigot to them? Seems rather illogical. Well, that doesn't matter to this Vulcan, because this is from Kurtzman Trek, and Kurtzman thinks that the power of Vulcans is in their feelings. No, seriously, that's what all of his trackers constantly told Spock.
We did this because we could, and we will keep doing it because it is fun.
Yes, a Vulcan that appreciates fun, despite the fact that fun is entirely illogical because it's incredibly inefficient.
Enjoy yourselves.
Yes, that's a Romulan giving someone the middle finger, which is French. It's good to see that thousands of years into the future, Romulans are referring to English longbowmen. Mate, why'd you have, like, cereal on your arm? But after we've gone through the local florist, there's a Starship Troopers video.
You aspire to be the best and brightest in the galaxy.
Do you want to kill bugs? Tell them what for.
I'll get him.
Physical, mental, and spiritual limits.
I just like that the captain's pictured over the word mental. Most accurate they've been.
Be the captain of your own destiny.
Would you like to know more?
Is the voiceover too stupid?
Not compared to the rest of the people in Starfleet. Now, the Klingon hates the prank war. It's going to ruin everything. There's going to be inspections. We can't have them pranking during the inspections.
This is a PR dumpster fire.
Dumpster fire. Famous Star Trek language, that.
They shenaned once, they'll shenan again.
Shenan me once, shame on you. Shenan me again. Can't shenan me twice. Now, this one just loves getting her feet out for the lads. 67. And you can tell she's built up like this hard skin on top of her feet. The Klingon's telling her, you gotta shut it down. Or, as the Klingon says...
And he nips it in the bud, or kills it in the cradle if you prefer.
Or as this is California, in the womb. That's when they really love to murder them.
I'm good with a plant metaphor.
The latter is more California.
I'm not gonna tell him not to do it. They grew up in the burn. I'm not gonna
crush the life out of them. Everything is like, yes, I know they're useless, worthless scum, but they had a poor childhood. And that means we just need to let them continue to be scum. It's like, this is why we need a man in charge. He'll make them be better.
Chancellor, we were basically naked.
No, that's if I would have made the show. Or someone with taste. Kurtzman made this decision. He wasn't interested.
No, completely naked.
That's what I said. That's why Kurtzman made this show.
What about our honor?
You don't have any honor. A Klingon's honor is in battle. You don't fight. You have no honor. You bring shame on your house and your entire race. They wouldn't have allowed you off the planet. But the captain's like, don't worry. This is Harry Potter school. We can solve this with botany. Have you met my magic plants?
Protected fetus reflux.
Which absolutely hasn't been stolen from the Little Shop of Horrors. This is an original series. It doesn't steal ideas from everywhere else. It's entirely original. You even see it at the end.
Kill whoever.
Not the Little Shop of Horrors at all. This guy only likes him because he's like, if I turn around, that is the perfect shape.
Despite being known as the empathy flowers.
The empathy flower? The only thing that can save our school is empathy and equality. Yes, the two founding feminine values which destroy society. So far, these inclusions have led them to open borders and completely destroying all standards of competency. Just look at the height difference between these two. I normally wouldn't comment, but we're supposed to think she can beat people up. Hold this and speak your mind. Don't hold back. So he takes it, Chancellor, this is the single dumbest idea I've ever heard. And it goes. Oh, what an amazing plant. It's going to repeat what you just said back to you in a squeaky voice. Seriously, that could put me out of a job. I hate it. She just invented an AI plant. So she quotes Sun Tzu of all people.
Learned patience in the garden and respect for the opponent.
I've never read Sun Tzu, but I imagine when he says learn patience in the garden, he probably meant make food for your army. That would make far more sense than I've got a magic Harry Potter plan. So I googled this on a whim, and it says there is nothing about a physical garden. The actual phrase is summarized better as, it is better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. Which is the exact opposite of what they've implied in this show. So that I can't believe it, that plank wasn't even original, which is really rich for this episode, which has stolen all of its ideas from other TV shows. Like, we just scanned the database and they stole it from earlier. In the 28th century, there was a plank where someone beamed up an entire team and put them in Alcatraz, and I'm thinking, do that, can we do that? If there's one note I'd love this series to end on, it's all of these people ending up in prison forever.
Half a day to everyone else.
Which is really quite weird, actually, when you realize they had spaceship and transporter beams, and yet it couldn't get them off a roof.
No way.
That's legendary.
I think you'll find that's
Legend. Wait for it, dairy.
So she teaches them how to grow the plants. Basically, put water on it and then a growth accelerant.
Furfly is attempting to mate with a beaker.
And yet somehow a fly mating with a beaker still seems more socially acceptable than Tig Notaro getting with a Jemadar. Strange how things work out. Now we get a great example of why the Klingon isn't a Klingon and shouldn't have been in the show.
I will not pursue violence in any form.
It's because he's not a Klingon. He made him like a peaceful, pacifist race within Star Trek. Like a giant puss. And much like I'm not sure it's the smartest idea for stereotypes to put the person that you want to link to autism to be a hologram that was literally born yesterday, I'm not sure it really helps the stereotype that the weakest, most useless member of a species is the one who really loves getting stabbed in the back.
I know. I respect that.
I don't. What a bitch. I respect your weakness because I know that you're not going to compete with me for captain as you're useless and we'll just get kicked out of Starfleet.
I swiped your Delta while you were showering. I maybe signed you up.
I respect that you're a weak coward, but this guy's actually useful, so I need you. Just social manipulation. Either way, she convinced him to take part in the sport because, well, look at everybody else. Without you, we lose. I need you. This one is more effeminate than his sister. This guy is such an awfully weak Klingon that he's scared of catching a cold. This one is a ladies' man. They basically turned him into Riker. If Riker could only compete with a tiny little girl. And then you have the hologram who, well, she's got about 40 IQ and is deciding to eat the soil. Literally trying to eat the soil. And look, if we are going to have a Hago face in Star Trek, can we at least stick to this one? Rather than this. There's actually an interesting quote from Roddenberry about that.
Once you begin sticking your tongue out, literally or figuratively, at people, your brain goes too, and you end up with a show that is crap.
Right. She grimaces. I think she speaks for all of us. Now we get to see the uniforms they wear in these laser tag style games. Now bear in mind, one of the tactics they use in the future is legitimately stealth, but one side high so they can surprise the other team. With glowing LEDs on them. They're really getting sabotaged by Starfleet in this one, aren't they? really bright glowing LEDs that are actually blowing out the camera lens. The game is very simple.
You'll do it all while wearing really snazzy uniforms.
This is why you should never go to Tig Notaro for fashion advice. She's essentially a straight man. It's a really bad idea. Now, for some reason that we do find out later, Tig Notaro is leading this class with the Jemadar hybrid.
I'm a nerd jock hybrid.
Not really much of a jock. Although more of a jock than the woman standing next to you. Although one thing I am impressed with when a man does fashion are that men are logical, they're natural problem solvers. And so when you're confronted with the weak-willed, useless people of Starfleet, that if they won't diet, you can just paint a smaller version of your uniform over your uniform. This isn't even standardized, by the way. Because Tig Notaro is slimmer, they're like, okay, we'll make her a bit more up and down, but the bigger one will still keep her with a bit more curves to her. You get all the benefits of having your perfect body without any of the effort. Now we know why their base uniform is black. Blends in with the background more. It's very slimming. In fact, it's even worse for her. She's immortal in this game. Genuinely cannot be hit by anything. For some reason, rarely uses this ability.
What is happening?
I mean, he should really know. All they've got to do is run to the end and ring the bell.
Prepares you for real-world combat.
Except it doesn't, because if you just run to the end, you win. Well, some teams decided to crawl along the floor in some kind of strategy. This team, they're not that smart. All they have to do is ring the bell. If they get to the end, they get a point. If they ring the bell, they get another point. So they just run at it, and I did like this one scene. You've got explosions behind her, and she says,
Release the drones!
You guessed it.
Unleash hell.
Yeah, that's copied, isn't it? So there's drones which start shooting the people. All you do is run. If you just run, they'll miss. That's what I learned during this entire scene. I don't know why we're hugging a rock. Just run to the end. The rock doesn't do anything for you. Yeah, she got there first. You can tell that she's a really fast sprinter when you saw her run.
Oh, this is the best running technique. This is how we all do it in the Olympics.
And that's the biggest farce in this. It's her v him, and he's like 1.5 feet, 2 foot taller than her. He works out all the time. We've seen him with his top off. We haven't seen her with her top off. But let's face it, she's built like a rake. And the moment you didn't say, no, my species is super strong and super fast, well, she just loses. So we get a montage of him winning. Then she wins. He wins. Then she's about to win because we've just got to stay neck and neck at all times. Oh, she fell over. Probably down to the difference in the pelvis between men and women. Sorry, no. We're absolutely equal with no differences between the two of us. We didn't evolve for different things at all. That didn't happen. You should see him when he pops a baby through his groin. Then they get phasers which instant teleport anyone to the injury box.
Has only one setting.
I would have just used a real phaser. I don't know why they all turn around like, oh no, you shot a man. No, it's a teleporter beam. Although as anyone who understands the teleportation mechanism, that does kill you. It's not the same atoms, therefore you are dead. Now the moment Caleb gets a phaser, it shows him, oh, I'm getting really good with this. He starts blasting the drones.
Yes!
He smashes one of the drones and that disqualifies him. I don't know why, they can be replicated. It's not as if they're expensive. And by disqualifying him, you're going, in war, don't damage the enemy's equipment. It's really naughty. I don't know why we're wincing, why we disqualify. Oh, there's whistles, we gotta stop it. They are literally teaching cadets it's okay to shoot someone. Just don't punch them in the face. Don't have women teaching the war exercises. We get the hologram who discovers she can't be shot, and her getting shot as it goes through her just kills people behind her. She doesn't learn anything from this. There is no moral message in this. There is no thing she must bear in mind in the future. No change to her behavior about her learning that she's a danger to the people around her. That she can save herself, but not others. Or maybe there are times when she should take the bullet to protect people behind her. This isn't a deep show, this is a show about feelings. She's porous!
Best of us are, and it's permeable.
She gives him an English lesson instead, and says the best of us are permeable. The best life forms are holograms. This is why they need more intelligent people in the writer's room, because even when they come up with a good sci-fi idea, they just miss the opportunity.
Get your P's straight.
Get your piece straight. They made a joke about it instead. Now the Klingon, who is completely peaceful, I'm not going to injure anything, is now talking about his favorite food.
Blood in it. Tear it to pieces.
I can only assume he's talking out another man's rear end. He's like, yeah, I need to tear it to pieces. Surely he's not talking about a living creature that he'd have to injure in order to feast on its flesh. That would be violent. He's a peace-loving creature. Wants to go and talk to his fancy woman, so gets the Klingon to distract the War College. Two of them aren't interested, but the blonde, well, he must have seen him get transported topless, and now he's like, whoa.
Greetings, war college brethren.
Hey, you.
Hey, you, I love you. Oh, darling, why don't we just come over here, darling?
Name is Jaden.
Jaden.
My name is Steve.
I'm Kyle.
No, my name is Kyle.
It means Kyle.
Oh, we're smiling, we're exchanging logging locks.
Over the Romulan. Surprised they didn't say hello like dogs and just start sniffing each other's backsides. He even looked at. Did you see the? He went, oh, bet that's big. Are you sure that the Klingon that swings this way is the one that you want to turn into an absolute weak pup? I mean, I admire reinforcing stereotypes. I think that's hilarious. I thought you were not supposed to, though. But the Vulcan. Yeah, he's like, that's weird. The Romulan, I think she knows.
Gay, rape.
Did she actually say it?
Gay, rape.
Yes, I'm pretty sure she didn't say okay. Pretty sure that began with a G. So he starts telling jokes, and everyone else is like, look, do we have to stop for you? And he's like, oh my god, I'm amazed by the wrinkles on his head. I get to see myself flow over them. It'll be amazing.
Hold on. What was the second one?
Well, they do say Klingons have 2 of them. Klingons have 2 of everything. There's a backup, so, you know, if he strains one through activity. I think the biggest problem with that would be emptying both of them, though. You're there at the loo and it just goes, it'd be like me, myself, and Irene. So we get Caleb and the fancy woman, and she is just running rings round him playing basketball because, as you know, basketball isn't about height and strength, and women are just as good at it as men. That's why we have unified groups between them. The WNBA isn't subsidized by the NBA. They could all just join the men's arena anytime they wanted. They choose not to. Nope. But obviously she scores. Height difference, build difference. He could bench press her with his little finger.
Oh, she's like, I didn't choose the war college because of you, actually. I came here to play some beat ball outside of my school.
Because my mama thought I was up to no good after I started causing trouble in the neighborhood. Don't worry, she's amazing at basketball and he just can't stop her. She's too tall for him. Oh, she can beat him from a distance as well. Oh, she could outsmart him and fake him all over the place.
We decided to join the asshole factory instead.
To be fair, that was the conversation we just saw between the Klingon and the blonde. They need a whole factory for them because they just keep destroying them every night. She's like, I thought we were close after everything we've been through. She's like, everything? Yeah.
I hate this so much, by the way.
It wasn't even a whole day. It was a couple of hours.
So fucking much.
It's like, oh, but you don't understand. We're both Randy Hall.
I don't know, I kind of thought we had
Don't say it like that.
No, that was the rubber. So he does the really fake folding your arms where you put each arm behind your biceps to push them out as far as possible.
Was I wrong? Was there not energy behind us?
And after she beats him again at basketball, the thing on her neck goes, which happens during heightened emotion, and turns red to stop her. She can see clearly now the teenage hormones have gone.
Caleb, we're strangers.
Yes, but did you forget the previous episode? You're the one that was whining that you weren't strangers? You kept being like, why have you not told me your deepest, darkest secrets after knowing me for 5 minutes? Have you not seen I've got boobs? That means you're just supposed to instantly do everything that I tell you.
And you think if you keep barking at me, I'll eventually get there.
That's the way it normally works. I just love that the naggy, whining cow from the last episode is now going, I can't believe that you're so desperate and following me around and whining at me all the time.
You eat all the school you can get.
No, he needs better taste. At the moment, he's just eating with his eyes, but underneath, she's insufferable. Yeah, we had to have one good girl boss moment at the end. She ran rings around him that entire scene, both in basketball and by going, no, I'm the one that you're after. I'm not interested in you at all. That is your cue just to tell her where she can shove it. Probably up the Klingon as a surprise. It'll be a new experience for him, really broaden his horizons. We should make a change from his normal predilections, which tend to widen the arse.
Your scores were slightly less terrible than everyone else's.
She says the nicest things. Really warms your cockles. But of course, her brother, after they've just filled her full of testosterone, they're filling him full of estrogen. And so he has to get humiliated as the weak little coward he is, which means he's the mascot goalie.
And he's really happy. You mean I get to play dress up like my sister? Ooh. I get to cosplay an alien, and she gets to cosplay somebody competent for once in her life.
But they need a team captain, and so we are going to see which one of these is the captain. You can probably guess. I mean, you have the strong male, naturally born to lead, strategic mind, logical, keeps his feelings in check. And then you've got The tiny little girl who literally wouldn't be able to compete with him on anything, but does have the weight of Kurtzman sitting on her face.
Loser getting their eyes plucked out by baby Gorn.
That sounds amazing to me. Can we just do that anyway? For all of them. So they do a side-by-side shootout, and it's farcical. Even her footsteps wouldn't be able to keep up with him, and yet they shoot everything identically.
1 tie, 2 tie, 3 tie, 4 tie, 5 tie, 6.
6 to 6!
For the first 6, they are perfectly tied. Their laser blasters hit each of these targets at exactly the same second every time. Millisecond every time. I think that's pretty impossible, especially if she can't even walk at his speed, but here we are. But it's first to 8, 7 a tie, and then he proves himself to be the tactical genius with his dangly bits.
Making those daddy issues work for you?
What did you say?
Yeah.
You've got daddy issues. What did you say?
He shoots the tow targets and wins. And for some reason, this is deemed to be a bad thing. He used his knowledge of her as a pressure point. She let her emotions get the better of her. And then he used that strategy to win. And that's bad. Remember, this is about war. At no time could you possibly be captain on a ship and an enemy knows something about you and use that against you.
Bollocks.
That'd be mean. That'd be wrong. You shouldn't do that, you naughty boy. He is going to be humiliated
Whoa, that's an
for the
elite.
rest of the episode, and everyone is going to treat what he just did as wrong. Even though he really taught her an important life lesson that she needed to learn. This would be a perfect topic to build something around, to play off, something to explore with characters and their feelings about it. We're too 2D for that. We can't appreciate the higher tiers of entertainment, and so she's just going to prove that what he did was bad. So he goes round in a captain's chair, and, well, just listen to this sentence of Zoomerisms.
Hoisted by his whooping posse of dudes.
Yes, a whooping posse of dudes. We are really down with those kids now, aren't we?
How do you do, fellow kids? What?
Every time you drop a yacht or it's giving.
If I was actually the age demographic that this show is aimed at, I would be ashamed for them, cringing and embarrassed for the creators that you really think this is how people talk. We don't have to be limited by your inadequacies. We can be better.
This guy's insufferable.
Yeah, and that's just the Klingon.
Do you aspire to be the best and brightest in the galaxy?
Stop frostbolting me.
You're a DEI hire with an IQ of about 75. That said, the War College build up a montage of all their worst moments from the training. Whether that be falling over, screaming as you're running into battle and bobbing your head, hiding behind rocks for no reason.
Where am I?
Getting lost because it's the first contact you've ever had with a woman who seems to be trying to eat the rock in front of her, which would explain a few things, and presumably screaming to release tension. I don't know why she's looking miffed. That is something that you did. And besides, what you did in that training exercise is nowhere near the most embarrassment you've been through. If I were you, I'd be more embarrassed by your fashion sense during interviews.
Exceed your physical.
It's just her tripping over absolutely nothing.
Oh,
now, what they did
these
was a
people are
genuinely
such
good plan,
caricatures,
and it would be
dude.
funny in the
Even in real
situation.
life,
I don't know
what
why
the
they're getting
fuck?
angry at their own reality of what they are. So this guy walks along. Again, he's about 2 foot taller and toned.
Oh, you're laughing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. At you.
You can't have tiny, insignificant, useless girls standing up to guys like this. It's stupid. If you are going to do this, you should have shown us her in the gym versus him, where it's just like, no, Romulans have super strength. You can't pitch your little ideas of quality and then have these. Look at the size of them. Either just double down and go the races across the universe aren't equal and some of them have essentially superpowers, or if you want to do the equality angle, this had to be a man. Romulans, by the way, don't really square up to people. They manipulate. They're subversive. A Romulan would have done that and you would never have known he was the one to do it. One thing that equality does is it removes all differences between the people, which are the interesting parts. It removes the diversity between the people, and so now she's just acting like a man, despite the fact that one backhand and she'd be in space.
Calica. Right.
See, the only way you could get her to be like that and being all cocky and everything is if she knew that as a Romulan she could do whatever he wanted, because his friend is holding him back. But you haven't shown us anything about her knowing the social dynamics, how she's manipulative, and so it just comes across as her going, no, I could take him in a fight, which is farcical. You put this acting in a physical arena, one of force and violence. I mean, please. No one can take your show seriously if you don't even understand basic gender dynamics. They're going into the War Commander's private room, though, and he has optic sensors. It turns out that biometric sensors in this time are basically useless. He would have been way better off with a password. You would think someone in the War College would understand this.
Your security's pretty serious.
We tried funny security, but no one felt safe.
That's actually a good line. I can't help noticing that all the good lines, all the good points come from the essential villains in the episode, whether that be the Betazoid leader, the War Commander leader. They're the only ones that make sense, doing exactly what Starfleet don't want. So he starts talking about how you make tea. To make it properly, there are rules. There's a civilized element to it. You have to do things at the proper time, in the proper place, in the proper manner. It's an allegory for life, whereas her...
The result is a weak cup.
Yep, that's why the War College is by far the better Starfleet than whatever that mess is. Still don't have shoes on, by the way. In somebody else's home. Computer, I want that sofa scrubbed and burnt. Oh, she says, I know that you helped them get that footage to humiliate us, but I think they did most of the humiliation themselves. The only thing he did is show people what happened. And she's like, but they had terrible childhoods. And not realizing that if you had a terrible childhood, which means you weren't brought up in a civilized manner, you didn't have boundaries set for you. You weren't treated like a child and given boundaries and structure. Nobody taught you how to be an adult. When you actually are trying to become an adult and get better than your upbringing, you can't have a useless tart like that do it. You actually have to be given that structure and boundaries later in life to make up for it. She can't appreciate any of that.
They don't need a reminder that life isn't fair.
Apparently they do.
Based. Yeah, she's getting her feet out for the lads again. I still don't know why. She even seems to have some weird jewelry on the top of it. Either that or it's her crusty feet. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Our cadets need to know that our campus is a level playing field.
I call you naive, but...
I like him. I'm pretty sure all the characters that I'm not supposed to like in this show are the ones I like. No, but everyone's equal. You're naive. You're not only just naive, you are actively pushing evil. So she essentially gives him a threat. Do you want to risk shenanigans when the oversight committee comes? You can end it now, or it's gonna happen. And she's like, look, my cadets are better than yours. I'm not scared of your cadets.
And decide how that E word is working out for you.
And she storms off. The message of this is supposed to be that,
oh no, equality is the way forwards.
Yes, the destruction of standards, the inclusion of incompetence, and the utter degradation of society.
Message!
He's the only one intelligent enough in this room to look at those cadets and see the hologram eating soil and think, I am not equal to that. And I can understand why the lowest rung would want everyone else to be dragged down to their level.
Well...
I'm talking about her, by the way.
My 12 to 6 is your 6 to 12. So think about that.
I don't think I need to. She seems to be losing 1 point a year, and she's now 411.
What?
He speaks for the audience. Now, the hologram says we have about a 2% chance to win. He's like, look, this is our chance, 2%, that's all we need. She's like, oh, no, obviously this guy's an idiot. He shouldn't be leader. The only way they can try and prove equality is by dragging down the men to their level, which is what you're about to see.
Am I really the only one that believes they need their asses handed to them?
No, the Klingon's up for that as well, to be fair. Although he'd prefer to hand them his.
I'm with you!
Betazoid sister, they have to drag down the brother to try and pretend that she's good.
You know what kind of captain sends his team into a slaughter?
You? One who lets their emotions overcome stoicism?
When I got there by playing dirty.
Except he didn't play dirty. He used his tactical knowledge of you to gain an advantage over you. You let your emotions get the better of you. Somehow that's his fault. Can't take accountability or responsibility for her own actions or control herself and thinks, I'm the captain material. It's my clunge, it makes me that way.
I expected you to not use my family against me.
Why? You're in a ship against Romulans. They've had the Tal Shiar investigate you. They know all about your background and your pressure points. And you expect them to not use that against you. It's your job to be better and in control of yourself. But instead, we're supposed to think that he's the wrong one. No, we're all equal. You can't use someone's emotions against them. You can't use their own inferiority against them. That would be wrong. You're supposed to uplift the weak and incompetent. It's your fault for being better than them. They set up a battle between the Harry Potter houses, though, and I have to say, I do like the look of this set from here. You split this off with the different colors. I think it looks really good. The issue is it would look really good for a game show. Star Trek isn't supposed to be a game show. Even so, I do like the design of this. It looks very Tron, which is probably why I like it. So it's the same rules as before. Get near the mascot, shoot the target on the top of them, which appears...
Bro, where's this fucking thing?
GG. Mascot can't leave the zone, otherwise you can just shoot them from any distance. This entire next scene is only there to humiliate him and uplift the Minging Minge. This is an official cosplay that they put in the Star Trek universe, just so we're aware. So there isn't much to this. It's repeated rounds where every time he's like, look, we've got a strategy. The strategy is I attack, GG. I'm the only one who attacks. They'll expect us all to attack. I'm only going to attack. That's as deep as his thinking goes. Now, I would like to remind everyone, if you don't know, chess has gendered leagues, gendered competitions, chess. That's wrong, actually. It's a bit like the NBA. Anyone can take part in the NBA, but then there's a women's NBA by the side of it that men can't take part in. Formula One, anyone can be a Formula One driver. It's all men though. That doesn't matter to these people, they just ignore the natural world around them. That's why the person with dangly bits doesn't have any plan, he's not strategically minded at all. That's her for some reason.
Have faith in your captain. You ready?
Well, it turns out he isn't ready.
Whip it out! Game 1.
Yes, I don't know why it's always the women squaring off against everybody. It is really stupid. It's not how they behave, because they'd get absolutely battered. It's the reason men don't go around acting like this, because they get absolutely battered. This is why no man goes around acting like Brie Larson does in Captain Marvel. So they all go and hide, something they do nearly every round.
Now!
He immediately dies, costs them everything, and he does that every round. They had to rub it in. Hollywood needs to hire a human to do the humaning for them. Doesn't seem like they've ever interacted with people in a normal situation. So Red get absolutely dominated every single round.
Hey, princess.
She won't take responsibility for that either. She will blame him, don't worry. In round 2, he's the second person to die. Even the mascot is taking the piss out of him. Caleb comes up against his fancy woman. And while she goes to lower her gun, he shoots her anyway. Best part of the episode. It's like, look, if she's not going to at least flash you to distract you, what's the point of her? It's just too naive to let her win. I'm not against her using her strengths against him, but at least use them. Now, as you can see, the hologram is being as useful as you'd expect. I don't even know how she made it this far through. Not even looking where she's firing. California would make her a policewoman by this point. I've seen all I need. That's all the training you need for us.
Nice. Are we even trying?
Yes, that's right. He's getting angry and raging.
And the other leader's like, I can't believe you're using emotional stuff against us when...
This is your fault for not coming up with a strategy. So at 3-0, everyone's fed up with him.
Time out! We need a strategy. We can't just let him keep going along with his dangly bits and thinking he's going to be successful.
What you need is a strategic genius. And as we know, throughout all of history, the main military generals have always had, soft, cloudy areas. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why would you call them clouds? Well, it's because they're high in the sky above the fields where the seeds are planted. Yeah, I've been reading the Alloy of Law. Leave me alone. So they're trying to strategize. He's like,
what are you doing? You need to lead us. Why don't you lead us?
I am leading you.
Strategy out of your ass or stand down.
Sorry, you the captain?
So they gender swap the roles, and he starts responding to her as she would actually respond to him.
Are you?
He's just all ego and lack of accountability. Oh, that testosterone, it got to him, though. He fouled somebody, and so he had to sit out.
Can't outmuscle them?
Offense.
We outsmart them.
Hey!
Unfortunately, she wouldn't know anything about either. Notice the difference, though? You're either strong and muscular, or you're intelligent, and the men are the strong, muscular ones, so therefore... That's not how that works. Like I say, separate chess divisions. This isn't strength and intellect. This is war and child raising. You're like, well, I need a real plan. Hang on, I've got an idea. I'm not gonna follow orders when they come from dangly bits. Are you insane? So she gives them a different strategy. I fully expected them to start sewing. So she shoots the replicators. Smoke fills the room, no one can see anyone. The mascot runs up, they shoot it.
Come on, what are you doing, mate?
But it turns out to be the hologram. Somehow, she managed to get even bigger than she is naturally, which allows Caleb to get the high ground and shoot them all.
Oh, that's how you do that.
Sounded a little bit enthusiastic, love. That was such put-on enthusiasm for a second, I thought you were English. Do not smash bodies with her. Physics alone means that she will definitely win.
Found a strategy that works. Replacing you.
I don't know whether you're getting the message. Personally, though, I don't know why this is supposed to be news with him. This is Starfleet. DEI have been replacing their betters this entire show.
Well, we can't pull that off a second time, but...
What do you mean? You have someone on your team who is immune to blaster fire. She can walk up to the mascot and just shoot it in the head. And there's nothing anyone can do to stop her. No one ever thought of this strategy. But as he hands over his phaser, it's like, no. You can be the leader now. You're clearly better at war than I could ever be. I was born in the wrong generation for this. If I'm supposed to take this seriously, it's impossible. Oh no, I can get beaten in war by someone 2 foot smaller than me.
Better captain than I am.
You're so much better than me, for I am just a weak, testosterone-filled man.
What in the sweet name of Kronos is this?
I was just thinking that myself, love.
You will pay blood, sweat, and shame.
Oh, I hope so. Phasers to kill.
Why are none of you crying?
I mean, to be fair, they do that a lot, but not as much as Cutie Gatwa. So we get to see the captain, who's in her literal pajamas that have warp cores on them. Now, they even make sure to point out and tell you about the warp cores on her pajamas. This entire scene is supposed to be a setup and really deep intellectually challenging for you. It has a really low opinion of its audience, so this is about as complex as it gets. She's like, you need patience and empathy, strategy. I'm like, these things are empathy in war, darling.
I'm torturing myself by watching these.
Yes.
It's just,
Put on
oh
some
god.
pissing clothes. We've already seen that you can just teleport and
You gotta
instantly
be
have
shitting
clothes
me.
on now, and she's like, no, I want to show these
I
children
mean my ships.
what I wear to bed. A very BBC of you. So she's passing them little hints where she's basically spelling it out.
You want to end this war once and for all? Show some growth.
She's like, ooh, growth. And none of this is subtle.
Growth!
That's about as subtle as it gets.
Is anybody listening?
I am genuinely interested. If anyone has got this far in the video and you are, let's say, below 20, and I think even that is probably too high for the audience that they're aiming this at, is this down with the kids? I don't know. When I was 18, this wouldn't have appealed to me. That's what I'm saying.
Under lock and key with biometric security.
See, I was like, oh, I noticed that. I picked up on that one. Oh, that's a weird thing to mention. And you get to see their reactions. Because when it's on your second monitor and you're on your phone, looking at Instagram, trying to see the latest gyat. It's like, oh yeah, I'll pay attention to that because the audio keeps pausing and I'm like, why is this stopped?
Kilo and eyeball.
Yeah, that's a hint. Yeah, there's a hint. There's a hint. That's why I'm looking at you. His eyeball. Did all of you understand the eyeball? I'm being very subtle. And we're going to reveal this at the end of the episode, how subtle I'm being. Somebody laughs because it's that obvious what she's doing. And they're like, no, this needs a reveal scene at the end. Although I did think she spoke for me for once.
Dismissed. Out!
I would have shot them though. So she gets the plants to go by to remind them of her plan that she's literally just been telling you. And they're like, oh, do you think she was trying to tell us something?
I think the Chancellor was trying to tell us something.
I don't know. What makes you say that? I mean, she was so subtle about it, I'm not sure myself.
Growth!
Like, oh yeah, I think she was. She kept talking about patience and empathy plans and growth. She even said how we can end the war once and for all.
Prank the War College so hard, they'll write songs about it.
I think she's just talking about her personal fantasies and what she wants done to her.
Hit the War College back on their level. Empathy.
What? You think the War College's level is empathy? They're not weak, vulnerable victims. They're the War College. They're better than you. We get to find out he's been sending off messages to his parents and they've not been replying. That's right. He also has
Dad issues.
She also decides to be subtle. It's like, have you ever tried making up with the other girl who's the far better leader than you? Because you can learn from her. In fact, I have some ovaries around here somewhere if you'd like me to add them into you. You could do with the hormones. It'll make you smarter and more strategic. You'll be better at war. At that point, the Jem'Hadar enters the room and...
We were having turducken for dinner?
Oh yes, she's one of those Jem'Hadars into turducken.
Because you forgot to prep the replicator.
How do you have to prep a replicator? A replicator just keeps patterning in the buffer and then creates it. You have to prep it. Doesn't have cooking time.
I'm sorry, kitten. My bad.
Or just get some stationery and smash them together right now. You might as well do it in the middle of the floor in front of one of your students. Oh my god, they're about to play rock, paper, scissors together. But they're not interested in two of them.
Chinese? Navari?
Gah. I tell you what, if those two start locking rat holes, the viewership of this show's gonna go up. Not because anyone likes it, just the comedy value.
I left a starship on the edge of creation to be with her.
You needn't have bothered. The rate she's expanding, next year she would have been by you anyway. But after his inspiring speech by Tig Notaro, he goes and talks to the little tiny person, and she is incredibly small. He speaks about the problem of growing up rich. I was playing music while children were starving all across the galaxy, and yet even when I played a note wrong in school, they walked out and I could never please them. Like, I have daddy issues. Can we be friends now?
Mom and dad issues. Impressive.
And so as they bond over being Hollywood writers with no actual problems except for the ones they've created in their own heads.
I took advantage of you when you opened up.
No, he didn't. He did absolutely the right thing, and it should be a lesson to her to not be so emotional, to be in control of herself and stoic. It's her job to realize she needs to grow up, and that being an adult is learning how to be in control of your own emotions.
Sorry.
It's a big universe.
And yet, somehow I always find myself at the center of it.
He learned something.
He didn't mean a word of that.
Good, because he learned the wrong lesson and she didn't learn anything. She should have been like, no, you actually did the right thing. But really, to be a commander, I had to slip into a far more masculine role than I'd been fulfilling as a child. That entire lesson should have shown her maturing, but instead, Of course, he had to apologize to the power of the fallopian tube. But he's also been lying about the knife in the ribs. He had his appendix out.
Oh, wow.
Appendixes.
Like I said, she's a child. Then we get into the Ocean's 11 break-in. He printed a mascot suit. He replicated a mascot suit, which Caleb wears so he can walk through their halls. Although the Betazoid can feel his emotions as he walks past. He breaks through the biometric security.
Which is what the Chancellor was trying to tell us.
Oregon is. He'll have an eyeball.
I tell you what, she was so subtle about it. I didn't even realize. They're like, how do you want me to go and get his eye? Are you insane? No, there's a different way you can get it. So he goes to apologize.
I met Conan before, but we do this all the time.
That's weird. What are you doing? And I fully expected them to like scan his eye or something, and that's why you had to be so close to him. No.
Don't deny this culturally sensitive moment.
Yes, he's using being offensive against his moral betters. Maybe the show does actually reflect things about the real world. But it turns out all he needed was like glue on his hand, which got some DNA off the guy. They used that DNA in order to replicate a guy's eye. Two problems with that. Well, if all he needed was to touch him for his DNA, you could have just shaken his hand. You didn't need to be like, oh, God, I want to grab you and hug you like we're just about to pull the Klingon on each other. And if he can replicate a guy's eye, why are people wearing glasses? But into his office, they shut down the security grid, and they say, we need someone fast so they can deliver all the packages in 60 seconds. They decide to use her. I didn't know why. She's about as slow as you can get. But it's because she can teleport between the doors. And then you realize, oh, all the students can teleport between the doors as well. In fact, in this place, you can teleport anywhere, so... She sprays all of their rooms with growth fluid, and Caleb has to run to the extract.
Hi, Caleb.
Well, personally, I still wouldn't have stopped. She's a Betazoid. She'll be able to feel your apology. Anyway, as you make me feel out of control, and with all this freedom, I needed structure. I needed somebody that could actually make me raise up to their standards, give me the control and the order I needed in order to control my own emotions. Most base couple of sentences of the show. I'm not fine how I am. I needed structure, rigor, and somebody who actually had standards to make me better. And of course, he's like, no, you're not this place. He's like, no, that's the point. She should be this place. You should all be this place. And she literally tells him his own character, no, you're the one who's angry. You're the one who's angry at me for this. It's like, I know she's a Beta Z, so it fits within the lore, but whenever you have one character telling the other character what they feel and their motivations in the scene, it's still not good. And then she touches his chest. Her neck literally changes color so you can find out, oh, this is an emotional moment for her. I've heard of show not tell, but when you have an LED that tells you the person's emotions on their neck, still basically telling, isn't it? And then she felt like the ocean was pouring out of her mouth.
I could feel you during the game, Caleb. I can feel it now.
I bet you can. But to be fair though, when you feel that, it's a lot easier to tell a man's emotions. Is that what the thing on her neck is? They're just trying to even it out? So, well, men can't hide it, why should she? But as she thinks she's leaning in to seal the deal, she sets off the alarm.
I win.
I'd dump her. But then she does actually lock rat holes with him, and he has to run to the escape. Luckily, this guy has the teleporter thing that we saw at the start of the episode. He found it in the toilets because the commander put him on toilet cleaning duty.
Laboratory duty.
Damn it, she's good.
She's just so good, and you can tell that by the way she reclines like a slob. With that, we see what happens to him. They all run out of their rooms.
Does this thing ever spawn? Like, what the fuck?
I'm sure thousands
I saw
died.
its corpse and that's it. That was like 20 minutes ago.
They do throw the
Not
odd
longer.
table around, but overall, I'm not really sure why they're scared of an empathy plant that just feels your emotions. They're supposed to be the War College, and they're scared of, well, vegetables. They're not even Scottish.
I couldn't chill.
Yes, he does love that bulbous shape in front of it. The entire thing is very Harry Potter. You can understand why Kurtzman wanted Harry Potter in space.
You're a Starfleet, Captain Harry. Am I what?
This is the scene from the trailer where we find them all pointing at things. I think it was also done in a couple of posters. And they get to see everyone in their granny pants. It's the perfect mix of, we want to pretend like we're giving men what they want while stripping it of anything they could actually like. The only reason there isn't a fight at this point is because he steps in. It turns out the plant is a protected species. It can't be messed with. It has to grow into adulthood before it can even be moved. It takes longer if they're around stressful things, and there's an inspection. You wouldn't want them to find those plants, would you?
I yield.
Of course I do. I've noticed that you don't have any dangly bits. I should have known that I couldn't compete with you. I just thought I could because of everything about you.
They learn from the best.
Cisco? So he works it out. You were the one that transported those people onto the roof of Alcatraz.
You've been dropping hints at the War College first hit us.
And she was very obvious about it. She might as well hide up a sign that went, "This is a hint, everybody." You're like, why didn't you just tell us? Well, I wasn't going to cheat like Calric. I wanted to see whether you'd do anything. It is very weird, her idea of cheating, that if I told you the answer, it'd be cheating. But if I tell you the answer, it's not cheating. I'm just going to make it really obvious that I'm hinting, but it's not telling you. No, there's a distinction without a difference there.
Why does everything have to be a full-on lesson in this place?
Because it's a school, Caleb.
There was no lesson there. That's the issue. Again, they're trying for Star Trek. They're trying to reach that third level of being about ideas and concepts. They can't reach it. The writers aren't capable of... They don't come up with the idea first and write downwards. They would have gone, oh, well, what happens if we had like a Harry Potter battle? And then
level 58, oh my god.
Write an idea in there, and that's not how it works. There was actually a couple of things in the episode that could have been ideas that you built an episode around, and didn't do anything with them. She's like, the War College teaches people how to win battles. I'm teaching you how to end wars. No, you didn't. You didn't actually teach them anything. You just told them the solution.
And the empathy to understand your opponent so you can disarm them.
Except there was only one time in this where empathy was used to disarm their opponent. And that
yeah,
was
when the guy said that
he... the comment, which was deemed to be bad by the show itself, and said that he shouldn't have done it. The one lesson she was trying to teach the students, they
fuck
did
these
on their
people
own
so
and
much,
decided it was a bad thing.
What do you usually meditate?
Decapitation.
I want to go back to that, teach a few people a lesson. This was the episode that one of the cast said was his favorite one. It'll show you that this is real Star Trek, but also that it's for a new generation. It's just not true, is it? Better than the second one was just pure propaganda mixed up with a romance. And this one tried to replicate Star Trek. It tried to at least teach some kind of ideal. It tried to hit a concept and idea. It just can't. I think it was probably even something to work with this as a basic setting to come up with something more complicated. It was poorly executed. And of course, littered throughout that is always all the message stuff. They just can't help themselves with that because this show isn't written to be Star Trek. It's not written to relate to Star Trek. It's written for the message. All of the actual show is just designed to be like butter wrapped around what they think is your medicine. The problem is, what it's wrapped around is like this festering, horrific mess, which is their own values and beliefs. That's why this show can never be good, because you can't turn their base moral messaging into something that normal people want. This is why it doesn't work when they go, well, Star Trek was always political. I don't think entertainment is political, it's moral. They are morality tales, and that means you can't repulse the audience with them unless you want them to reject it. And it doesn't matter how many girl bosses you put into a show, it's not going to get you any viewers. But it will alienate a lot of them, and that's what we had here. So ironically, the only way the show could be a success is if the people making it decided what they want isn't important at all. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Let me know down in the comments below. Like the video if you like the video. Subscribe for more videos like this in the future, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Starfleet Academy, Episode 2, the one that saw the pilot. Starfleet Academy, Episode 3.
Man had a haircut.
Starfleet
I was like, what?
Episode 2, the one that saw the pilot. I thought, we can make that worse. This is the episode where they go hunting for whales.
Humpback whales. I heard they were migrating, but they were no show.
Without realizing they could have just found them on the bridge.
These would make an excellent practical study module for the Spatial Harmonics Lab, Captain.
We find out the science officer is just as smart as the rest of the crew.
I only know 2 things, kid.
We find out the mystery of what was murdered during the creation of this show. It's subtext.
No conflict?
You're literally on the fence.
Given the target demographic of this show, I don't think that's a bad idea. I'm just surprised they're self-aware enough to know. I don't know why we've got a Hago face in Star Trek. We start with sage advice from a 411-year-old Karen.
If you want to serve the galaxy, make your bed.
Alright, calm down, Gordon. It's good to see she hasn't moved past the maturity level of a 12-year-old. Nagging. We can have inspirational speeches about achieving your masculine potential and she's like, make your bed!
Here's another.
Oh, please, enlighten me. If you could tell me why you're engaging in a panto performance, I'd love to know as well.
Get to class on time. Doesn't seem like much.
Because it isn't.
A single stitch, then another, and another.
That's the thing about male entertainment. It does really love its sewing metaphors.
The tapestry that is Starfleet.
I'm this guy. This is me. This is like one of those German rallies where everyone's saluting and there's just one guy in the middle going... But while she's waffling on, the Doctor is giving them a pointless experiment. He's giving them a self-replicating goo, where if you get it on you, covers you, and will suffocate you to death. unless somebody sprays you with a cleaning fluid. Now this guy, Glasses, very excited. He's probably hoping they'll invent a technology at some point in the future, so he doesn't have to wear them. Maybe contact lenses. Now obviously, he's very enthusiastic. This guy isn't interested. But it's the reaction that gets me.
Please never stand next to me again.
I'm sorry. Have you forgotten the entire lesson of Barclay in Next Generation? In this, they basically replicated the scene from Star Trek Discovery.
This conversation's over. This is the end of the conversation.
Captain, if I could. Wait, but I had this.
The conversation's over.
Now, from what I can tell, this is very similar to the sort of protect the baby stuff, which I've seen in American television shows kids do over there, I think, where they give you a baby doll and you have to look after it and not kill it. Well, in this, because they hate babies and they hate mothers, they've decided to replace that with goo.
We'll care for a single specimen for 5 days.
Which is actually longer than anyone in this academy can go without eating their own com badge.
Mucus is romantic.
That line would only come from a Californian. I love mucus. I have no disgust mechanism.
And you'll have to move in together and spend holidays with its parents.
And that's why you'll drink.
How do we fail? If it kills you.
I like this game a lot more. Although she's a hologram, I don't know how a goo would kill her. They could just download her again from latest hard drive. It's probably a bit big, actually. Floppy disk. Her brain could fit on a floppy disk.
When the burn hit, the Federation had to leave Earth.
It didn't have to. Essentially, Earth turned based. The burn hit, all the alien species showed themselves for what they were. They all turned into piracy, just degenerated into their own base cultures. So proud humanity stood up as a beacon of light in the universe and said, no, off. It protected itself and its people against the rampaging barbarians at the gates. And Starfleet went, oh no, but I like evil. I can now see where this critique of Starfleet is going. I tell you what, this guy's funny, even for a Ferengi. This must be hell for a Ferengi. Starfleet doesn't have money. He must be just here to nick things and sell them for latinum. I also like how we've got one of the backing dancers from Thriller in the audience. Oh look, there's a second Ferengi. Whenever I see one of these cast photos, I always like to try and play the game Spot the White Guy.
Where's Waldo? Find him before it's too late.
It's no wonder she's standing there going, can you please just obey the basics of civilization for once in your life? She's got to deal with the colonies. But as she's whining, you could say whatever you want about this time. It's got one advantage over any other time, though.
It's ours.
Wow, that was deep. Do you know the best thing about the current time? It's happening now. Oh, sorry, it's just gone. And that one did. And that one.
Xenomythology was dropped from the curriculum 100 years ago.
Based.
Shifted from understanding those to defending ourselves against them.
He's saying that is a bad thing. We stopped caring about the foreign peoples. But it's like, yeah, why though? Well, they were trying to murder us during the burn. So then we get this line in Star Trek.
I think he's sad and lonely because he's a tiny fish dick.
All I'm saying is, judging by the size of that guy's biceps and the side effects of getting biceps that large, I wouldn't be bragging about the size of down there myself. She mentions the War College.
Motherfucker.
That kept Earth safe during the barbarian times. Now, I can't help but noticing that as they go, these are the people that kept Starfleet strong in the war of it. It's just a load of women. They're not going to be doing any fighting, are they? Now, they are alien species and very flat-chested, so I might be misjudging them. I do have some wrinkles in this jacket that I could do with getting out at some point.
That training was only for the War College. Think again.
Obviously, Jem'Hadar, half Klingon. She has an excellent tactic for fighting that no one's ever seen before. Her tactic is to be so annoying, her enemies just top themselves voluntarily, just at the sound of her voice.
Sound off is not about self-defense, though you will learn self-defense.
My favorite thing about this is how loud the rain is, so you can't hear at all.
It's not about weapons. No, this class is about me.
Oh, I kind of just assumed that was the case when I realized you had a clunge, to be honest. I take photos of really interesting items, and then I put my face in front of them so I can't see them. This is definitely someone who takes photos of their face covering up things more interesting than their face, which isn't difficult to do when they seem to blink at different times.
My father taught that victory is life.
I suppose in war, yeah, if you don't win, you lose. He was a smart man.
My mother that today is a good day to die.
In that case, don't let me keep you from your happiness.
Yes! Death has eyes!
I don't even know what that means.
I will rip out my own stomach and choke on it.
Don't you threaten me with a good time. I mean, so far, she is probably my favorite character just because I think she speaks for the audience.
Do you hear me?
Do you hear me? I'm gonna speak really loud. My voice goes. I take it back. She speaks for the audience. She's not running in fear. It's because you're insufferable.
I can always spot the runner.
I think it happens a lot to her. Oh yes, Star Trek, the best of the elite masculine institution. But as we're running, we're gonna do this. Oh, she's gonna strike fear into the heart of the Borg.
Democracy doesn't live in a place, it lives in continuous action.
Firstly, that's not true. Secondly, Starfleet doesn't care about that at all. They're a hierarchical military institution. They don't vote who's going to be captain. This is over 1,000 years in the future. They've realized that's a load of twaddle by now. The last thing I'd want is any of these people voting.
Boldly go where no one has gone before.
No man has gone before. So then we get the intro, and where previous intros have always rolled around the ships going somewhere, exploration, the core themes of everything, man going off into space, this, well, you can tell the target demographic of the show. It focuses on plants, robots building things, and flowers. This is another reason why no man has gone here before. A florist. All the flowers are going everywhere, and people are like, oh, I look so cute, I've got potpourri. And so is the thing that no person with testosterone has ever cared about goes through the entire ship. It flies through the shopping center and up through the hotel. And the entire thing is so feminine, you're like, you should have just made a Barbie series. That's what you should have done. So they have this guy, and I think he was in that cartoon, because I remember him from the trailer.
Pew, pew, pew button. I don't see a pew, pew, pew button. Just hit them all until it goes pew, pew.
I just don't believe people watch that either.
Stayed in sorority prison. They would have chopped your hands into little stumpy stumps.
That's how the kids talk. She's down with them.
The little stumpy stumps.
She's meant to be 17. I mean, if they really wanted to use modern Zoomer language, there are better examples.
No cap, I was dead-ass pressed about understanding this language. Every time you drop a yacht or it's giving, you're legit patching the English language DLC with fresh updates.
But they get given their room allocations. It turns out that they share them with another person. And Caleb thinks,
that's the definition of
roomies.
Fascism.
Right. Again, I think Tig Notaro was right.
I only know two things, kid.
They can only comprehend Marvel humor and mid-century Germans, probably because they resemble both.
Also, with the roommate, how does anyone
hook up?
Well, you see, when a man loves his hand very much, but also with this band of freaky weirdos, the last thing they'd be concerned with is somebody watching. In fact, the men in this show would probably be more happy watching while someone else does it to their misses themselves.
Don't hook up with anyone for like the first 6 months. That's how you find out who's a total psych.
Hint, everyone. The answer's everyone. Now, he does go and follow this advice for at least 3 minutes. Yeah, his roommate is the guy he's fallen out with, and let's be honest, they would be hate-banging as soon as that door closed. This is Kurtzman Trek, where the rarest species in the galaxy is just a normal man.
No way.
I'm glad to see that the best people in the galaxy are so professional and grown up. Now, for some reason, he's talking to her about the goo. He keeps sitting down next to her.
Orneopolis strain is hardy.
And she's moving around away from him, and he's just chasing her. Now, she's the captain and supposed to be professional and not do this. She should just be able to tell him to piss off if she doesn't want to. And if he wasn't a hologram, he'd definitely get reported to HR.
Vigor. Fire those kids.
Oh, he keeps trying to sidle up next to me.
It's all right, love. I doubt he's interested in you either. He's probably more interested in Lara Croft. You know, somebody pixelated.
Those kids can learn a lot from mucus like that.
Given what we saw them discuss in the hallway, I think they're going to have enough exposure to mucus as it is. Now, we find out that they're looking for a new home for the central headquarters of Starfleet. Now, stupidly...
What about Paris?
Where it's always been.
Don't set it in Paris. Like, Paris may have been great in the 90s, but we all know who has destroyed it now. Can you imagine what it's going to be like in another couple of 1,000 years? They still won't have got the machetes under control.
It's in the mix.
Well, I hope you've got a chastity belt on.
I would do almost anything to end this conversation.
By the end of this series, that's how I'm going to feel about this show. There's a Betazoid ambassadorship coming. They're going to have a big fancy dinner in their honor. You're like, you were around when Betazoid was still part of the Federation. Is this a big deal if we can get them to join?
But losing the Betazoids really tipped the scales.
So the Betazoids are key to Starfleet. They're really desperately needed to be in Starfleet for Starfleet to exist as it is. For some reason. I can understand how being able to read minds, feelings, and control the minds of others would be very useful to anyone trying to engage in diplomacy, or manipulative recruitment if you were evil, didn't have any morals like a feminist Starfleet. I really fail to see what it's in it for them, though. But they walk into the captain's quarters, which you think would actually have huge security on it. You'd have people walking into the captain's quarters. What if she was showering? It'd scar you for life.
And are you ever going to make your bed?
Why would I?
Get rooming with a farm animal.
Are you ever going to make your bed? Because that's something that
Every teenage boy cares about.
Who has a banana allergy? Is that even a thing?
People in this show love bananas. They shove them in all the wrong places. I'm going in the fruit bowl. Oh, why are the lights gone out?
If you forget that again, I'll jettison the both of you out the airlock.
I think she's trying to straddle being a captain and a parent, and this doesn't work for both of them because you can't make threats that you're not going to carry on through. It doesn't work. If you go up to a child and say, I'm going to do this to you, and then they break the rule again and you don't do it, now they just don't trust you. So when you say something again, they don't believe you. You actually have to eject them out of an airlock now. You do realize that?
Mayor, stand at attention or leave.
Stand at attention, or I will beat the absolute living out of you. A guy like that only respects the bigger, stronger force.
Why?
Because he keeps trying to jump me in the middle of the night, love. I'm like, I've got a headache, and he ignores me.
Personal medical issue.
Severe allergies to him yelling, "Oyster!"
I hate both of you.
Well, funny. Aren't they funny?
Is this a multiple choice?
She is my favorite character. It's like, she's the only one who hates her life sufficiently enough for having to live with these people. I may be Betazoid myself because I empathize with her. So try and drag him up on something. You keep hacking the exits. Do you want to escape?
We'll find your mother.
She's still alive.
If she isn't, we can help you with that as well. You can join her. So she gives him some spiel about, well, if we find her, I'll try and get the Federation to forgive the lethal murderous scum. But we can't find any reference to her. No reference to Goja 5. We don't know where the planet is. So for now, you're just gonna have to trust me.
He needs his ass kicked.
He does. Handcuff him and put him in a room with her for 20 minutes. She'll sort him out. I'm sure she's got plenty of objects she could use. No one else is gonna be using it on her.
He's been getting his ass kicked his whole life.
Would have thought you would have learned something by now then. But then we find out the Betazoids are idiots.
So to bring in their youth delegation.
Why? These are people that built some kind of bubble or wall of psionic force around their territory. And the first time they go to Starfleet, like, let's just bring all of our kids with them. It's like, do you even know they're safe? Because they used to be, just a couple of years ago, a species who would annihilate any aliens who came even remotely close to the planet. And you're like, let's bring our kids. This is like taking your baby to a protest. Oh, sorry, I forgot I was dealing with Californians again.
They're the ones that pressured their government to enter negotiations.
What? The children did. We've witnessed a steady IQ drop over the last 120 years, and if that continues at the current rate, by the time we get to this generation of Star Trek, it would explain a lot. We're going to allow all of our diplomatic decisions to be made by children. You just can't respect anyone that gives a crap what children think.
Activism. Love it.
See? In her case, I can understand why she thinks they outsmart her. But about like normal people? Like normal professionals that could actually get into a captain's position without DEI. So she decides to get the feet out for the lads. At this point, whether you're a foot person or not, I think we can all agree, put it away, Granny.
Oh, regulation footwear is a requirement.
Thank you. Standards. I'm so glad that the man leading the War College actually understands what Starfleet's about.
I heard that. I just don't like wearing them if I don't have to.
I don't care. It's a requirement. This guy's like, oh, you are filth.
In all seriousness, it's unsafe.
I don't care whether it's unsafe. It's the standard. You shall meet it, or you shall be kicked out of Starfleet because you can't meet the standard of, well, your betters.
Stub my toe, get a splinter. I signed the waivers.
I don't care whether you signed waivers. A rule, morality, standards doesn't need some kind of level of harm in order to be required. It's the standard that you must meet. If you can't meet it, we don't need you. You're beneath us.
Bare feet pick up electrons that reduce inflammation.
I can stop you there, love. Nobody cares about you carrying it.
Cells and cytokines and stimulate brain.
Piss off. Should be the only answer.
I just need to let the little piggies out to pasture.
Well, you can do that in the privacy of your own vessel as we eject you into space.
Know what I mean?
I can confidently say.
Why is he nervous? He's the commander of the War Office talking to a woman. He's over a foot taller than her. This would be like getting intimidated by the catering staff.
Negotiations so you can bring children. Clearly, I've misheard.
Oh, if only we could have someone with dangly bits leading Starfleet. Maybe we could get this ship back on the road.
It's an opportunity to teach our cadets
conflict
resolution.
I'm so fuck shit.
This is the future of Starfleet and the galaxy. It's an incredibly important meeting, and you're like, let's just bring all these 2 IQ fools along. The same people that eat their comm badge.
Advocating for social change matters.
It depends which way. If it's towards fair-based morality, that's evil. If it's towards justice-based morality, then you can wear some pissing shoes.
Cynicism's pretty adorable.
You're adorable. You're insufferable.
If you want to talk about the good old days, I have more of them than you.
I agree. You are very old. But I think we can all agree there is a difference in competence level between a child, an adult, and somebody that never matured past the age of 13 after 400 years. But she says we had to abandon Beta Z. They went through hell with all the marauders. That's why they put up a wall and stayed behind it. Essentially, Starfleet betrayed them. Starfleet promised them protection, didn't follow through with it, abandoned them to the filth and the barbarians at the gates, and Beta Z looked after itself
Right up until Starfleet decided they needed them again. And they think they're the good guys.
Their kids are saying, let's rejoin the Federation because they don't want to live like that anymore.
Luckily, they're children, and so we ignore them because they don't know what they're talking about. This is why these kind of shows love going, you should listen to children, because it's like, they're thick and stupid and we can control them. You're actually subjecting them to really horrific ideas. And then you're like, we should put them in charge. No. No.
He's an isolationist who campaigned his presidency on keeping that wall up.
I love this guy. He's amazing. Earth was isolationist. Beta Z was. This sounds like the perfect place.
He's also a betazoid, an empath who can read our feelings, Cranky.
You definitely want the stoic, masculine man to be talking to them, not the whiny, insufferable 400-year-old woman with the mental age of 13. So they're both talking about how, oh, if we get them in, other people will join, hundreds of new species that can all help us. And help us defend the Federation. It's just all about recruiting resources and power for themselves. This isn't the old Starfleet. This is the new, selfish, care-based, virtue-signaling reality, where it's all about self-interest. Look, we need them. This is amazing. This is our one chance to improve the Federation. If we can only manipulate them and recruit them, then it'll be great for us.
These negotiations are far too important to allow children to attend.
True. You don't even allow these people to choose their own bedtime, let alone negotiate interplanetary affairs.
Children are our ambassadors to now.
Well, I understand you're 411, and so I probably have some kind of mental degenerative disease. But the phrase is always, the kids are our future, not now. It is your job to create the best situation now so that they can inherit it from you. The children don't create the future. They're supposed to stand on your shoulders once you've done the work and left them a better world.
Children have seen and experienced things far beyond their years.
Yeah, and I've been watching Starfleet Academy. We're all damaged, love. But this guy's like, look, he's bringing their children. If he does value young voices, a young demographic, we have to show that we do too. It is exactly the same as the way they got rid of all competence in every industry. They were like, no, you shouldn't be there because otherwise you'll just be an ist and a phobe and you must stand down so that your incompetent lessers can take your place. And he's like, no, the adults need to leave out the room so the indoctrinated kids can take over. I'm like, no, they eat their own comm badge. He should have knocked her out. That would have been hilarious. He just like backhands her down the stairs.
Shortest distance between 2 points is not a straight line.
Yes, it is. Adai, she said one line and she's already wrong.
The laws of physics hate me.
Everyone does. I've not met a person who's got, I love Tig Notaro.
I should not be here.
Bollocks. Wrong with
Girl with the face begging to be singled out.
I thought you with the face begging to be single, which coming from that would have been one hell of an insult. But she's like, I'm not supposed to be here, therefore science herself doesn't like me. She's just basically a massive narcissist obsessed with herself who thinks that the neutral laws of the universe cares about her at all. They don't care about anything, they just are. You're not a TARDIS being repulsed by a fixed point in time. So she does like, yeah, and look, it thumbs up. The other woman lowers her hand, and then...
You're absorbing all the energy in the room. For real, you're like a sponge.
Like you should know, you hoover up all the food. She really needs to pick a struggle. You can't be fat and an arsehole, it doesn't work. She ate her comm badge and now has the nerve and the gall to attack someone else. But I think that's just the point. I think they know the hologram is a horrific character. And so what they're doing is by making another person that you're either not going to like or you're going to feel sorry for or just comes across as mentally deficient. By getting her to attack the other one, you're going to take her side and like her more. Rather than getting her to do something that you actually agree with, they're going to make her a victim and hope it works. But Tig is, I traveled through time, but you could put up with me waffling for 5 minutes. I really can't. The lights turn off, the lessons shut down, and she starts working on some console in the middle of the room. So Caleb starts playing with himself. Of course, she hates that. How dare you take your attention off me despite the fact I'm not teaching you.
Class not riveting enough for you?
It's not even riveting enough for me. And I've watched the rest of the episode.
But there's nothing you can teach me that I don't already know about temporal mechanics.
I don't believe that because he's just a space hobo. He ran away as a kid, committed some crimes, and we're supposed to think he's some educated academic genius. He's an idiot. He's never been taught anything. He's never taught himself anything except crime. Who are you? I'm Caleb. I didn't ask your name. I asked who you are. And she goes on to list what she thinks is important for a person.
What do you stand for? Have you ever seen a ghost? Made a mixtape?
Yeah, she's a very shallow person. What do you stand for? Do you like music? I mean, if she really wanted to find out who he was, ask him who should be in the kitchen. So he goes, look, here's an easy question.
The name of this cadet.
I have no idea. I've watched both of these episodes twice. I don't know her name. I'm not sure anyone's ever said her name. All we know is she's eaten a comm badge. That was enough for me to know I don't need to know her name. She knows her name.
Starfleet means being open to the people around you.
No, it's about submitting to authority. It's about hierarchy and patriarchal values. It's about elitism, being the best, competition, self-improvement, and most of all, not being a whiny little git.
Connection is where time and space really live.
Time is the friends we made along the way. She seems really stupid.
I only know two things, kid.
I believe her. But she says old age and treachery triumphs over her youth and a big mouth, and they're both them like, oh yeah, I want to be old and treacherous, because that's where the good people are, you know, treachery. I can't help thinking that the wrong evil values are being taught to these kids.
But what do I know? I'm old and boring.
And it's very self-aware by the sounds of it. She covers him goo because no one wants to cover her and their goo. And I know what you're thinking. There's probably a point to this goo thing, right? It's going to play into the story. Chekhov's gun is the example everyone uses for if you have something in an episode, it must play a part in the story. Plays no part in the story. I think someone on the staff just really wanted to cover Caleb in their goo. And spray their white stuff on him.
Mucus neutralized.
For now, until you get back to your trailer anyway. With that, he decides to leave. A hologram tries to stop him, and he gives her a few basic maths questions. Work out this Fibonacci sequence, work out how many moves these are.
Triple decaf, long shot, half and half latte. Double.
For some reason, that freaks her out, despite the fact that she will be working on a server in here that can run starships. It can definitely do maths.
Where are you going?
He's on a wall, presumably over the wall. Oh, we're gonna do a romance because she is a whore. The 6 months thing goes out the window because she might as well just be throwing her knickers at him right now. That thing on her neck is to suppress her emotions, and I can understand why, because otherwise she probably would have gone round every single guy on Beta Z by now.
Why are you climbing the fence?
Fenceonomics class?
And she seems to really have a thing for the mentally deficient.
Did you kill it?
She doesn't even know what a hologram is. It's very strange. Holograms existed before the burn, so Beta Z would have access to holographic technology. She would know what one was, and it isn't alive. So she sees him on top of a fence, climbing over the external fence, and I tell you what, you can understand why she likes him thick, because, well...
You're trying to leave.
Alright, Captain Obvious. Because she has empathic ability, she basically tells him his own character, you're trying to leave, you're not sure whether you want to, or you might want to stay.
No conflict?
You're literally on the fence.
Subtext. We knew you weren't really paying attention. You were on your phones, as no one can actually stick an episode of this in one go. So we'll just tell you all the character motivations. I think my favorite part of this wall is how it has footholds all the way up for you to specifically climb over it and escape.
Can I just have a meltdown in peace?
Yeah, because the one thing that women absolutely adore is emotionally weak, pathetic male that can't handle his own feelings. Especially when they get subjected to every other person's feelings at all time. Betazoids would really like stoic people who aren't basically assaulting them with emotions constantly. But she leaves, he gets stopped by security, and the most important diplomatic meeting in Federation history is happening at the same time, of which she catches up to. I'm sorry I'm late. I don't know where they're signing. They're telepathic. They can talk to each other in each other's heads. This doesn't know that. It's not Star Trek. It doesn't know the law. It doesn't know how they work. For some reason, it thinks these people can be deaf and need to sign to each other because they had a checkbox they needed to tick, and so they broke canon in order to have people that can't do the job in an acting role. Look, if you are an actor, you do need to be able to speak. This is just part of the job, and if you can't meet that standard, then you shouldn't be able to be it. If you don't have any arms, you can't work on an oil rig. This is basic reality. Now, he signs to her behind the father's back because he doesn't want the father to know about it. But if he didn't want the father to know about it, and the father's deaf, he could just say words. In fact, signing is more likely to make the father know about it because the father understands sign language, but he can't hear you speak.
Everyone, please, sit.
So she's now signing to the children who don't know sign language because they have ears. You can speak to the children, but for some reason, when there's one deaf person in the nearby vicinity, everyone starts using sign language for no reason whatsoever. Like there is any point to learning it unless you actually have like a deaf friend. So he starts going, we know we failed you after the burn. It's a great opening. We know we let you die when you needed it most, but please come back to us now. we need you more than you need us. He says we have deep
I hate
admiration for how you kept your planet whole
So
during
much.
this troubling time.
Now the Federation is not whole without Beta-Z.
When you needed us, we weren't there for you, but now we need you. You should join us. I don't know why anyone should care about this selfish, effeminate attempt at parasitical resource acquisition. And so rightly turns them down. It's like, I appreciate you realize that you treated us horribly and you failed, but we know you want to lower our walls. We're not going to do it. We'd need 12 battle-ready starships. We'd need 6 seats on the Federation Security Council and a veto.
Without consensus.
Oh no! What about democracy?
Actually, that is how the UN works, though. Important players have a veto because why should lesser, weaker states have power over the important people? Everyone isn't equal, and so they shouldn't have an equal voice. In fact, if you're not one of the main guys, why should you listen to it all? And Starfleet needs them more than they need Starfleet.
Veto without consensus strips us of our core identity.
No, you already did that. Your core identity was about hierarchy and elitism and competence.
Your identity isn't our concern.
Based. Look, you want us. I don't know why we should care about your feelings, to be honest. You just need to grow up, Starfleet, alright? And at that point, they decide in the middle of the most important negotiations to dump a guy covered in goo next to everybody who's making a scene, shouting, winding everyone up.
And she's like, oh, gentle parenting, don't do that. You're gonna be naughty.
Shoot him with a phaser. Someone backhand him round the face. For the love of God, punish him. So he starts making as much noise as possible, fiddling with his ear, trying to really distract everyone and destroy peace negotiations for a galaxy. The Doctor's trying to stop him rather than just elbow him in the face.
Of identity, not the negation of it.
No, don't do that. You're gonna be naughty.
She is the worst Starfleet captain. Janeway would have shot her in the face with a quantum torpedo.
Progress is the acceptance of identity, not the negation of it.
That's why progress is evil. Doesn't matter what your identity is, it doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't even mean it matters. What it does probably mean is that you should be treated differently than other people depending on, well, your place. You need Beta-Z more than they need you, so they have all the leverage. It doesn't matter what you want as your identity. That's irrelevant. What matters is the physical reality of the situation.
That is an abstraction.
Base! I love this Beta-Z guy. Yeah, sorry, I care about my people. You're like, I want to be a dancing pixie. Well, nobody cares. We don't have to tolerate you, though. Tolerance is weakness.
Until someone makes it real.
That doesn't even make any sense. It would still be an abstraction.
For Beta-Z, real is the spilt blood of our elders and children.
Absolute boss. This is just man versus absolute cowardly. We have people attacking us. We have enemies fighting us. We have to care about the barbarian savages outside our borders. So if you can't deal with them, you have nothing we want. Why would we drop our borders and let the savages in? These two ask for a tour of the premises. Like, oh yeah, we'll get you guides. She's like, no, no, no. Yeah, I want that prat over there. Yeah, the guy who for some reason's leaning over a pond. No, we can do better than him.
Examples of the excellence we strive for.
There's probably about 2 of those, though, because the rest of them are physically moronic. We get a scene where he's trying to basically negotiate power, 50 hours off, blah, 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 blah. Because I'm not going to go and talk to the hot exotic foreigner unless you do something for me. Yeah, that was never going to play out well, was it? She negotiates with him rather than just going, I'm your captain, do as you're told, or I'll shoot you in the head. He bites into what he thinks is an apple, turns out to be incredibly spicy because
I burned off whatever nerve endings I had like 300 years ago.
her taste buds are so destroyed, she can now even handle pineapple on pizza.
Tarima Sadal is a very influential Betazoid youth movement.
She's an insufferable know-it-all who doesn't know anything about her planet, but somebody older than her told her to, and she just took it all on board and believed them. Basically, she wants to indoctrinate her just like her homeworld has. She wants to lead a revolution of a foreign nation.
I serve like this.
Yeah, he throws the apple up in the air, and that just listen to the audio. Her bin plays the Star Trek theme tune. Her bin. We're gonna have next replicators going, coffee, the final frontier. But they make a deal that he'll lead her around as long as he gets access to the Federation's planetary records for an hour. And if he can't find it in an hour, he'll let her do it. The thing is, she already has access to that, and she's already gone through the database.
Got the handy
What he's
request
asking for
apparently.
is literally useless, but he's too thick
40
to know.
levels.
Can't dismiss yourself.
But I did, though.
No, you didn't. It requires her to dismiss you because she's your superior. It makes you her inferior. You can't overrule her. This is a hierarchy.
But because in this, it's all about equality and everyone's the same.
Oh, hey,
She doesn't do
free
anything
slot.
to him. She should put a force field on her door, put him in the bank, and leave him there for a month, see how he likes it once he's been starved for a bit. So he leads her around the place. For some reason, they're still using all the old coffee machines, rather than just a replicator box, even though it replicates it. Like, do you even know why you need this portafilter bit? If you don't, if it's replicated. They go around flirting.
Turner must have been flush. This wing is shiny.
Zoomer phrases, but as if they're written by an old boomer that is down with the kids.
And that he made everyone learn Welsh, and he didn't even speak Welsh, so, you know.
Yeah, she laughs. It's so funny, he made everyone Welsh. She has no idea what Wales is. She don't know who the Welsh are, and she will never have heard Welsh. Most of the Welsh can't speak Welsh. So then we go to playing Space Frisbee with a holographic frisbee, rather than replicating a real one. I don't know why. We have Space Keepy Uppy with a holographic ball, because we couldn't just replicate an actual ball. I'm sensing a pattern here. It is, we have no creativity or imagination, so all we've done is replicate modern times and just said hologram. That's why the coffee makers were exactly what we have now, but replicator. If you notice actual Star Trek, Voyager invented their own games. Star Trek invented 3D chess. This, they're too thick. So he says, what, you've never been outside Beta Zed's wall? She's like, no. So he asked the obvious question. Why?
A lot of us don't want to live behind it anymore.
Okay, but why though? You didn't answer his question. Why don't you just leave? They clearly can leave because they came here. But this entire episode acts as if there's only two options. Drop the wall and let all of the savage barbarians from foreign places
Which
come
means
and
I can't
destroy
do
their
this
nation,
one?
or keep the
Really?
wall up and keep everyone out. When they could just leave when they wanted to through specific places. It's very strange. Oh, it's open the borders or nothing. She never does say why she hasn't left there before, by the way. Never answered. It's like, what were you doing when you found me by that wall?
Humpback whales. I heard they were migrating, but they were no show.
And then she went into Starfleet Academy and she found loads of whales.
Sometimes it's just good to see something really big.
You should join Starfleet. The only reason Starfleet
56.
ships can now rearrange themselves is to fit in the wide loads
Based.
trying to fit down a corridor. Oh, we're gonna have to expand for this one.
You know, a live thing that's big that just doesn't really care about you.
Yeah, like I said, the bridge crew.
Just do not.
Alright, I'm fucking done. I'll see you boys tomorrow. You know how it goes. I gotta wake up in 4 hours. Base the fuck out, bitches. Have a good